Oh shit. Wait. पूरा इंट्रो दे दिया वाईटी पे लाइव ने क्या में. Very nice, very cool. Very nice, very cool. Very nice, very cool, boys. तब से मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. What is up, chat? Plains बोलते, plains बोलते. Koshimaru is on a 5-game losing streak against SGE this year.
Fizzy was talking about having a life game, but honestly, he was fairly consistent throughout the series. And
ए क्या सीन जो भी हारा हो बाहर कि लोअर ब्रैकेट है भाई क्या हो गया यार मेरी टीएच को
I don't know where I stand with Heretics, but Eintracht Frankfurt impressed me the other day.
Yeah, well, I ended up swinging for them in the prediction. I feel like Eintracht Frankfurt have a good chance to carry that momentum through here. They're on the uptick, and Heretics have something to prove. But it looks like Rienz is starting well. A snake bite gets him a kill on the board. And it's already down to a 5 versus 2 with the space taken by Woot.
ए जाके सैंडविच मसाज देख के
Would be hard for Eintracht Frankfurt to
पड़ी
pull across the line. A ticking time bomb as to when Woot will come on the scene, and
रेस का फ्री किल है.
Missouri dead to rights the second he does.
प्रेडिक्शन दे रहा
A lurking Woot now with the sheriff in hand, and they should have a rough idea of where Monster is.
अच्छा ब्लेंड दिया.
Clearly wanting to try and get that final kill, and
ना बैड प्रेडिक्शन दे रहा. ए जो आ रहा हो बाहर क्या? एने भी होगा पता नहीं रे. एने I think कैजुअल है.
I'll be honest, I came into this match maybe thinking they would have changed the entirety of the composition.
फ्यूरी और सीनेन दोनों जीतने वाला है. एने थोड़ा कैजुअल है. ये मैचेस अच्छे हैं.
But clearly they feel like that was more of a blip, or maybe KC playing well. Or just maybe haven't had the time.
नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया. कोई सी नहीं मैं आया हूँ ना.
This is an interesting pick because you go their run to the tier 2. They had a streak of victories, 6-2 over the last few months, but they got battered by GX, who are sadly now out of the tournament. So clearly, again, both teams feeling like their last performance.
Hey, mods, title change करके SGE कर दो ना. SGE.
Well, only one.
Thank you for the 200, Jamie.
Proven correct.
Or they could both be bad and one of them still wins.
Actually, that's very true. They could both be wrong.
Chat, उसका मैचेस कैसे चल रहा है? कैसे कर रहे हैं दोनों टीम?
At least for now. Good start for Heretics. They'll lose Woot, but as long as they keep this mostly clean, it's not too much of a concern. A pistol on the other side, finding a freebie. Rienz is grabbing an extra orb. Happy to leave that Marshall by the wayside. As you said, those 3 rifles are all Heretics really care about.
My God, hello!
NG Boo and Kosh.
ये ऐसी कौन सी सिग्मी में वाले क्या पता नहीं. ये सारे नीचे से ऊपर जो आए थे एसेंशियल टीम्स बेसिकली.
Expectations.
ना एसेंशियल टीम से बोलते हैं ना.
Jamalino, any damage he
My God, hello.
Of course, I think that's also an
64
interesting
में
prospect
से
with Vito in general.
20 बीमार हो गए. फूड पॉइजनिंग के कारण कल कंटिन्यू होगा.
Obviously, I think for Eintracht Frankfurt, this is also joint, so it kind of makes a little bit more sense. But we have seen Heretics playing a lot of Lotus. Obviously, then Heretics picking Haven is not the craziest thing in the world until you realize that it's 18-0. Clearly, they're just looking at that and going, okay, we know how to beat them. Which, hey, when Heretics are good on a Haven, they're very good. They can batter people, maybe even 13-0 people here and there.
Live.
But that is the question I have most coming into this game, is what version of Heretics are we
मेरा
getting?
caps
Because
क्यों है?
at their best, they can beat anyone, like genuinely anyone. At their worst, they can lose to genuinely anyone.
रुक जा. मेरे को वाईटी में एड्स ऑन करने दो क्योंकि आज मेरे को मालूम पड़ेगा ऑन करने से कुछ होगा कि नहीं होगा. जिसको भी नॉन जिसको एड्स नहीं देखना प्लीज ज्वाइन की. नहीं मेरे को टेस्ट रन करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि वो लोग ने मेरे को एक स्पेसिफिक जगह पे ऐड किया है तो मेरे को मालूम पड़ेगा कि कॉपीराइट पड़ेगा कि नहीं. जो अपन ने 2 हफ्ता पहले मारा था तभी कॉपीराइट पड़ा था तो वो लोग ने बोला कि 2 हफ्ते बाद ट्राई कर तो अभी आज पता चलेगा. दोनों जगह ही तो SGE कहाँ चेंज करो. SGE लेके आएगा मैंने तो खुद के दिमाग से लिखा था शॉर्ट फॉर्म. स्मार्ट. एक बार बोलो यस लैंग्वेज भेजना प्लीज सुबह का पैसा नहीं है. ठीक है जेन्युइन. यस तेरी गार्ड में आती गलत. जेन्युइन था बंदा जेन्युइन था.
I think just more happy to
मेरे 100 रुपए के
play retake on
White
B,
पर मैं
which
White
does
पर
have a
मैं
gamble when you're up against a lower buy. I think a lot of times teams will more quickly head in towards that B side, but they have at least some information they can get on that side of the map. Now pushing into the 3-man stack, taking damage as he makes his way through the thorns. As well has teleported
ये
across.
प्रॉब्लम है
A lot of early damage taken and
अंदर आने दिया है अंदर आने दिया है
Missouri far enough away to survive. He can hold on to some ground at least and give some space to his teammates.
अगर वाइपर को मारा तो उसका अल्ट आ रहा है अल्ट आ गया
is not turning his eye. A triple kill. They ran into a stack. Heretics couldn't possibly have expected that many players to be there. Vice utility on top of it.
3, 2, 1
Well, he's pulling 3Ks out of nowhere last time, but he'll get nothing done, leaving Jamalino alone. They know where he is, the door, and now the wall is giving it away. With a 4-piece, he used his showstopper, and it didn't really do anything. He'd already gotten the work done. A 3-0 start. Easy beginnings for Heretics.
Yeah, he was someone again. Like you look back to their match versus Na'Vi, and he had a map where he gets 30 kill and loses. Like that's how good Woot was playing in that series. So we talk about players like Jamalino.
Fnatic करेगा, Fnatic करूँगा ना, Fnatic किसके बाद है? Fnatic करूँगा, obviously करूँगा.
Talked about getting an opportunity to play on the stage a little bit earlier. Well, we were waiting for Woot as a youngster.
Fnatic का कैसे चल रहा है हालत? Tight चल रहा है क्या?
Breaking into this roster, making it to international events. He is pretty much the epitome of what young talent can be. I guess the other is probably Alfia coming up a little bit later on in the day.
Who playing इन्हीं last time भी वैसे था. एक बार बोला आदर सुबह के पास
You can still see that individual brilliance.
चार दिन बाद तेरे गांड में आते गलन.
I think there's no doubt.
दूसरे का फायदा उठा रहा है.
But so does the other side.
गलत टीपी मारा रे.
Well, for Heretics, I think they're the ones that are showing it off right now. Like last round, they run into a 3-man stack, a trap set by Eintracht Frankfurt.
By read-wise, I don't think SGE is playing bad. Huh?
They had a player spamming the smoke, 2 swinging into him, and he just ripped their heads off.
अभी भी वो लोग शायद pivot करके भी जाएंगे.
But his reaction was there, 7-1 start.
ओही तोड़ा नहीं.
It's weak weapons. Question. Oh my goodness, Woot was almost caught off guard. Will be dealt with, but Benji's the one picking up a big play and necessary big play though. Despite this being what should be an easy round, I was thinking about Woot farming orbs. Now Azuri!
Oh my god!
Mona thrifty!
Bro, hey, team!
In a round that I didn't think was even going to get started.
Bro, what?
Finish it off. Unbelievable.
4v2 side था. दोनों reveal हुए थे.
The other day, but that might have been the best of the lot. Insane individual skill. Okay, 1 or 2 of these were a little bit more uncomfortable at the beginning, but this is just a sheriff masterclass as they look to try and walk into this site and even maybe assume that they would rotate away, and maybe they should have done.
भाई इस पे ध्यान रखेंगे, इस पे ध्यान रखना. चल आपके बाद बेटे मिस करा, love you ध्यान करो. We are back, we are back.
He's just giving you a real chance. Kick started their heart.
Bro, अब अगर वो लोग मोड में आए,
into play already finds an advantage. Pressure onto Heretics. Benji removed means no flank control. Neither him nor his utility stand.
ये भी अपडाउन अच्छा है.
Heretics.
एक मेन देख रहे हैं, एक लिंक बाद में एक साथ फाइट कर सकते हो लोग.
They're gonna have to pick a spot to fight from, and for now they're hoping Eintracht Frankfurt
blind दिया,
but they will on the back of utility, and that swing dangerous. Rian's left down to a sliver of health. He shouldn't get anything more from here. It's a worthwhile early fight.
जाने दिया बे उसको.
Even tucking back in. That was the one bit of timing that I thought, okay, maybe there's a chance, but
बोला तो रहेगा वो लोग है. Thank you for the heart, मेरी जान के डे.
On an overextension from somebody on this defensive side, they've all
Jules वाले जीत रहे हैं, क्या करोगे केक वालों?
They have the cross being held. Azuri's position might not be expected. The wall baited, but it's already cleared immediately. It does kind of section off the defense a little bit.
Oh,
and a nice
shot variant. भाई एक हिट का था.
Single bullet would have done the work. And well, I thought for a moment Fizzy might have both. Instead, they brought it back in the air. 8 HP. A right click. There you go. I was going to say, just the classic is all do the trick. And
कोशिमारस ने अच्छा मारा उसको.
Yeah.
कोशिमारस
I'm a little
ने. Can GG? अरे इसके
that
गांड में थे कलर्न.
On
क्या
8
पूरा दिन
HP,
होएगा क्या ये?
I mean, he just found another kill. I guess if they're going to win, it kind of had to be the pit to make the difference. But that's a big ultimate committed on a gamble, on a whim.
नहीं हो रहा मेरा कैम.
What should have been a 4-0 start, let's not forget,
हेलो.
has now ended up 3-2. Team Heretics.
अबे मैं यहाँ पे दिख रहा हूँ लेकिन वहाँ पे नहीं दिख रहा हूँ.
on. Woot was 7-1. We thought
अरे
it doesn't look
भैंसोद.
like anyone's going to catch him at least for a while.
मैं यहाँ पे दिख रहा हूँ लेकिन वहाँ पे नहीं दिख रहा हूँ.
And off for Jamelinho.
ये क्या चुत्ते गिरी है?
Better on the defensive side.
They're getting those few early rounds.
वो रहता ना मैं दिल में हूँ लेकिन जुबान में नहीं हूँ. क्या डायलॉग?
In their opening map, they had a 3-9 defensive side versus GX. Got blasted out of the server initially, but this time they broke them back a little earlier. Rians is still going to make things a little bit more interesting.
Oh my God, मेरा OBS भी hang हो गया.
And that's why these rounds have been competitive so far. Monster finding 3 keeps it even, but considering what was invested in this round, this is a pretty good start.
भाई मैंने PC restart भी किया था bro. मेरा क्या हो गया OBS को?
Don't expect Eintracht Frankfurt to be pushing up against this, a wall block.
क्या मैं live हूँ?
The judge. He's got to smoke up. He snuck
Bro
in.
मेरा सब hang हो गया है. हेलो. मेरा बात चल रहा है सिर्फ.
Benji's going to get the jump on him.
Nice
With the judge in the other side, it could be tough. But the paranoia, it gave Busy the chance. Distance closed.
कुछ भी बाजू से हेडशॉट
Not
मारा.
just in that fight, but in the score line as well. 3-3 for Eintracht Frankfurt.
I don't even think the distance was close that much. That looked quite far away.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Like, I'm surprised that was an insta-kill, but I guess it was already. I don't want to see that last kill again.
भाई मेरा इसका लोड़े लग गया.
It looked like the distance of the whatever that's called on went into his head. Well, 3-3, and really this was looking like a guaranteed 4-0 start. Like no questions asked. Woot 7-1.
भाई मेरा OBS दिक्कत दे रहा है भाई.
This man changed the course of the game. That 4K with the Sheriff has injected adrenaline.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ ये अभी नया स्ट्रीम में कि क्या है?
Flyer themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, again, you look at this Eintracht Frankfurt roster, and I think there are a couple of names that stand out. Gemelino was one because, obviously, of how young he is. Monster is someone that many have been talking about as a person who could rise to the tier 1. I was looking at the other 3 and going, okay, I've seen your names around a lot. Like, you've been in the scene for a long time. But are you going to hit the ground running when you get into the tier 1?
मैंने पिछले PC restart भी किया मैंने आज.
Everybody was a little bit shaky, but they definitely stepped up into that
अचानक से
second
BT
game.
चलोगे.
I think, at least for me coming in, I looked at mates as quite heavy favorites just based on individual players. Like Martin probably been
full comeback मारा बे एक Azuri round से.
Especially if you're just talking about EMEA.
हाँ?
But players like Azuri, players like Monster have proven that, yeah, that gap doesn't
एक new
exist.
stream है ना करो यार. Chat old stream है
Some
ना.
of those games, the Neon especially. I'd say on a raise.
Jet on Ascent as well.
Jet
on Ascent, yeah, very much. But for Heretics, a 4-0 start. But it's been pruned early on. Let's see how they're getting on in the listen-in.
सोचना भी मत सी जाने का.
Let's come back, guys. I want to double
Door open, fight A, then we go B.
This guy re-aggressing.
Careful, push to the Viper ult.
Yeah. And me and Nanas will push them back.
Okay. Yeah. I'm waiting until you come. I'm picking Bull. Come.
Go,
One.
Can you castle it now?
Yeah.
Fade Prowler C.
I want a blue smoke.
Blue, I dodge Fade Prowler on C.
Smoke. I will up. Okay.
Yes. Go wall up.
Come back to me now.
I want to Prowler, be ready to
Stay.
Molly, okay?
Yes.
You can go on top of
What time है? What time है?
Fade Viper on C.
No, I will wall down. Okay. And I will do orb.
You dogs B.
Okay.
I'm gonna reveal in 8 seconds, in 5 seconds here.
अभी
Yep.
B
Keep waiting for the
बकचोदी.
B report.
Yeah.
He dogged already.
Smoke
B
over,
बकचोदी करके A जाएंगे लोग.
Reveal the open.
हाँ.
Can you wall up
They
again?
have
Bro,
SGE,
book नहीं.
why would they be pushed?
Yes.
Can you hit straight B with my with my
Yes. Boomerang. I don't have boomerang.
फिर watch party की gaming में watch party यार.
Okay. We need to pick it. Like I don't have anything.
wall up?
Wait, I cannot, bro. Zero toxin.
Wall up
Just
whenever
wait.
you can.
Yes.
I'm coming back to you.
30 seconds. अभी time नहीं है ना B बकचोदी करके A जाने का.
Guys, can you come now? Let's pick one.
एक बार वो left by दूसरा. बेटा love नहीं. Yes, love है मेरी जान कर दे.
I also molly ceiling.
Time नहीं है अभी B घुसना ही पड़ेगा.
Guys, I'm planting. They revive.
Guys, take Heaven. Take Heaven. Come.
Okay, come.
Stop talking and listen to one of you.
Come Heaven.
Yes, I'm coming.
Let's peek. Ready?
Yeah, go.
2.
That's a link.
Come, go in the corner. I bait for you. Okay.
Yes, I have re-smoke for ceiling. Guys, carry
Bait
link.
for me. Bait
वाह
for me.
अकेला fight किया.
You just speak on Benji then.
Yes. Carry link. Yes, I'm holding it.
I'm fade pulled. One on me.
Cannot take on Benji.
Both you on
Wait
Binks.
for it, wait for it. Can we pick heaven later?
No, I can't.
Oh, short variance.
Two ceiling, one heaven. Two ceiling, one heaven.
I cannot help you, bro.
Yeah, 70 on Viper.
बसड़ हो गया था ना बीच में.
Oh, nice try and then fuck.
Bro, 8
So
goal
close for.
as well.
Listen, guys.
Bro, बसड़ हो गया था भाई. बसड़ हो गया था chat. और जमाई क्या
Getting a
सही?
little bit frustrated because I'll be honest, and this is not
तुम्हें बारे में
anything to do
player
with our
football
production. I
में
thought we
बिन
might
क्या?
have
हाँ
been
मैं
playing both
सुना.
comms at
It
once.
did.
How many
Genuinely
people
thought
were
so.
talking in that moment? I was like, have we overlaid these? Like, no. It was just so much communication going on at the same time that I think everybody was just hearing the sound of their own voice and nothing else.
Yeah, genuinely, you could hear
Timeout आएगा?
Boo take control of the reins for a second there.
अब
Like,
जैसे
they had
players
to
को
get
food
back in
poisoning हुआ,
line.
कुछ
A little bit of
कुछ तो
chaos
हुआ है.
from
कुछ
Heretics.
तो काले में
It was
left right
Eintracht
हुआ.
Frankfurt to come out on top. Another big round for them. 4 in a row now. And for Heretics coming off the back of a pause.
EMEA की tier 2
that's
teams
gotta
गा
be a
फट
tough
रही
one
है.
to lose, especially when we're
I think
listening in.
सिर्फ
Having the
EMEA
chaos
में
layered on top,
heavy
you almost feel
ऐसे
like you need
teams
another
है ना?
little timeout.
Yeah. I want to say as well, like going back
कि
to
सब जगह.
talking about GX when this map didn't
कि
go the
एनए
way
में
of
शायद
Eintracht
एक
Frankfurt.
टीम है जो अच्छा कर रहा है.
Because
EMEA
they
में
were
सारे
1
से.
down. They started so slow in the
ये
game.
झुक के कौन बैठ रहा है लोग?
Clearly took a little bit of time to get used to the stage, but that could have happened again. Azuri, though, got them their first round a lot earlier. Now they have the momentum in their says. Now we're seeing the level of what
Only
this
in
team
EMEA?
can bring. And Heretics, well, again, they've had their moments. They found their openers. They did damage with the pistols. But
इधर गिनी
the
पुची
rounds have only been going
नहीं
one
दी.
way. Oh,
भाई
wow, this round
उसने
might be a little bit tougher to do
bullet-
damage with stuff like that happening for
bullet
Gemelli.
मारा है.
I think this is also just a thing that seems to happen to Heretics quite often, just getting caught by collateral shots.
I think Satchel
Blue
के
was
वजह से
supposed
left
to be
right
the
हुआ है
first
शायद.
guy getting shot at in this round, and he's the last
I think
one
Satchel
alive.
के वजह से
He
हुआ है
blast
collab.
backs up to take his eye, and no one gave a damn.
हाँ?
That's crazy. In zone flawless for the
Satchel
fifth
के वजह से हुआ है.
round in a
शायद
row
से
for
collab.
Eintracht Frankfurt. They're now so much wind in their sails that it feels like they'll
Wood
be
को
carried
मारना
into
था,
the
बाकी
lead
दो वो करने
any
का था.
time now for Heretics. Ulti's coming
Shamba
out on
tag
the
was
leash,
like
but
2000
this
kicks
final
मेरी जान कर
round
दे.
make or
Satchel.
break this map for them.
Yup.
Yeah, it was
Yep.
getting hectic as it is, but I think
Tag was 2000 kicks मेरी जान कर दे. Shamba, I love you मेरी जान. Mr. बहुत बड़ी so much great. Language great. Language. Thank you for the
wait and see
40.
when they break back, but it's almost insulting.
Shamba,
to
thank you
Eintracht
for the.
with
मेरे
the
दिखा
fact
नहीं
they've
रहा.
already toppled a
देखो तो
gentleman
500
who made
kicks
it
मेरी
into
जान
the
कर दे.
year.
Round फिगर करना था कहीं पे.
They've
मतलब
proven they can battle versus
मतलब मेरे को
good
समझा नहीं.
individual players. There needs
Cricket.
to be more. Monster though,
क्या clear.
it's audacious. If I see an Omen in that position, it's a risk. For
वो भी
him,
गया.
it seems insane. And well, one thing that has been good for Heretics so far is
अचानक से मूड में
when he's
आएंगे
been
वे
on, when he's got
3-man
openers,
stack
he has been the
bait switch
deciding
करके
factor
play
in their
में भी
rounds.
clean entry निकाला भाई. वूट मूड में है.
Well, there's plenty of credits there to work
Players
with.
बीमार हुए
The
सुनने में
defensive
सुनने में.
side, a save might not be necessary, but
Maybe
might
the
have
op.
to consider it though. With the op on the retake, exactly. 5 players still alive. You need a reason
Good
to
bait.
go.
Good bait.
That could be
लेकिन
the
इससे
reason.
सारे matches
Azuri
free
is gonna
होंगे
be a
या
real telltale sign.
क्या
Vipers
सीन है वो
ball.
देखना पड़ेगा.
Now this looks like a win. You got the ult out of them.
क्योंकि 20 लोग बहुत
Get
ज़्यादा
some
होता है.
exits. Azuri already mission success.
They got the
एक दो
nightfall
टीम
as
ने
well.
मतलब बैन से सीधा अच्छी
Heretics are
टीम.
really worried about this. You know, Riad's just gone down.
They don't have time, right? Do they?
Surely,
They do.
surely they
Time
don't
नहीं
have time. Maybe.
They could.
It's going to
Oh.
get interesting. Peeking from
नहीं है, time नहीं
Vizzy.
है.
They have lost so much in this round, Heretics. They got a 5v3 advantage. They had to use a Viper's Pit, a Nightfall, and they survived with less players than the defensive side. A Red Bull clutch, sure, but it's
लेकिन
not one that's
अच्छा
going
तो
to
कर
feel
रही है
clutch
बे
at
SG.
all.
No.
Game
They
show, मजा
overpaid
में.
for that round, and not just that. Look at the panic from Heretics. Even from our perspective, there was no way that
So
Eintracht Frankfurt were
clean round
going
के
for
बाद.
this. There was no way they could
ये
win,
bait
and then
switch
they get a
आता था.
kill, then they get another, then the pit, then the nightfall, then the spray
ये
after
random.
he ends through. Like, for Heretics, they were panicking in a round that should have been about minimizing losses on the way out. Instead,
Thank you for the good
they did
trophy, मेरी जान
everything
गड़े.
just to get it across the line.
Ah, now
Love you,
what?
Radiant coach.
They need to do a whole lot more with a whole lot less. 3 Guardians. couple of phantoms.
20 नहीं है स्नैक्स अभी
No
बोला
ultimates.
5 या 6 ओ
And
तो
their
फिर आई थिंक
opponents, well,
रिमैच
they've still
में
got everything.
I think
They've got
20
the
रहता तो
Nightfall,
शायद
they've got
पूरा
the
day वो
Showstopper,
लोग
they've got
करते
very,
शायद
very
से
aggressive position from Jamalino, but I think he's going to realize quite quickly that that is a fight not worth taking. In the meantime, because he's had so much control, and then still kind of has it, they have stacked up that little bit
15-20 है एस्पार ने बोला
and Heretics
तो
are
होएगा
almost
क्या?
just waiting
पूरा रिमैच
to see if anybody
क्या
makes
पता
some
देखते
sort of
कल तक
push,
मालूम
some
पड़
sort of
जाएगा ना
mistake.
प्लेयर्स का तबीयत ठीक हुआ नहीं हुआ रिमैच होगा नहीं होगा कल तक मालूम पड़ जाएगा तब तक all we have to do is wait for info.
Perhaps there's some being forced. Heretics will step forward.
Big
Nightfall
guard.
in line from Musashi, instantly put through. Info confirmed.
Big
Many
guard.
men outside of A.
Many men.
Musashi has got the big gun in hand. Players have HP
नहीं
through
मार
that wall,
सकते
but now
exact.
they've recovered.
ओ
The decay
ब्लाइंड अच्छा
gone.
है
Monster steps up
ब्लाइंड
close.
अच्छा
He's
है
deleted.
ब्रो
And Woot
ब्लाइंड
surrounded
रिवील
onto
दोनों
Musashi
अच्छा था
very
ब्रो
nicely done by
व्हाट
Heretics. They make it out with just enough time to get that plant in as well.
Jamalino's showstopper makes it interesting, but they need to clear an angle, and they have done.
What's it
Benji's
like?
caught. Showstopper up, but it's not clearing that close corner. A mistake made. I think maybe he threw the paint shells into that corner moments
पैसा
ago
तो
and
है
just didn't
पैसा
think
तो है
anybody
नेक्स्ट
would
राउंड लेकिन
retake
जीतना
the
पड़ेगा
space.
बस मैं सबको बोलो अगर जो लोग पीसी और लैपटॉप में देखते हैं वो सब वेब ब्राउज़र यूज करें वहाँ पे एड्स नहीं आता और आपका एड रेवेन्यू कभी बिकते नहीं है देखो जिधर देखने का है देखो वाईटी पे अगर तुम लोग के पास प्रीमियम है तो वैसे भी एड्स नहीं आते अगर एड्स आ रहे हैं तो किक पे देखो उधर एड्स नहीं आते और वाईटी पे हो तो ज्वेल्स दो क्योंकि ज्वेल्स क्रेजी चीज है अगर किक पे हो तो मेंबरशिप लो बहुत प्यारा है
what seemed to be a big problem. They were ready on that A site. The information was there. When the blitz came through, they caught Monster up close. Rian's clearing his corners, and Woot wrapping all the way around to put that pressure on from both sides. And obviously, Jamalino was sent in as a Hail Mary to get back into the round with the showstopper. He's caught as well. Big round from Woot, the man who had started very strong, but slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
लाइक करो वाइट करो लाइक करो
consistently have these sort of rounds, but he's a man that
एक और बॉब ब्लाइंड एक और बॉब ब्लाइंड टीपी सुना नहीं है
TP up top.
टीपी
I'm
सुना
not
नहीं
sure how
उसने
Fizzy gets away with that, if I'm honest. It's I don't know.
What?
Sound not working?
I mean, there was a lot of noise. That's the only thing I'll say.
लव यू एक्सेस लो आगे चलो लव यू कुल्ट्री भाई
Definitely wouldn't
शार्डी
hurt. Someone's got to pump their game volume up. Maybe I do as well. But for Fizzy, that's the pick that puts them back even. Thorns fade, and Fizzy will be challenged yet again. A tough one. If they were to blitz through as 3, it looked like that was the play just moments ago, but they wanted to wait for the smoke to fade. Fizzy popping another up. And what's the reaction now for
Spam मारेगा ही मारेगा
that
Fizzy
orb. You know they're going to come bursting out any moment, and Fizzy is going to have a challenge.
Oh,
But him and
Monster ने
Monster,
crazy
they
मारा
stand tall.
दोनों ने क्रेजी मारा ब्रो
I want to say easy round, considering how quickly they dealt with that burst to put Eintracht into the lead.
मुझे पेरिस में मिस किया
Well, yeah, it
लव यू
feels
यार
hard
बहुत
to
मिस
believe
किया
that it was Heretics who got the opener in that
बिग
round.
वेलकम व्हाट इज अप
From then
इसने
onwards.
फनेटिक का
Binks,
एक
yeah.
भी नहीं जीता मैच मेहनत करके
And a
आज
great round
जीतेंगे
in general.
It's the fact that Fizzy's the guy to TP on the rubble, and then the guy also waiting for you on the other side of the map when you
वो तो
step
लाइनअप हो
in.
गया
Me and you! Come on!
Well, lead will be taken now by Eintracht Frankfurt on that defense. Woot again.
ब्रो अगर
He has to be
एसजी
the focal point at the beginning of these rounds. He's definitely been
को
the man to
हराया
watch so far. And again, I thought for a second that was going to be another collapse.
टाइमिंग
That was
शॉट
so
मारा है
close to 2 players going
लाडले
down. Even still, a stray shot through the smoke of Jamalino. Now they're pushing into Musashi, left blinded. He does some damage, and the swing out from Fizzy from behind. The Last round was his, this round's looking like his, and he will close out with a 4K. A huge couple of rounds from Fizzy, 15 and 6, he ends the half.
Yeah, we sung his praises about yesterday.
Champion जाएगी क्या पता नहीं रे. Tag God Ravi XEC.
Big round from Fizzy, but the man who gave them a chance that started the alley-oop was Azuri. This guy with the sheriff in hand.
उसका एक clutch.
The round that they needed to put Heretics down 7-5 at the half. So let's hear what he had to say before the match today during the halftime.
Thank you so much for joining me, Azuri. Nice to speak with you again.
Now,
you have been on this roster the longest, so I want to ask you, how was it when you first got the call up to join Eintracht Frankfurt, especially as a German player?
I mean, it was great because it's like a really big club in football, especially. So I already knew the club, so I was really, really happy to see that they were in Valorant before me already. Like they've been playing for like a few months, but then I also got the chance to.
बाकी लोग और बीमार हो गए शायद माना भाई को भी ऐसा खबर है कि जिन्होंने बिरयानी खाया उनको हो रहा है इसलिए मैच स्टार्ट में नहीं हो रहा है एस्पर भी बोला एडमिनो एंड माने भाई बीमार है बाकी बहुत प्लेयर्स है वहाँ पे है सारे लेकिन सारे वीडियो लोग भी है सारे ऑफिशियल्स भी है देखते क्या होता है यहाँ पे हम लोग सिर्फ डिस्कस ही कर सकते हैं मतलब कल ही पता चलेगा कि तबीयत ठीक हुआ नहीं हुआ रिमैच होगा नहीं होगा क्या सीन
है
So congratulations on 100 matches.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's great. I mean, yesterday I saw it was.
But tier 2 में उसने वो किया है. 100 matches.
And I guess I got to play the 100th now at this point. So.
Because हम थोड़ा न्यू playoff का format बताओ. अभी play in चल रहा है. अभी play in चल रहा है. तो playoff में क्या?
Thank you.
Last stage से जो भी top 2 teams है वो लोग playoff में चले गए और बाकी सारे teams है ना सारे lower bracket. तो प्लेन्स मतलब ऐसा मान के चलो लोअर ब्रैकेट रन है तो जो हारेगा वो बाहर और हर प्लेऑफ हर प्लेन से 2 टीम और जाएगी प्लेऑफ के लिए. अरे यूट्यूब का पासवर्ड याद है कल ही तो आया था लाइव.
Well, 7-5 is where we left you. Eintracht Frankfurt with the
Views
lead.
He
had a slow start as well. He was goose egg on the board for a while, but damn, it did not stay that way for long.
No, for sure. Yeah, the fantastic couple of rounds from him, especially towards the end of the half. He's the reason.
अभी तो हम लोग का मेन वो वाला मैच चल रहा है ना यार. जहाँ पे अपने 2 गोट टीम्स खेल रहे हैं.
Buy your tickets and we'll see you there. 7-5. Eintracht Frankfurt with a chance to extend that lead. And for Heretics, it might be a little bit more of a crucial round. Of course, they've got that lineup of players.
1 second.
Playing the high, low, and lower. But nobody's falling.
मुशाशी भाई हल्का सा लो फील कर रहे.
Managed to bypass it. An early rotation from
मेरा
the
चैनल इग्नोर कर रहे हैं मेरे.
at least for now. They've got another 3-man setup, but it's in the complete wrong place.
No, Heretics have got boots on the ground on time, but that might be a mistake. Benji's eating that nade. Oh, well, coming up with a kill. It's already good enough. He should have been dead to rights.
बहुत प्यारा किया भाई.
But the attackers,
कोशिमारिस ने भी 4 बंदे ब्लाइंड दिए.
And Rian's has a choice to make. Snakebite's going to slow them, buying a little bit of time.
Bro, look, choke point पे अटक चुके हैं.
As well, with Kosh looking towards the stairs.
रात को क्या अमेरिका प्लेन जा फास्ट मोलो बढ़िया पता नहीं देखते हैं. अमेरिका के मैचेस तो कैजुअल है.
To delay. The defense only have themselves a singular.
और ज़्यादा ऐसा कुछ बीटी रहेगा तो जल्दी से क्या वो कर लेंगे.
Rians is going to be sectioned off. This 3-man stack up still roaming the map together, clearing a backline that, well, they should be clearing, but they don't know that there's nobody there. They're all sat in a crossfire waiting, and while it's only Woot to get anything from this position, a solid hold from Eintracht Frankfurt will put them further into the lead.
1 second. क्या तुम भी वही सोच रहे हो जब मैं सोच रहा हूँ?
Through a play-in, through an LCQ, And even had to get through gentle mates.
Huh?
Are looking pretty good on map number 1.
Oh, they're looking fantastic right now. And the best part about it is, like we said, Fizzy had a slow start that didn't affect rounds on the board. Azuri was the one to pick them up. And himself, Monster, Jamalinho, they're all performing. They're all having their rounds and their moments. For Jamalinho, it was this one. For Musashi, well,
Pace nahi aa rahega.
is yet to come.
Confirm.
But Eintracht Frankfurt, they have a lot of factors online right now. And for Heretics, well, it remains to be seen if they can climb their way back into what should be
the actual football team ke sport division hai na. Yes sir, yes sir.
Much across the board, exception of Woot.
One of the greatest
Paranoia used
football club hai ye.
basically just to create
ऐसा
the
उसने
space
बोला, मेरे को
outside
idea नहीं
Ace
है
and the
football
smoke, and then gamble players in the other direction. Of course, the Heretics have to take massive risks in these sort of rounds, and at least for now, the risk looks right. The only upgraded pistol, a snake bite as well. But I like what we're seeing from Monster. He doesn't have much to lose. He's
नहीं
gonna
ये
start
goated.
re-clearing because you've seen so much utility early. Obviously, you duck away from the A site, but then
Right.
you start to question: was
मतलब
that
tier-
just to try and sell us
Tier
this
2 का
fake?
सबसे OP ऐसा कुछ?
Well, there's two scenes on that A site.
ऐसा कुछ खाएगा
Nothing.
No
कुछ नहीं,
easy
कुछ नहीं.
solution
तेरे
now.
को रात को भूख
Now they go
लगेगा
back into
रात
the
का रात को
site. Those
देखूंगा.
two
अभी
players have
दूर
done
दूर
great.
तक 2-3 घंटे
That's
तक
all they
कुछ
needed.
नहीं.
The numbers still going to struggle with the weaponry, but through a snake
split
bite,
करके
well,
मारा,
that'll
dude.
even the odds. A right click enough for Rienz. And now 3
Huh?
remain from Eintracht Frankfurt. Woot
क्या?
in with another. And the danger
बड़ा भौंक आएगी?
mounting as Eintracht Frankfurt have only Jamalinho.
Bro
12
classic से
seconds
जीत
left, and
रहे.
he'll just about avoid the fight to start with. The Seas keeps him in position just a moment. The reveal gives him away, even with the shot fired and up
It's
close. It's not gonna work for
Bro anti
Jamalinho.
लेकिन
A 3K,
यार बहुत बड़ा
not enough.
thirsty मारा
And Team
है.
Heretics again. This is the second time in this game. The shoe on the other
Kick
foot.
off
This
के लिए
time,
चालू है,
the
चालू है.
round seems lost at the very get-go.
Chat लग गए. अब लग गए. अब लग गए.
And
अब
then it's a
लग
very
गए.
different
अब
scenario
लग
when the
गए.
barriers come back down.
Yeah, and a mode of Thrifty that I want to say never should have been, but I think the defense played that round perfectly. The initial aggression to
that's it.
force him towards C. They deny the re-clear coming out from Monster, because even if he gets a kill and there's one guy left, maybe they go back that way, but you see two players aggressively, and you think, okay, maybe that's the stronger site, not the weaker one. And instead, they immediately rotate away, have the 3 players
Brother
still in
Fantawa,
position. I think
Brother
Rien's holding his snake
Decent,
bite until the
oh,
last 20
okay.
seconds is what wins the round. Like,
For
basically,
sure.
that piece of utility alone. A lot of pieces for Heretics that were fantastically placed, and they get the reward of a massive financial
going
boost,
back, exam
some
है.
weaponry found,
लग दे
and
दो
now
गाली
opponents
दे के
with not
भगा
too
दो.
much to play with.
बेशम फ्लैग मेरी जान कटे.
Frankfurt
प्रेम
to
भाई
need
भागो.
to farm the economy a little bit. And this should have
एग्जाम
been
का
the
टेंशन नहीं
bonus,
लेने
but
का. इजी होते हैं एग्जाम.
Eintracht Frankfurt
टॉप करेगा तो टेंशन ना
scoreline
ले.
will close in. They buy themselves some pistols, have that showstopper to play with. I mean, there is still promise in this round if they can find a pick or two,
It's crazy,
moment, an advantage. In fact, they fire it in off rip. They're feeling confident, and perhaps they should be already. A man advantage, but it doesn't last very. Never mind, it does last very
crucial
long. An
kill
immediate
मारा.
trade out for Monster.
गन नहीं लिया
This
लेकिन.
is huge.
ओ लिया.
Yeah, maybe Boo's so used to playing the Omen, he was thinking he could
Bro,
TP back out of that spot. That was an all-in play.
Yeah.
That was him trying to even things up, but again,
लग गए
gonna
तो
make it
इनका
much
बोला था मैंने
tougher.
लग गए.
Also, the weaker weapon that they had was the
Hello,
Judge.
Mumbai, please.
And that's in the hands of one of the remaining players. The rifles have gone back to the other side, jumping through. Woot's done well. In fact, he takes 2. Again, the Judge working at further range than expected. This is all going to come down to 1, and Monster can't quite hold it out. An incredibly close round. Another solid one from Woot to add to the collection. And for Heretics, they've scraped through.
I don't know if they've buffed the Judge, but today it does just seem to be hitting shots it normally does. A little extended barrel on that thing. I did think this was
भाई ये फाइट बहुत अच्छा था बे. लेकिन उसने दूसरा क्या मारा जज से.
was popped around the same time, so that wasn't in the decision making.
इसके बाद
Even still in this low bottom.
ये क्या था?
Screw it, let's put in the showstopper. But they suspected they'd caught some players up close on side, and
वो क्या था
very
भाई?
nearly was a 1 round. Woot putting a spanner in the works, and he'll look to do the same here again. An operator bought up, playing towards the Hobbit. But Eintracht Frankfurt, all eyes on B.
बहुत बड़े के बाद क्या प्लान है वैलो फॉर सम टाइम? मोस्टली तो नहीं, ये तो 4-5 घंटा चलेगा। Fnatic का मैच है ना, 10 घंटा भी चल सकता है।
Expecting somebody will eventually go looking for information, and they were correct, but they don't
BC
land the
sound
shot.
कर दिया है।
I also think that we need to have a focus on Kosh Maris as well. He's been having a tough
Oh,
time, but
bro,
it does just feel like
एक
the
second।
omen doesn't really suit him. I don't
वो
think it's
लोग
crazy.
C
A guy
blind
who's
करके
known for
fight
his
करेंगे
neon
क्या?
not
नहीं बे,
necessarily having the
reclear नहीं
best
हो रहा
omen in the
chat।
world, and he's got to be a little bit careful. Almost gave his life away. He's going to take some damage on the back of the site. The
Heavy
spam
damage।
also making things awkward.
उल्टा बोलना था, अब लसूड़े लगा दिए। नहीं रे, पागल है क्या? लसूड़े लगा
Has got
दिए।
rid of the majority of
पढ़ाई
his
किया तो
utility.
टेंशन लेने का नहीं।
A singular smoke remaining.
प्लेट 3-2-3 डायमंड प्लीज मेरे को कैरी करके डायमंड पहुंचा दो।
30 seconds left.
हर्ष भाई
If Woot can drop the spike,
Emo
this
तक
could get
बहुत
very
easy,
awkward,
trust
but
me।
Boo instead has got down
Random
through
spam?
the screen.
Through the screen and a smoke. Wook gets
Miss
caught
kiya।
out. Shot not landing, but Jamalino's is. And the pressure from Musashi. He got the reveal. There was no chance, it seemed, but Koshmaris, a slow
एक सेकंड,
start.
एक सेकंड,
Get
वाइपर को
5
आने दे।
kills, a chance to put 2 more on the board with Fizzy low, but it
कर
isn't
सकता था,
going to
एक one-on-one
happen
fight ले
for
सकता था।
Kosh. A close one, but not quite
Chat
close
अभी
enough.
economy नहीं है ना?
Frankfurt push up to 2 in the lead.
Yeah,
अभी
it's
economy है?
also just watching Jabalina in those moments. They have a paranoia.
और economy
that they're
नहीं है
gonna
तो लग
send
गए।
through into the Hobbit
टाइम
door.
आउट ले लेना
He
चाहिए।
peeks first.
जो
and
लोग
then
अल्ट्रा
they
रोटेशन जा रहा है,
after
उसके सामने कुछ करना पड़ेगा।
He's just so confident that he will win that fight if anybody's waiting there, and then they use the paranoia to clear deeper, which works for them. But
बैठे ही है।
he
कड़ा
is
करके
playing a
कौन खेलता है?
fantastic game. 15 and 12, one behind Woot.
इकोनॉमी नहीं है।
A name I'm sure that
हाँ?
he is excited to play against, but more importantly,
It
is
is
matching
football,
up
all
to
players
at this
watch-
point of the game.
नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम।
Well,
हाँ मेरे को
nightfall there
समझा,
for
मेरे को
Eintracht
पता है फूड
Frankfurt.
पॉइजनिंग क्या है।
And a lot of movement towards this C site.
तुम लोग को पता है ना,
Chance to
अपने
go
इधर
back
जब
to B as
मैचेस
well.
हुए थे,
Ult is
बाहर के
very
लोगों को
useful
हुआ
there.
था। हर
If we
टूर्नामेंट
do
में
go
हुआ
this
था,
way.
पता है? कुछ तो सीन है।
A lot of attention has to
खाने
be
का
given to those
जमता नहीं है।
pistols, to clearing out those corners. The C site was a
Convergence
massacre
में भी हुआ
last
था।
time around. And I think they've heard this A push.
कल पता चलेगा,
Certainly
लेकिन
have
कल
when we
पता
switch
चलेगा।
back and see the prowl
और
from
बहुत
Missouri's
प्लेयर्स को है तो
perspective. The
होपफुली
call is to
रीमेक
go
हो
back
जाए,
and
मतलब
fight
पूरा
it,
डे रीसेट
reclaim
कर
that
दे।
space. And the man that would be standing in their way, would have a snake bite coming his way from this lineup we can see, is Kosh Maris. As we said, he's had a tough performance thus far, and it's not going to get any
Bro,
easier.
एक सेकंड में पिचक
That's
गया
such a
वो।
horrible way to go. See snake bite, nice shot from Boo, but it's immediately traded out. Another
एक
aggressive
सेकंड
position,
में
but it's only
पिचक
the
गया।
one. And Azuri already on 3 for the round, leaves it down to Riens. A rifle found. A man that has more moments than maybe anyone else for this Team Heretics side.
एक
Known
सेकंड
for
में
his
पिचक
clutch
गया बे।
capability, but this definitely isn't going to be an easy one.
आपके लिंक से वीपी करेगा, लव मेरे जांगड़े।
Catch him as well. That's all the information they needed. You can see the view that's now being taken by Azuri. He can sit in that back corner, has the potential to re-peek if necessary, and his teammate is just baiting with the door, trying to sell the idea. There's no one here, even the horn. It's just so well
उसमें भी
played.
बेट करके मारा। चैट ये टीम स्ट्रांग लग रहा है।
chance that Riens is winning that round.
Huh?
And another to add to the collection that Azuri is building in the tier 1.
फुटबॉल इंडियन
Look how
टूर्नामेंट में
quickly
हो
this
तो
goes from
look at the amount of
a safe space for Kosh Maris
shirt under the carpet.
to his
Oh, Dilulu is the only Sulululu. हर्ष भाई इतना ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं है, ऐसा मतलब ऐसा अपने इधर दो जो बड़ा वैलो टूर्नामेंट हुआ था, वो दोनों में फूड पॉइजनिंग हुआ था, लेकिन कुछ ऐसा वो नहीं हुआ ब्लोन आउट ऑफ प्रोपोर्शन या रेसिज्म या ऐसा कुछ। ये तुम लोग खुद का ऐसा ख्याली पुलाव का कुछ सीन है। एक्स पे तो है भाई, कौन भाई एक्स पे तुम लोग कुछ भी करो, कुछ ना कुछ तो रहेगा ही ना। तुम लोग का फीड कैसा है, लेकिन वहां पे कन्वर्जेंस में मैं भी था, मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। सब प्लेयर्स से बात किया था, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था। ट्विटर पे बहुत चीजें होती है भाई, क्या ट्विटर।
They wanted to swap around and have Boo play the fade.
लेकिन ऑन फील्ड ऐसा कुछ वो नहीं है।
Everybody else seems to be relatively comfortable.
ऑन फील्ड ऐसा कुछ रेसिज्म वाला कुछ फंडा एटलीस्ट कन्वर्जेंस में था, क्योंकि कन्वर्जेंस में आई थिंक 2 टीम्स को हो गया था फुट पॉइजनिंग, और उसके पहले भी एक टूर्नामेंट था जहाँ पे ये सीन हुआ था। तो बेसिकली कभी भी ऐसा होता है ना दूसरे रीजन में कुछ ना कुछ खाने के रिलेटेड कुछ ना कुछ पचता नहीं, लेकिन होपफुली कल तक वो लोग ठीक हो जाए और होपफुली ऐसा कुछ डिसीजन हो जाए कि सबके लिए फेयर हो। मेरे को नहीं लगता कि बाकी लोग भी रीमैच के लिए मना करेंगे या फिर या कुछ, तो वो देखना पड़ेगा क्या। तो ऐसा इतना ऐसा सीरियस माहौल मत बनाओ, होता है ये सब इवेंट्स में होता है। मैं अभी रिकवरी पे फोकस।
Out of Monster. 9 drag, Frankfurt almost take out move. 9 HP left on the op, and that showstopper almost unusable with that level of HP.
पे अनबैन करने बोलो ना, क्यों बोलो?
Even then they're going to spam. I gave you 50-50 odds.
ऐसा स्पैम करेगा तो इधर से भी जाएगा, तो जैसे ही।
Never tell me the odds. Well, I do think for Eintracht Frankfurt, a lot of the hard work is done, even if they can't see it with Woot so desperately.
तूने लिखा था ना?
I think it was Rian's.
निहाल नूबे ऐसा कुछ तूने लिखा था ना? ओए। तेरी तो।
That is Rian's.
ठीक है, मेरे से 2000 इलो कम है निहाल भाई का, लेकिन come on man, अच्छा प्लेयर है
You can see how confident he's feeling. Fighting versus Boo, it looked like the veteran had the drop on him. But not the case.
बिग भाई सॉरी बोल दिया था मैंने 5 बार, सच्ची? आज तो नहीं हो सकता, कल देखते।
You have to save.
Yeah, I'm gonna cope and say it was
bro 11-7 chat, 2 राउंड दूर है, 2 राउंड दूर है भाई, 3-4 भी रिटेक नहीं किया ना, पोजीशन है ना कुछ, 3-5 chat एक्चुअली लेफ्ट राइट हो सकता है।
But if it's Boo, then does that mean they ignored his call?
वीवो का कमांड चेंज करना है क्या, पता नहीं, मैं पूछता हूँ, मैं देखा नहीं। कैसे ओपन किया है गैस? नहीं रात को।
Well, either way, they've got Fizzy in the end. They've made it a little bit more costly, so that's fantastic.
क्या करने पर बैन करते हो दूसरे लोग के साथ अगर कुछ बकचोदी किया तो? No disrespect to anyone else but me.
It won't much matter.
लेकिन थोड़ा लिमिट पे, थैंक यू।
In the bin themselves, rooting in the bin for any kind of weapon.
देखो टेक्निकली टीएच कमबैक कर सकता है, अल्ट 5 आ रहा है तो 1-2 राउंड एक के अल्ट पे निकाल के, अच्छा 3 राउंड रोटेशन के बाद इको ले 4 राउंड 11-11, उसके बाद एक गन फाइट, फिर वो लोग जाएंगे इको। देखो पोटेंशियल है, कमबैक के बिल का पोटेंशियल है।
This is so aggressive from Wood though. Okay.
ए लेकिन मारा कुछ क्रेजी किया उसने, लेकिन मारा।
And then winning a kill with the classic.
Shot पे बू।
Fight one back on the other side. This is uncomfortable for Monster. There's no doubt about it. And even though things might have been a weird one,
एक अल्ट में निकाला ना वो लोग ने।
He has a lot to do. Now he can retrieve that spike from anywhere on the map.
ऑफ लेके मारेगा क्या, ट्राई करेगा क्या?
So if he clears out that backline,
बस भाई क्या माउस मैटर करता है वैलोरेंट में? ऑफिस माउस से अच्छा गेम प्ले आएगा? नहीं वाइब भी नहीं आएगा ना भाई, गेमिंग माउस लोगे तो क्या गेमिंग वाला वाइब आता है।
TP past the vice wall option as well. And it looks like he's going to go all the way around. 30 seconds. I think it's an ultimate to commit, especially with the game that Fizzy's having. When the cards are landing,
20-10 actually possible.
Back in yourself. And for Fizzy, every hand has been played with great success. Now he's going to TP before he clears this C site. Option still to go back to B, but there it is. TP straight through. And plant found.
This is looking good.
They've just stuck together, and I rate this play. I like it. They didn't
this
need
is
to spread
looking
the net,
good.
give them individual duels. The key thing here, please slow down for Cosmaris. The key thing here is everybody peaks together, and you will win this round. But if you give Fizzy a chance with the game he's having, well, listen, you'd be better off not. You might as well buy a lotto ticket some of the shots he's hit.
Yeah, no smokes available for him anymore. All focused on the gunplay. Smoke for the other side. Utility being expended. That time is ticking though. And he's going to get a freebie. Koshmaris is completely isolated. The other two at least.
Anti yaar! Shit, हम लोग AC fans कब से बन गए?
On the back of that site, and they will get the job done. I thought
भाई अच्छा खेल रहे बे.
Flashed before my eyes for a second there. But thankfully, they are going to get that one over the line. It is a
कोई अच्छा मॉनिटर बताने वाले हो आप कि मैं किधर और से करे तो थोड़ी देर रुक जाओ ना यार बता दूंगा यार क्या पता कोई देख रहा रहेगा.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have to just load the PCs up in the mystery machine and head on home. They Scooby-Dooed the round, but it worked out. The final two able to bring it across the line.
Pending matches का लोग बोल दिया सारे matches नहीं. ठीक है. तो confirm में pending matches का लेगा. बाकी वो लोग discuss तो करेंगे बे सारे matches करना है कि नहीं करना है जो भी. देखते हैं.
They still can't really afford to slip the economy stretch thin. Great early fight for Woot. Fizzy keeps on going. He's running it down. It's ambitious. It's aggressive, and it might be a bit too much.
Yeah, Kosh was definitely panicking a little bit, but he had friends to back him up. Well, maybe trying to close this game a little bit too quickly has come back to bite them. The fallback, the whole.
matter करता है.
Still plenty
Snacks
to play with
good
for
है.
the Heretics here. Eintracht Frankfurt, the remaining two players, don't really have anything to bring back this round. It would only be, again, if somebody on Heretics gets a little bit greedy.
There. Yeah, they're not in a position where they can. At 11.
3, 2, 1. हो गया ना fully come back. Next round जीतने का 11-11 हो जाएगा. Next round जीतने के लिए बराबर heavy ults है.
Rian's to pick up the triple.
हाँ?
Man that
हो गया वे come back.
Those orbs, but they certainly needed a clean round, and with an in zone flawless under their belt, the gap's down to 2.
हो गया.
Yeah, no, a couple of better rounds from Rians. He's now moved to the top of the board ahead of Woot, and I think we mentioned it last week. He had a rougher time. I think even making a post about it after the game, saying like we could have won that game a lot more easily if I was able to perform. But it seems like he has been able to get back into that Rian's level once again.
Like करो भाई, सारा लोग देख रहे like करो. आपका ऑपरेटर देखने का मन हो रहा है सच्ची. Binks यार, I pray तेरी चिचा जितने watching रो जाए. And also तेरे गांड में आती.
Big multi-kill rounds.
Love it भाई. लेकिन भाई नजर ना लगे भाई. तुम लोग इतना सब बोल रहे हो ना नजर ना लगे यार. चिचा को.
They might rely on him once again, but I do feel like they've got to be careful. We've always spoken about, firstly with them, the fact that they can get these big leads and let them slip. We saw that in the first series versus GX, although it didn't happen the second time around.
Hello, Binks, hello. Vlog आ रहा है on the way, on the way, on the way.
They can win, they're a problem. Like,
on the way.
if you got both
फास्ट में होगा पता है रात का क्या सीन
well,
है.
even if Woot's doing
पहले ये
some
देखते हैं Fnatic का
mad
मैच.
stuff.
You know, Fizzy was 23-11 on the second map, not yesterday, the day before, when it's 5 days of Valorant in a row. It's all the same to me, mate. But I remember that being like 3 Ks in both pistols, a lot of early performances. Like, he's doing the same thing, but with a trash start. Like, he's been doing it in the harder rounds, in the rifle rounds, when he's against the numbers.
What is this remote?
Heretics are more than capable of fighting back. It's been impressive to see this man reach these heights, and well, the first time you can call it a fluke, but yeah, as we get more and more data, it just looks like this is who Fizzy is. He came.
3 बंदे काउंटर में.
Soon he may conquer. 2 rounds left for Eintracht.
Oh dear, they walked into the Rian's trap, but
ये
he
लोग
wasn't the danger.
ड्रैग उसे.
The utility slowed them down, and then Woot back to winning ways. Clinical as ever.
ठीक है, एक
And a complete shutdown of this B site setup. They were
ठीक है.
so ready for that push.
ए थैंक यू कॉर की मेरी जान गड़े. राज मचाल भाई, लव यू मेरी जान. देखो तो कॉर की.
Well, for Monster, you can try and rush around the map and catch someone with their pants down, but it's going to be a crossfire no matter where he goes.
प्लेस की जब बहुत खराब हो गया
He
देखो ना
could be on the left side. There's no way Woot and Benji turn their eye for a moment. Their backs covered. It's the job Boo and
हर
Kosh are
रोज
doing.
450 की वाचिंग होती है घर अगले बंदे आता था क्या क्या
Well,
करने
Monster
कह रही
gets away
तेरे
with
को
this. He definitely is their best player, maybe the best player in the league at the moment. 11-10. Heretics hot on the heels of their opposition. They're closing the distance. And the key thing is those big ultis, especially Woot's showstopper,
क्या
still in the back
सामान
pocket, not needed when he's showing up like this.
मतलब डाउन
I
पैसे
mean,
दे
this
दो
is probably
मतलब
a round they went, okay, just be careful on the way out. He does have a rocket launcher.
Let's go. Nice. Good job.
He
Insane.
does it with a Mag of the Vandal instead.
3 in a row.
पैंच
for
डाउन
Team
पैंच डाउन
Heretics. After round 18, this was looking like a game
भाई
that
ये रहा क्रूशियल राउंड
would go
और
the
वो लोग
way
पास सब
of Eintracht
कुछ है
Frankfurt.
टीएच के
Haven,
पास
a map that they're
हैंडल
8-0
करने के लिए
would be up next,
हैवी
and
दो क्रूशियल
maybe
रीटेक
we'd
अल्ट
even
है
be looking at a 2-0,
ये राउंड
even if it
जीते
is Heretics'
लग
pick.
गए वो लोग को ईगो जाना पड़ेगा
Instead,
और मैच पॉइंट पे जा
turns
सकते हो लोग
the celebratory horns might have been sounded a little bit
जरब
too
का कैसी
early.
ने लोता आज वॉच फटी करने वाला था वो नहीं
Heretics
आया
are
पता
building
नहीं मेरे
into this
को
half.
नाइट मार्केट गया रहेगा
A lot of damage.
कैसे बंग भाई बढ़िया
Benji, but Dakash as well. The C site is looking weak.
Bingo, if I get
Ben's
membership
close by. Maybe I'll even
any
swap
how
out,
much
put
more
that
fun
foot
will I
down.
have that I
Wouldn't really
don't
feel
get
comfortable
any in
leaving
normal
those two to
subscription
defend.
देखो अगर तेरे को टाइम पास और बकचोदी के लिए तेरे को मेंबरशिप लेना है तो वाईटी पे लो कि उसमें चैट एक हाईलाइट में आएगा व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप आएगा जो कुछ ज्यादा एक्टिव है नॉर्मल वाला बहुत एक्टिव है नॉर्मल वाला बहुत एक्टिव है काश दोस्त इतना एक्टिव नहीं है क्योंकि 5 ही लोग हैं होपफुली वो एक दिन बढ़ जाए ऐसा थोड़े मोटे पर्क्स हैं तो उसमें मजा आएगा
Especially with the time left on the clock. Now Eintracht Frankfurt go forward with not as much of a concern for what can be thrown in
Entry
response.
ले लिया।
Jamalino's rooting through the B side.
वो
That was
क्रेजी
close
क्रेजी
a little
क्रेजी
bit
अल्ट लेफ्ट राइट
lower
हुआ
than
है
it needed to be, but Woot's gone ahead of
प्रोएक्टिव के
12
चक्कर में
seconds, and all those tools Heretics had to
लग
slow this
गए
play to
लाडले।
bleed the clock. They were used too early. And Eintracht
प्रोएक्टिव के
Frankfurt,
चक्कर
well, it
में
should be a
लेफ्ट
one-round.
राइट
I
हो
think
गया
Heretics almost have to save. They've got the credits though to go for it, so
Yeah.
I guess they will throw themselves at it.
आराम
Benji
से
so low,
सेव
2
खेल के
four.
हाँ
Okay, maybe.
बेंजी अल्ट के साथ रेस
needs to win
अल्ट
his fight.
जाओ एक साथ
It is a 1v1, and he is going to do so. Some isolated fights being given. Timing not the best, but he's taken another. Had to swap guns, given space to Benji. Into that 1v1, both players using their ultimates, and Benji!
Oh
just
my-
got
what?
Will land the shot. There is absolutely no way in hell Heretics should have won that round. But the Benji Boo duo is going to take it home for 11-11.
The only reason they went for that was the money. The only, I don't believe for a second those two were sat there
Bro,
like, "God, we can
match
still win.
point
We can still
था।
win this." It was more, we have to try. And try they did. Bloody hell, how is Boo alive as long as he is? He's jumping around. He still gets a kill. He could have gotten a second as well. But he was jumping because he didn't believe they wouldn't swing him. I don't believe what I saw either.
Bro,
That is
what?
a God-given round from Heretics. Divine
5v2
intervention
था
is the only
4v2
way they
था
got
ना
away
एक
with
ट्रेड
that.
हुआ था तभी
And Eintracht Frankfurt, well, they can still buy, yada, yada. But that is a gut punch of a round to lose. Heretics played that so poorly in the early round. You close the door on them
ब्रो
right away.
सब लाइट आर्मर है एक बंदा आउटलॉ में क्यों नहीं है बे
I think even when Benji gets that one kill, you think he's basically dead. Like
He has to be.
he ends up with
बिंग्स भाई मेरे लुए नाम सजेस्ट
one
करो
of them
ना
on just
चैनल के
1
लिए
HP at the end. They had
तेरा तेरा लिए का लुए क्यों हो गया है वो देख एक बार
a minuscule chance of winning that round, and they've done it. Here he is again in the corner. Thorns
हाँ पड़ी 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 आवाज आया
is going to deny them the space. Its utility gone at least, but nothing much garnered on the other side.
Lue
Who
Gaming
also
to gaya.
has the information. One away from getting his ultimate online. And they also have to be careful if they were to try and run back in the other direction. Rians has a Viper's Pit.
बहुत फास्ट हो दिया रे
That
लेकिन
clock is starting to tick down once again.
Oh, shot.
I mean, he heard a shot a moment ago, but
Shot.
you might be Batman. Echolocation used Azuri taking Boo down, and now
Bro,
well, a 4v2.
weak by.
An unlosable situation for Eintracht
Weak
Frankfurt.
by. 4v2 ट्राई तो करेंगे देखो 4v2 ट्राई तो करेंगे 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 4v2 ट्राई इसके बाद लास्ट राउंड ही है. Yep.
Yep, they've got the credits.
Try तो
Now they're
करेंगे.
going to fight through a Viper's Pit. I mean, at this stage,
ये मुझे अच्छा लगा. Yes sir.
if Eintracht
Which
Frankfurt
are the
lose,
best for making
I
live
think we
stream
need to
thumbnail? I have no idea.
investigate. Not the PCs. I think they've been cursed.
मेरा एडिटर करता है thumbnail.
Okay, well,
That pit doesn't reach.
yeah,
मतलब
it's
मैं भी
not-
करता
the thing is,
हूँ.
they should have enough players that
मैं
they
भी
could just
करता हूँ
spam
मिंजिली जी.
and make
मैं भी
fight
करता
the
हूँ.
ball. There you go, there's
But
the
I don't take
spams.
credits for it.
Rian's in a clutch scenario.
Yeah.
They have to
और
give
मैं
him
एकदम
something. Otherwise, they can just
highly
continue to spam. He goes
high
running into the
level
pit, but
वाला
the time at this
करता हूँ.
point is surely too far gone. It's the lead reclaimed by Eintracht Frankfurt. They now have a chance to close out their map choice.
SGE
which maybe
अच्छा
they
है
should
लेकिन
have done
OT ना.
quite a while ago, at least in the last round. They should have got themselves
मुझे
to 12.
गन फेंक के स्विच की किया 12 बुलेट्स थे ना आई गेस.
A chance for overtime.
वो बुलेट्स देखते देखते फाइट के बीच में उसको लगा रहेगा
I mean,
कब
Heretics
बुलेट्स से
have been
स्विच मारा
competing
रहेगा.
even in the low by rounds in that 2v4 not long or 2v5 sorry not long ago 2 rounds ago.
हेलो बंक्स भाई हेलो.
Let's go, take the last one.
आपके कितने लेजेंड वाले
Definitely not
इमोजी
out of
है
the
किस
question
पे? मेरा
for the
0 है
defense.
यार.
Viper's Pit available for Rian's. He's had it for a while. Hasn't had the opportunity to use it just yet or hasn't decided to commit it. And I am surprised
Binks
that
भाई
in
answer
the
him.
final round
क्या
they
कौन
don't use
क्या
it for,
answer
like,
him?
locking down just one of the sites
Ah.
early on. They want to use it a bit more
X him.
reactionary evidently. There's going to need to be a reaction very soon. Fu is under so much pressure. The Prowlers hit him, and the wrap through wasn't being watched. A blind spot.
बेंजी को अभी हल्का
Leads
सा
to a
सेफ
big
खेलना
blow.
पड़ेगा.
Luckily, it's put to bed early by Benji.
There's still plenty of time.
भाई रीड वाइज अच्छा तो खेल रहे हैं जी.
Again, doing damage. Well, low, but he's quick enough on the trigger. This time he takes Jamalino, but he knew he was being rounded. Decided
क्या
to
मारा
try
भाई?
versus Azuri.
Shavik, what if I'm not available at
Really
times
still
when
has
daily
the
games are
Viper's Pit, but
played?
finding a spot to use
Also,
it
are cast those? Is it only
might be difficult.
violator or
Could
is
use it
it
to jump out
small
of heaven, could use it
group
to try
of
and get onto that
open-minded people?
spike, but it might
Depend
just allow
करता
the
है.
opponents to spam
ज़्यादा
the
भी
ball.
open नहीं.
Musashi with that operator.
2v2.
Mentioned he's had a quiet game. That's a big shot to hit.
Pit from here, though, is great. It's going to cover the spike, and it's going to make Musashi nullified in this fight. But he's holding the wraparound. Great read by Musashi. It's been a tough
Sad.
game for him, but also for Kosmaris, and now a
1v1.
chance to carry his team across the line to
1v1.
overtime. He's waiting for the peak that he knows should be coming,
Oh,
but
it's
the
perfect.
timing. Sorry. Brings them to 13. The man who injected that adrenaline, the beating heart of Eintracht Valorant here on Lotus, and they will find the map in the end.
It's an incredibly tight game. You look at the top of the board in ACS, it's both Rieds and Wu up there, which in any other circumstance would be enough to win you a match. The fact is though, Azuri, Fizzy, Jamalino, Monster, and even
भाई
Musashi,
सारे नए
that
नाम.
was a fantastic comeback from them. Nonetheless, a man who was fantastic.
सारे
throughout
नए
was
नाम
Fizzy.
भाई.
So let's go down to him now.
Thank
भाई
you so
फिजी
much
भी
for
अच्छा
joining
खेला,
us,
अजूरी
Fizzy.
भी बाप
The
खेला.
last series that you played, it was incredible moments from you, and it felt
दोनों
like
अच्छा
much
खेला.
more of the same throughout this map. What's gone through your mind right now?
बस भाई एक हक दे दो. हक्स टू यूज मेरे जान कड़े.
Glad that my team is showing up. I'm showing up. Some throws, but you know, it's part of the game.
Well, you managed to close it out. Let's see if you can do the same on Haven as well. As for you guys at home, we're going to a quick break.
ठीक है सरकार भाई ठीक है.
Come on! Oh, Gianluca!
ये मिला आज मेरे को नहीं मिला यार.
Come on!
फैनेटिक और से जॉब लाइफ होगा वो मैच तो क्रेजी होगा. मेरे को लग रहा है 2-0 फैनेटिक, लेकिन आई थिंक जॉब लाइफ अच्छा करेगा. हल्का सा फील आ रहा है.
He got me there! Nice!
गणेश व्हाट इज अप?
Nice! Sit down! Nice!
सरकार भाई एक और बार कैप्स में लिखो. मैं पढ़ा नहीं. एक और बार ऑल कैप्स में एक बार लिखो. क्या सीन है? आपने रेडिएंट वाला अकाउंट किससे बाय किया? आज देखा मेरा गेम किक पे, मैं देखा मैं क्या खेल रहा था. अनबिलीवेबल. एक एस तो मैंने इतना क्लीन मारा, इतना मेरा चैट बौखला गया था.
Wingman world while wanting a well-won break. Let's go.
Carmine Corp.
पता चला सर.
Best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
मैं बोलने वाला था. हाँ, मैं बोलने वाला था विंग्स करके, लेकिन हल्का सा मेरा एक पैर इधर एक पैर उधर है. हाँ. पे क्या चल रहा है बक्सरी इमोजीज. फाइनली इमो हो गया आज. प्लेट 2 प्लेस हुआ था ये. क्या मैं ग्राइंड करना पड़ा बेसिकली तेरे को. थैंक यू फॉर द गो ट्रॉफी मेरी जान कड़े. भाई गुड मॉर्निंग, लव फ्रॉम यूएसए. थोड़ा प्यार दे लो. फीलिंग लोनली. अनिरुद्ध भाई लव यू मेरी जान कड़े. लोनली फील नहीं कर देगा भाई, इतने सारे लोग इधर. क्या लग रहा है चैट, क्या लग रहा है? अपसेट हो सकता है क्या? एट दिस पॉइंट मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं कि किसको अपसेट बोलना चाहिए किसको नहीं, क्योंकि कोई भी सब टीम्स किसको भी हारा रहा है, तो आइडिया भी नहीं है कि अपसेट कौन अपसेट है. मतलब हम लोग अपसेट है कि प्लेयर्स अपसेट है कि टीम्स ही अपसेट है, कौन अपसेट है पता नहीं. कैम गया वापस. अरे बहन सोदा चूतिया है क्या ये कैम? ओ मेरे कैम में कुछ तो लिख के आया इसलिए गया. ओ मेरे कैम में कुछ तो बहुत बड़ा कुछ तो लिख के आया था. पंको मेरे कैम में कुछ तो लिख के आया था. पंको कुछ तो एरर. इसका मतलब कैम अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा क्या ड्यूट? आ गया मैं. ये देखो मैं आ गया, लेकिन मेरे को बोल रहे कि मैं नहीं आ गया. अब मैं इसका क्या करूं? ये एक्चुअली मैं ही हूं जो तुम लोग को दिख रहा है, लेकिन मैं नहीं हूं. हाँ तो फक. क्या बच्चे दे रही है न्यू कैम. मैंने अभी बाहर से चॉकलेट भी मंगाया ना सिर्फ. हाँ 5-10 रुपए का, तो भी घर सीधा 1 साल बाद आएगा. उधर पंको यू लाइव बड़ा पाव. हाँ कल भी तो छोले खाया था. कुछ तो पता नहीं यहाँ पे एरर है.
हाँ रे कल भी छोले खाया था मैंने.
हाँ मेरा कमरिया. नहीं लेकिन एरर आया था, कुछ अलग लैंग्वेज में आया था पंको, एकदम रशियन टाइप, या फिर वो उल्टा लिखा था मिरर कैम है करके शायद. एने बहुत पार्टी होगा क्या? ये तो रात को पता चलेगा ना वीडियो. लाइक करो भाई, इधर वाले उधर वाले खींच दो.
Tony, as a former teacher, do you feel like the skills you learned there translate well to coaching?
That's actually a very good question. I do think as a former teacher, you learn that everybody learns on a different way, right? And some people learn like very visually, some people learn very theoretically, and you learn how to work on both sides, like that with different types of learning styles. And I think that is something that translates perfect into esports. I also think like we call it in Dutch pedagogiek, which is like the way people are behaving and how they're developing, not only in mindset and that kind of stuff, is something you take with you. And like being a teacher, work with people, being coach, work with people.
I also have a Bachelor of Education.
I love that that coach confession. You can really hear the passion of how he's been able to nurture the players and bring that experience in. But I think, guys, unfortunate that Team Heretics weren't able to come back. It felt like they were going to be able to, and then it just didn't quite happen.
Yeah, not being able to take that to overtime, but honestly, most of it was their fault, and also seeing an SGE with Azuri, especially on that second half. First one as well, but Fizzy having an absolute day. Yes. I feel like he's having a tournament. Ever since the Gentlemates game, he just can't be stopped.
Yeah, I find that Heretics started off on the attack side, it felt like they just kept going into stacks quite a lot of the time. It felt like they didn't really kind of read the map extremely well. So yeah, a bit disappointing from Heretics in my opinion. And here we saw a couple of rounds in which they also just made some uncharacteristic mistakes, especially from someone like Rians here. They end up getting into a situation where they're 3v4. You're thinking, okay, they're still at a disadvantage, but we're going to see eventually Rians is going to get this Viper ult down and just makes a weird mistake where he just ends up walking outside of the ult for almost no reason.
Yes, he's a player there. He's 8 HP, has the spike on him, taps it, right? And just goes and tries to force
I think key to me here is obviously Koshmaris was not looking comfortable in that omen. We saw there he didn't know how to contain that push at all, and then you see here and you see Azuri's able to get, I think it's a 4K.
Prediction वालों के तो लग गए ना? एक सेकंड देखने दो. सारे ने TH किया रहेगा.
Heretics playing quite good composition. But it feels like they're not able
Heavy
to play some optimal
be.
composition sometimes because they're then sacrificing player comfort. But then at the same time, should Kosh
बंद गेम में आप भी हो क्या? 11:30 को menu.
Too much either. It's a lot of problems for Heretics, especially when we're still seeing Rians and Wu performing. Like what
I think
that also the worst part about those two rounds is that it happened in such an early moment of the game. Like they win the pistol, they convert the bonus, and just already standing up, and it's like, oh my god, they're so back, and like and whatnot. And then they get eco back, as in like SGE is just not going to accept defeat just because. And somebody that was not willing to accept defeat at all was Fizzy. To me, somebody that Mitch said during the cast was perfect for it. Fizz is the kind of player that will TP onto you on rubble and will get that first kill. And when you go on to execute on C, he also will be the first player that you find on the other side getting the kill. Actually, exactly this round that I'm talking about here, he literally felt like he was everywhere on the map. All of this timings, every single time that somebody went down on SGE,
it was multi-kill. Too, right?
I mean, if the kind of casual audience hasn't followed this guy, he's been around for a long time. He was, you know, I trialed him when we were trying to fill the spot, which eventually Alpha Year did get. But Fizzy would Fizzy would literally have been my choice if it wasn't for Alpha Year.
कैसे हर्ष भाई?
I'm surprised to be.
हर्ष भाई सुनो ना, एक क्वेश्चन है, अभी पूछूं या व्हाट्सएप पे पूछूं? हर्ष भाई बताओ, मेरा लास्ट जो पनीर टिक्का जो स्ट्रीम थी उसका क्या सीन? क्योंकि कमांड्स है अभी भी, इसको घंटा नहीं समझेगा. एक सेकंड रुक जाओ. वेट, ठीक है, मैं व्हाट्सएप किया. रिमूव कर दे. ठीक है. समझा मैं, ठीक है, समझा.
Put thorns on A and delay for ages. You don't need to strong set that point.
समझा, ठीक है.
Be very dynamic about things. Obviously, a bit harder to play than the Cypher traditionally. Frankfurt's comp. Okay, it's like I don't like Breach in general, but I think
5 मिनट में उसको अभी तक समझा नहीं. उसको दे दो सीधा 1 घंटे का. पंको सीधा
they're going to be going in deep. They can get
5 घंटे का है क्या? देख 5 घंटे सीधा कल आएगा वो.
Because the breach is going to allow you to get into the sites, right? Then you have the Astra and the Vice utility behind it. I think it's okay there. It's when you switch the defenses where I have the worries. Already defense in this map is quite difficult. Having breach with Vice and Astra, it can be a bit
आज पता चलेगा हर्ष हम लोग को
कॉपीराइट
का सीन फिक्स होएगा नहीं.
I think another thing to highlight is the last time Heretics had played this map, of course it was against Navi, but it was Root on the Chamber and the Hero kind of head-to-head that felt like the main story of that. So now SGE having a breach on their side they're going to be forcing Wu out of these places. So
One done dancing.
Team Heretics starting on that defense.
Yeah, I think that to me also like there were worrying signs. I think that yes, Hero had an amazing map, but I go into this map with a lot of questions.
Even में Sova better है या Fit Sova?
Wood and whatnot. Team Heretics also like
Sova काफी अच्छा है और तुम लोग नॉर्मल ऐसा info वाइज खेल रहे हो तो अच्छा खासा info fade भी देता है लेकिन Sova ऐसा थोड़ा balanced है प्लस ट्रिप का लाइनअप भी रहता है ट्रिप तोड़ने का सेंटी का काउंटर भी कर सकता है तो थोड़ा ऐसा एडवांटेज है लेकिन कुछ एग्जीक्यूट्स में ना तुम लोग फेड का आई के साथ भी क्रेजी एग्जीक्यूट्स कर सकते हो पेरिस ट्रिप कैसी थी भारी थी एकदम भारी थी मेरा चैट में पढ़ा मैंने अभी
And since the neon nerfs, he has not looked like the same player. So
तेरे को कितना लाइनअप पता है सोआ का बताना जरा?
Well, our casters are ready to take this one away. Thank you so much
पहले
for bearing
मालूम था
with
जब
us.
एक
Let's
वीडियो
see if
करता
Team
था
Heretics are
लाइनअप
going to be able to push us to a third map.
Well, for Eintracht Frankfurt, things are certainly heating up. They've got a 1-0 lead now and 2 maps where they can take Heretics down. Now the start of this run will be on Haven, Tom. It's fair to say, at least historic memory of Haven for Heretics puts it as a
बस भाई AWS पे बहुत बीटी हो गई है कोई सी निकल तक हो जाएगा यार क्लियर होपफुली रिकवर हो जाए मेन वो है
as well. I think that's what works with this map in general is that everybody is where they want to be. I'm just
कैम सही है बस उसका वायर चेंज करो ठीक है
very good map for them as well. I think Azuri actually impressed me with his breach last time out, especially
are more creators coming tomorrow for 15 August SC12 bootcamp watch party I have no idea I think only 3 to 4 creators are there ये काफी लोग पेरिस में
oh yeah this will be a team with a target on their back but for Eintracht Frankfurt all they care about is running it down to Barcelona. For Team Heretics, a defensive start and well, they have
Barcelona कहाँ से आया इसमें? Barcelona कहाँ से आया?
Very close map in the previous, but
Barcelona कहाँ से आया?
performances like Azuri and Fizzy. Oh, delivering. This was a man that was missing. Musashi didn't have much to say in the previous. Starts out this one with the opening pick, and the trades put us down to a 2v2. Benji is all alone on A, and no backup is coming. At least not to help him. Instead, Wood
stage 2 final Barcelona मेरे को नहीं समझा.
He's pushed into spawn and both players on the defense now tucked in, setting traps and waiting for Eintracht Frankfurt to step into the snare. A quick pickup for Benji, but he doesn't know where Fizzy is.
Oh, that's the problem. Going back and forth, well, ends up probably surprising himself as well as Fizzy with the jump around the angle. It's going to be
map 3
taking that first round. Already a better start from Koshmaris as well on the Neon. You can see
कोई आइडिया नहीं है मेरे को cool gamers कोई आइडिया नहीं
at least while playing this agent. And what an important pistol round you feel for Heretics to just get off the mark strong.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go. Good.
Nice! It's not that I think that Heretics are a team that need that early momentum as much as I think that
चल रहा है उसका finals बारका में है
in a way that you just don't want to mess with. The attackers down to classics and already a decent bit of damage traded out for the kill. Boo is in danger, but he has backup. A player on either side. Koshmaris quickly able to rotate into wherever the team needs him. And as we said, Ullman really not where you see his best work. If it's your first time seeing him play in the previous, you might think, well,
अकेले Benji अगर गए तो लग गए chat.
Neon might impress more, but in this round, it hasn't. Jamalino, he's not going to keep trying to take that fight, but we're into a 4v4 with Boo. Woo taking risks. Somehow he hasn't been punished for all too greatly.
बहुत मार लिया रे बहुत मार लिया टाइम भी बाय कर लिया बहुत मार लिया मेरे भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान गड़े
doesn't have anything to lose anymore but I do worry it could just get out of control. What's going on? It's just not pretty until Boo. Wow, that's a nice couple of shots with the pistol.
Costly though.
Yeah, they lose a Guardian. I think that was the most expensive thing they lost.
Guardian and a Marshal, shields and a lot of players.
Binks, भाई तुम racism को support नहीं करते ना? Fans कोई है दुनिया में जो करता है?
Very nearly was a whole lot worse. I think that's really the problem. Benji doesn't seem to think it's an issue whatsoever. 2-0 start for the defensive side.
Cool gamers भाई मेरे को idea नहीं है मेरी जान के टोटे.
Classic in hand. This time, Woot is challenged very early on, sent scurrying to see.
बंदा ना मान रहा.
Would have had to have incredible tracking to pull that one off. Okay, that's gone well for Koshmaris. Even a 1-for-1 trade is okay in a round like this. It's not the greatest of purchases, but he had the weakest weapon of the lot. Obviously, Woot has the headhunter, so.
टीम लाइक हो रहा है चार्ज पे बेटा नॉर्मल स्मूथ चल रहा है वो पता दे रहे वो आइडिया नहीं एक्शन लेकिन मेरा तो स्मूथ चलता है एक्स पे लोगे ना भाई एक्स पे ब्रो फेसलेस वैसा लोगे भाई
Yeah, both of those sentinels to be challenged on the back of Seaside. The line track Frankfurt are patient. Musashi's not giving them the angle. They swing in the other side. There's going to be more than players. Well, to weather that storm, you would think. Great paranoia, though. That's done the work from Boom.
Oh my God, bro. No way. No way, तीन मारा उसने. No way.
Riens still has his utility to play with, but that's not what's important. It's the immediate headshot through the box. It's safe to say, though, the hero of the round can only come down to one man. It's Woot with that headhunter. Towards the end, he spammed all of his bullets, bar one, and then uses the final shot to steal
करना चाहिए क्या वैलो रेंज में प्रैक्टिस करना चाहिए एक दिन के लिए तुम लोग यूज कर सकते हो
this guy and his individual brilliance. And it's the same start as we've already seen.
इसके बाद मस्त
bit of flair from Heretics, but just like the last map, we know that anything can immediately flip on its head.
Well, Azuri is having a strong start, and it was him with a sheriff.
Laptop mein problem hai.
Same round here, 3-0 down.
Don't spam.
Slightly different role.
Put Eintracht on the map, indeed, but it was just a retake out of heaven. They got him as double at least. All right, they're not taking any risks early on. It's the peek out on long. Woot can obviously get that TP back to short if needed. So he goes out for a little bit more. The tag, then the kill. Jamalinho, easy to take down. He was the one that ate that outlaw shot. And Woot, cleaning up. Most of the danger dealt with. The spike down under their control for Heretics.
Clean, बेचारा जीत गया. एक भी राउंड जीत गया तो हो गया.
In round 4,
एक भी डिफेंस में राउंड हो गया तो जीत गया. What do you think about Sunset February board again texting G? नहीं वो कुछ तो हुआ था भाई मेरे को genuinely लगा था कि लक्की रहेगा करके ठीक है मेरे को लग रहा है टेक्सचर को भी लगा रहेगा लक्की क्योंकि कभी-कभी वो रहता है ना बूमबॉट अंधा है प्रॉलर भी हम लोग ने एक दो अंधा वाला चीज देखा लेकिन वो केज का ग्लिच था करके बाद में पता चला Obviously उसने willingly नहीं किया है लेकिन मेरे को डाउट है कि उसको मालूम रहेगा कि वो बंदा बहुत प्यारा है बे वो ये सब हरकतें नहीं करेगा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो ग्लिच की वजह से हमारी गाड़ी लग गई लेकिन एंड ऑफ द डे अपन अभी प्लेऑफ में है तो सब चिल है जब तक हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और ग्लिच हो रहा है कोई सीन नहीं
Going to be called by Eintracht Frankfurt at 4-0 down. They lost the bonus. The last round falls
flat. लेकिन फर्स्ट सीट गया ना हाथ से फर्स्ट सीट छोड़ो सेकंड सीट जाने का डर था
They know that it's
समझ रहे हो
time to put a round on the board very, very soon.
Yeah, the scary aspect though is that
इधर तुम लोग को दिख रहा है कि क्या-क्या हो रहा है नई टीम्स आगे पेल के जा रही है हाँ ऑलरेडी टेंशन कम है लाइफ में नई टीम की भी टेंशन ले
doesn't take away the headhunter so that steel garden doesn't affect Woot at all. Okay, the rolling thunder makes it a bit more awkward to use some of that weapon.
खाना पड़ा मैं
also just disappear so I think that he has to be the talking point in this game so far of how we are going.
मैं अगर गेम पॉइंट्स यूज कर रहा हूँ तो आपको कुछ फायदा होता है? नहीं गेम पॉइंट तुम लोग के फन के लिए, चैनल पॉइंट्स तुम रिडीम कर सकते हो, तुम वीपी पॉइंट्स रिडीम कर सकते हो, तुम शाउट आउट रिडीम कर सकते हो. प्ले विद मी मोस्टली चेंज होने वाला क्योंकि जेन्युइनली टाइम नहीं है और 3-4 जन ने रिडीम कर दिया तो लौड़े लग जाएंगे. क्या कैम है तो सही.
The tour de force is being used early. Flash dodge, that's why he stays close to the smoke. His TP much further back. So he didn't have the chance to push down, to push through that smoke. And now they've heard the tour de force.
यार लेकिन मैं पेरिस से आके वाला बाप ने खेल रहा हूँ मैच, जेन्युइनली ये सोचा. ऑफ हो गया, वापस ऑफ हो गया, अब तो चालू तो बैंड शॉट.
Blitz out, neon wall up. And there'll be no room for Woot to get anything done, but they have avoided the rolling thunder intentionally.
Side Kali, right Kali.
Retake. 4 players already here. Blue pushed up on the other side of the map. Now they look to try and take the weaponry away. Those guns are going to fade in just a matter of time.
Blind 60 था बे.
Because of that, Rian's had to fall back. Flank coming through, but the fact is they've already dealt with everything. Eintracht Frankfurt have done well. Aggressive position, both ults combined, and dealing with an incredibly dangerous site. Now we talk about Boo in these clutch scenarios, but out of the smoke he has to be perfect, and now they've seen him. It really isn't an escape. It doesn't seem like he has any plans of it either, though.
Astra का देखा क्या smoke में जाके बैठ गया था.
Past the wall, but still activating it. I think that's a necessity. A little bit of an oopsie, but I think Benji did really well.
नहीं वो तो डीले नहीं होना चाहिए करके उसने टिक मारा. क्या सिंह अच्छी वेंडल स्किन्स आएगी? अगर आ रही है तो कुछ डील है तो बता दो वीपी पॉइंट्स के लिए. सारा डील अभी खत्म हुआ है यार.
Unfortunately, that was about all that there was to report in terms of positives for Heretics in that round.
Yeah, well,
लेकिन साइट अच्छा है, वो चेकआउट कर सकता है. और बाहर का क्या सीन है पता नहीं, बाहर का क्या सीन है कनाडा वेनाडा का सर्विसेज का मेरे को आइडिया नहीं.
This is coming in that direction. Hunter's Fury, it's hunting down Rians and even looking to try and take Boo as well. This site should be under their control, but Boo goes back in.
Bro,
and Benji tries to follow.
Astra fucking MVP,
like maybe
bro.
Crossed wires. They wanted to get ahead of everything, and instead, kind of just sacrificed themselves to SGE.
2 सेकंड लेके वापस फाइट लिया. उनके टर्म्स में Astra स्टन के साथ.
Right off rip and popped a Hunter's Fury and found a pick with a Hunter's Fury. Now, if Eintracht Frankfurt at that stage of the round say, let's slow it down, boys. Let's second tempo this hit. I think their coach would come out and start strangling someone.
शब्द अभी भी वीपी ले सकते हैं यार. साइट ही खत्म कर दिया आपने.
Mystery there. Boo and Benji think they've got time to slip back in, to set back up. And well, they end up tripping over themselves.
डालो जले पे.
Still not
आएगा अपना भी टाइम आएगा.
For Eintracht Frankfurt,
आएगा.
chipping away at that lead.
Yeah, like a few very effective ultimate rounds. I think the last
एक राउंड निकालने हैं टीम्स. देखो एक राउंड तो निकाल पाएगा भाई.
And then the Steel Garden midway through the contact, removing their weaponry, but this was just, yeah, there's nowhere to go. Absolutely no opportunity for
ये मैं ज्यादा मैकेनिकली गिफ्टेड नहीं लगता. पैसिफिक से कद्दू मेरा मैकेनिकली तो नहीं.
Proving deadly. This round they don't have so much to play with in only the overdrive available.
Strat wise, theories,
causing Heretics issues.
ऐसा double dimensional, triple dimensional, ultra multiple dimensional plays, ये सब में may be, लेकिन अपना पैसिफिक जैसा भाप है कुछ ज्यादा ही. हाँ, 5-man ARS बोला तो भी वो लोग घुस के मार के आएंगे.
4-2. It's been 2 rounds in a row now. It's slipped out of their control. Eintracht Frankfurt.
Pacific is all about friends.
Not in the way that we've seen before with like they didn't have that big 4K to get them into things. They haven't needed that injection of morale.
VP कहाँ से रिडीम कर सकते हैं? किक पे चैनल पॉइंट से 3000 VP रिडीम कर सकते हैं. क्या हुआ क्या हुआ क्या हुआ? मैं देखा नहीं. क्या हुआ?
Fizzy and Azuri have a nice little cute moment, and then
there's no need for that.
Musashi tries to third wheel and just gets wrecked.
No man. Jesus.
Oh,
Fizzy's not letting go of that performance last map.
He don't know him like that.
कैम गया. ओ मैं लात मार रहा हूँ तो कैम जा रहा है क्या?
Notice, don't you?
आई थिंक कनाडा में चल तो रहा है क्योंकि मुझे कैड में प्राइस दिखा रहा है, बट भाई 3% डिस्काउंट बूंद बूंद से सागर बनता है अर्शिल भाई, वो भी सोचो, ये भी सोचो। थैंक यू कनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन $14 मेरी जान को उठे भाई। ये सब भाई देखो वीपी टॉप अप होता रहेगा, मैच होता रहेगा। हर्षिल भाई कनाडा में आप क्या कर रहे हो ये बताओ, ये फैमिली में कौन कौन है, आप क्या कर रहे हो, और वहां पे फ्रेंड्स कितने हैं आपके? वी आर वेरी मच कंसर्न्ड। हाँ ये बताओ, मेरे पास ऐसा देखो गिन के मेरे पास 10 क्वेश्चन है, रैपिड फायर खेलेंगे, समझ रहे हो? सीधा $140।
If you can avoid him, the dodge CNED strat,
that is the plan.
It does seem to go a little bit more swimmingly.
खाना खाए कि नहीं पूछो बाद में, सेकंड क्वेश्चन है, रुक जाओ।
But look at that behind you. I see a timer now. We don't usually have a timer on a technical pause. That's because it's a tactical break being called here. Team Heretics not happy to lose.
You should have played Esports. You are too good that you would be the worst possible player. Finals bye. कुछ सेंस बना तेरे बात पे, हाँ? क्या ये?
KitKat
दे
F1 पार्टनर वाली,
ये कौन सा है?
तो रेसिंग कार लिमिटेड एडिशन।
हाँ तो ओपन करना,
तो लिमिटेड एडिशन है ये।
अरे तो लिमिटेड एडिशन है तो कौन सा लिमिट में मिल रहा है? अभी का भी 5 मंगा सकते हैं ना तू।
महंगा है
तेरे मुंह से अगर ये वर्ड अगले 2 साल में निकला, हाँ 2 साल में निकला अगर महंगा, हाँ
टेप निकालना बुद्धि,
टेप है ही नहीं
है
किधर है? तो ये निकाल के मुंह पे डाल देते रहे। ये क्या है?
चॉकलेट्स, इट्स लाइक द कार।
ये घुस गया, अरे फरारी घुस गया इधर नियॉन भाई, घुस के आधे घंटे बाद में मारा। एक लो है लेकिन क्या मैं 2 लिया क्या? एक पीस है 3 दे। अबे क्या ये एक में 4 पीस आता है पागल, नॉर्मल किटकैट में। जल्दी दे, एक दे, आराम से खाएंगे यार। चैट ध्यान से सुनना, इसने 300 रुपए के लिए चिल्लाया। जब इसका व्लॉग आएगा ना, व्लॉग आएगा उसमें 300 क्वेश्चन मार्क लिखने का, 300 क्वेश्चन मार्क लिखने का चैट याद रखना। 300 रुपए के लिए याद रखना इसके ब्लॉग में।
पूरा खा ले।
कनाडा में मैनेजर हूँ, फैमिली अच्छी है, फ्रेंड्स लिमिटेड है, खाना भी, और ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो तो सोच रहा हूँ सो जाओ। अरे नहीं नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं। You have any question for him?
Starting to look behind him. Rians is starting to
सेल कब होता है उधर
look for clues. Now they are in the right place at the right time. Them sticking together on this B side could be the undoing.
आप भी सो जाओ, मैं भी जा रहा हूँ।
It feels like it's only a matter of time before he tries
नहीं तो मेरे माथे पे चल सकता है।
through this, and instead he's just caught Monster, the one player that was insta-killed to that headhunter. Musashi's well known at this point.
They think he's gone backside. They think he might have slipped away. They're even revealing for him there towards the connector.
Oh, he's missed the trail.
They don't have the information.
They have to know.
Doubled
they have
back
to know.
on.
Yeah.
Now they've suspected
it.
The
They've
barrel
figured it
scene.
out. There you
He's
go.
dead. But it took time ticking away, and with no smokes there, they've got to take this battle. Rian's waiting for the swing out of window, not knowing where Fizzy is. He sits and waits. Nothing given away. Worried about his back. And they'll finally
पूरा कमबैक मार दिया 4-0 से वापस।
staying tucked behind that wall.
दिसंबर मेरा बर्थडे ना करो, दिसंबर ना बोलो।
The hand shown.
अर्जुन भाई थैंक यू सो मच, लव यू मेरी जान, जो इतना सपोर्ट के लिए, लव यू मेरी जान।
There's no need for that. There was no need for that.
It's another boo-boo.
For God's sake, Tom. For God's sake.
बूबू स्प्रे बोल दिया।
Yeah, it's a big whiff from Boo, and that would have changed the course of the round. I don't think we would have seen. Was it Kosh just running in with the spray?
We had that almost as like we have our own camera in the drone just for the whole round. It's like, yeah, we're gonna get that. That was a sick replay. I like that. Oh, Azuri having another lights out round. But this one will be started off by Wu. As said, his operator has been one of the few things that have undone Frankfurt, but not for the last 3 rounds. Spams coming through from Koshmaris. Benji under some serious pressure, stunned up, and the spams the other way have done far more damage. Benji, though, dives back in off that distraction. Fizzy's now sneaking up. He's got the timing right, but Benji's landing everything. Eventually spammed low, but he still stands.
It's just one of those rounds. You almost feel like he's going to win that as well, but then Jamalino with the double. 4 bullets left in the gun. He picks up a few land into Rienz. It makes it a bit easier. But Azuri with another big performance. Hefty cost. Coming through. Another 1v1 here with a big mistake. Rolling Thunder online in the post plant. No, they'll group up. They'll take this together, but a little bit ahead of the curve. And it's a mistake that they will pay for. Azuri with a Red Bull clutch puts us 4-4.
He's been so good in this series. The last couple of them, in fact. This was ridiculous to start with. Both players lining up perfectly. I had no idea that the other would be there, but this was perfectly read.
By दो double collat
The
पड़ी
swing
है.
out couldn't have been better timed in both occasions.
FNC, you see this?
Reach diamond, finally feels good, love it, bye. मजा आता है
Again, it's the same. Woo, kicking off around, boom,
जैसे
adding
बोला.
another great start to these rounds from
इसलिए बोलता
Heretics,
हूँ
but
कभी भी कुछ
conversions
नहीं होने
have
का.
just not been there.
That's the worst way for it to go.
ले.
There's at least a pick back for Boo, but
अभी वो भी बोलेगा yes I am watching this
even in
करके
this
फिर.
2v5, these are rounds they've let slip. Eintracht Frankfurt facing another big play needed. 4 pistols, the Headhunter being one of them, and a rifle, but that will change very soon as Heretics take that A main control. Another rifle
यार
picked up on
प्लेन्स
the
का
Kush
सारे
Mars.
मैचेस बेस्ट ऑफ है ना, एक भी आ रहा बाहर ना, सीधा घर पे ना.
And then the retake of the B site. Yes, they have a Rolling Thunder. Yes, they have a Cosmic Divide.
How to redeem VP with kick points? वैसे ही.
Anything from here,
जैसा
you
मैंने
would
बोला.
need another miracle, and we just saw one in the previous round.
Redeem
It was
पे
the
click करके.
same man to deliver it.
साला
But these are
इसको
great
flawless
odds.
बे.
There's no way.
हाँ?
Well, first man's easy, but now they know where he is, and they're
Almost.
surrounding him before this can get too dangerous.
Hey, lower bracket है. है
Around
lower
that
bracket है planes में.
absolutely
Oh.
nothing for the side of
ठीक है,
Team
मतलब बहुत
Heretics.
chance
That
है,
was
ठीक है.
Sheriffs, that was
दो
Boom,
chance तो
that was
मिलेगा.
Whoop, being able to combine and grant them the emote of Thrifty to keep the lead. In fact, just as we thought Eintracht Frankfurt were about to win out this half.
अभी अगर वो लोग इको है तो लग गया.
This happens.
9 minutes तो ठीक है.
Heretics really need
डायमंड
to
में
round up this
1000
strong. It's
100
brutal
रुपीस
to
में
do
तो
all the hard
गोल्ड
work
जस्ट
early
सेइंग.
and be
डायमंड में
undone by
100 रुपीस
individual
में तो
plays. Yes,
गोल्ड
it's
में
like
जैसे
Boo was a little
डायमंड
ahead
में
of
100
Woot
रुपीस में
coming through garage and so on, but at the end of the day, those shots just shouldn't be hit. Jamalino's collat, Azuri spray down 2 rounds
बात
ago.
कही है.
That changed the vibe on Heretics, but this is a
अर्चिल
quick
भाई मेरे को
reset
सच्ची
for
genuinely
them.
नहीं
The
समझा.
timeout might not have helped, but let's see if the eco did. We're back to
ये
rifles on
ये
both
लोअर
sides.
टेच ऑलरेडी हार गया है.
These Rolling Thunder already
ये
put
lower
through.
bracket है.
It's going to catch Wu, but they can't follow up in it.
किससे आ
The
रहा?
nice setup is
Bro,
delayed, but
लौड़े
the
लग
thorn's
गए.
active from the other side of the map. Benji has stopped the
Bro,
push.
blind
And he's
क्या
given his
मार
team
रहा
a
है वो?
chance. But Musashi,
Bro, blind
the silent
कितना
hero,
प्यारा मार
dodges
रहा है
second
वो.
blade, and blood
Bro,
is spilled.
Azuri MVP है भाई.
Heretics. If only Benji left, and I don't think he's going for this one.
डायमंड वाला 100 रुपीस सुपर चैट. मेरे को नहीं समझा.
There's not even that much value in making it costly. He's already got his ultimate online, and I don't think he wants to feed any more kills over to Azuri. But yeah, again, you look at this round as Heretics seemingly having the right players and the right plays at the
Reach
right
diamond
time.
finally feels good. ये
Eintracht
उसने 100 रुपए में
Frankfurt
बोला.
just completely run over
भाई
the
डायमंड में
dominant
100 रुपीस
possession
में
of the site.
तो मैं गोल्ड हूँ.
I do think that's what Heretics
700
called the
rupees,
timeout
nice.
for. Like, it was 2 pacey rounds from Eintracht Frankfurt. They just got hit and hit hard, and some mistakes were made. The timeout's called, and Eintracht Frankfurt changed as well. I mean, if you keep running the same thing after your opponent calls a timeout, you're probably going to lose the round. They're probably countering that. So they also free.
अब समझा. अब मैं genuinely समझा, लेकिन मेरे को पढ़ने दो कंफर्म करने के लिए. भाई उसको डायमंड ओके 100 रुपीस भेजे और मैं गोल्ड हूँ. थोड़ा तो ज्यादा दे दे मेरी बात तो है. अब मैं क्लियर कट समझा अर्शिल भाई. अब मैं समझा, अब आप सीधा इमोर्टल जाओगे, अब मैं समझा.
They actually only
Up
used the
my-
Rolling Thunder as well, so
oh,
they've still
samjha.
got 4 for this round. And while
That was a 27.
Who has been dominating
0.9 and
early, maybe
almost
that's the key.
28
He
$28
needs to
million
die so that the other players are willed
Agree,
into
full
life.
support, full support.
Even
full
still,
support.
Seaside has
because
been taken.
full
It has been
support.
taken by one of the players because the other is now trapped behind a wall. Drone up. It's going to give them vision over the backside, but they saw the player fade away. Rians now has done damage. Jamalino is still somewhat unknown. Maybe it looks like they're going to wait to group up. You also have to bear in mind, though, that Hunter's Fury is available here.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury's there. It makes it hard
भाई
to
क्या
play
एक्टिंग करता है?
all along,
27.99
no
के बाद
smokes
समझा?
for the defensive side. Not even the wall there for Kosh Maris. Long-range play is going to be very favorable for Eintracht Frankfurt with that long plant. Damage done, but no kill. Rien's on low HP, still a deadly factor to deal with. But the ult from Jamalino. He'll swing out wide. Hunter's Fury put through. Stealing damage. But it won't find more than one. Rien's on a sliver will go down to the laser gun. And Eintracht Frankfurt
डांस करके इन्फो लेके अल्ट मार के रिटर्न डांस करके लिटन ब्रो
having an overdrive up against you.
सेक्सी खेल रहे हैं लोग.
They can just spam laser beams towards you.
Love you too मेरी जान का. मैं बोल भी कर रहा. Love you too मेरी जान का. Ansel भाई, thank you so much. इतना सपोर्ट करने के लिए love you मेरी जान.
Clearing out until it's
Moment पे क्या
only
लिख
left.
रहे
It
हो?
was already tagged. 4-0 start for the side of Heretics.
heavy
Since
Josh,
then, they have won but
Double
a
initial अभी
singular
भी
round.
वर्क तो करता है तो ज्यादा लोग यूज
there.
नहीं
They
करते
tried
हैं.
to
प्ले
play
स्टाइल के ऊपर है
aggressive,
ना.
take the fight to Eintracht
जो चाहिए
Frankfurt
वो यूज
down
करो.
mid. It didn't work. And again, the pacey take. Jamalino much further forward than expected, but he won't convert the kill. Kosh dodges the stun. Converts one. Boo's got one with the classic. And what a start to this round for Heretics.
He didn't even need to use the classic yet. I think the ult hadn't hit him. It was still going. He just did that for fun. Nightfall through.
No way.
Boo.
Okay.
Thought about it and decided, probably wisely, against it. They now know where the majority of players are. The Nightfall hit one, the other C-Long. Timing here for Kosh could be problematic, but he takes one before he goes down.
वापस अजूरी अजूरी अगर फिटे वाले को मारा
45 seconds left for
तो
Eintracht
क्रेजूरी
Frankfurt
होएगा.
to play with.
बहुत गंदा था.
It's been a great string of rounds for them. Only a singular
Half
loss
तो
in
जीत
between,
गया
but if it
TH.
ends as a 6-6 half, it's not too damning for Heretics.
And it should end that way as well. It looked like they were going back towards the operator of Woot.
Not bad, chat.
Direction.
तेज
Woot's
जीत
got
गया
the
ना.
boxed in.
गुड रूम भैया डाल दो अपने शोकेस में. लव यू मेरी जान का यस भाई.
Zuri could surprise them from. Look how
Challenge
passive
no matter
they're
what
playing towards the
top
B
2
side
आना
as
पड़ेगा
well.
even after calling planes.
Their base is
Not
covered.
possible but
Even the walk through
hard
mid
है.
not possible with that
जिस
trap
हिसाब
down.
से
And now
खेल
they know
रहे ना
exactly
एक ना
where
एक टीम
Zuri
आएगा
is.
देखना.
The Opal slowly
जिस
make
हिसाब
his
से
way
खेल रहे
along
challenger
without
teams.
any opportunities being offered up.
He's got a good position though.
Yeah, but he doesn't know. The
मैंने
chances of him
एक
stepping
प्लेयर
back
का
into
नाम
that
नहीं सुना
angle
है.
along
सब
it.
मार रहे भाई.
Okay, he has chosen the
अजूरी
right
तो मेरा
way.
favorite
He's in the smoke now. This
player
could get
निकला.
dangerous.
Oh, the spam's in. He's made a space, and I thought for a second he might just be able to thread the needle. A very good read on the scenario for Azuri, but a
बहुत
much
बड़ी में एड्स
better
क्यों आ रहे हैं
round
क्योंकि
coming through for
मोस्टली
Heretics.
मेरा वो खत्म हो
After
गया.
a solid start,
क्या
they
बोलते हैं
will
कॉपीराइट
be able to
वाला
at
सीन.
least come out level, but
तो
a
फिक्स
great
हुआ कि नहीं देख रहा
resurgence
हूँ.
nonetheless.
फिक्स हो गया रहेगा
A
तो
man
ऐसे
we
रखेंगे.
always love to hear from. We've got Riens with an interview from before the match.
वो बहुत आराम काम करता है. बढ़िया बंदा है.
Thank you so much for joining me, Riens. I wanted to bring up a topic that's been going on with yourself mentioning it, I think, with Sheep Esports in an article recently, and also when I spoke to Benji last about inconsistency. Why do you think that that's happening with Team Heretics at the moment?
I don't really have an idea. I think if we knew why, we could solve it, you know. So I think my guess is just mental, I would say. You know, one day we really want to win, we're hungry, and we are there mentally, but another day maybe we're not ready to fight, I would say. Maybe that might be the reason.
Okay, and something else that Benji had mentioned to me, that a word that I picked up on was trust. And I had saw a video of you guys from the voice comms basically being vulnerable with the boys before that last map in your last series. How important is it for you to be able to have those moments with the rest of your teammates?
I mean, from my side individually, it's like really important to have that trust in
Fireflux
your teammates to share like
TH.
anything, you know, in game, outside of the game. But especially in game, like if I feel
तुम लोग मेरे को बोल रहे हो कि ये लोग एक
so they can understand
challenger team से हार के
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like
दूसरा challenger team
an
से
uncharacteristic performance from you
1-0
in the
map
last
down
series. So
है.
how are you kind of working to make that better today?
I think I just don't overthink it, you know, and just
क्या
do
हो रहा है
whatever I
भाई
do on
में
match days. My
मेरा
routine,
शॉर्ट
everything,
में माफ करो
and then I
मल्टी
play
सिमान है
Okay,
जारेडी
well, best of luck today, Rian.
Thank you.
Wow, we are neck and neck at the halftime. Team Heretics, a 4-0 start that's decayed into a neutral lead. I don't think they're going to be happy with that, especially considering how dominant it was to start with and the fact that they're already a map down. Going into Ascent,
Kick ban करो बहुत टाइम होगा यार प्लीज वो डाल अनबैन रिक्वेस्ट डाल
way, but it mounts.
कमेंट सबमिट करा
That's
नॉर्मल रहेगा तो
because
कर दूंगा
Heretics, the Spanish organization, they are one that's expected to make it all the way to Barcelona. Of course, the fans will expect to see them there, and maybe you will as well. Scan the QR code to get your tickets if you want to be there. No guarantees you'll see Heretics though. I mean, maybe in the crowd.
Yeah, I was about to say they've
ये
gone
लेकिन
from needing
डिप्स में
5 wins
एक्चुअल
in a
में
row
अच्छा
now
है
to
ना
just
सर
needing 4, but that includes
Very-
2 maps in a row here
वेरी रिस्की है
after tasting defeat on Lotus.
और
Ascent
एक
is what
बंदा ही
awaits
है
us
बी पे उसकी
if
तो आत्मा
they
कब
can take
जाएगी
this over the line, and they're going into their attack side. Normally the favoured of the two, although can say the same at least in challenges for the side.
प्लेन्स का ब्रैकेट देखना इसके बाद ले लो पे ठीक है
On this A site, the Woot is looking
बहुत
to
पहले
exploit
रिक्वेस्ट
that
अभी तक
gap
नहीं किया
as he
रिक्वेस्ट का
walks up,
सिस्टम में अभी
is
चालू हुआ
being
है
filled
बहुत
in.
पहले कहाँ से डाला
Not seeing anything, but maybe in for a nasty surprise. The timing, it doesn't look the best. He's got maybe a bit further than expected. Will at least take one. Anything more would be great, but I think he now should
not
have the
bad
information
लोग
for his
घुसेंगे
team.
और ए लिंक हेवी फाइट करेंगे
Monster
दो
standing
बंदे
by
तो है
the
पता
slide, caught
नहीं
but
ब्रो
Koshmaris
शॉट ब्रो
lands the
मॉन्स्टर को
shot in
मारना था
return,
उधर
stays alive, claims that backside control. They're going to accelerate, they're going to build on this. Musashi's there to cut them down to size. Back to a 3v3 with the paranoia dodged. Heretics, they've been denied the option to scale towards C main. They don't have any real
तीनों
control
अटक
of their
चुके
own
हैं
at the moment.
वो है
And
चैट
often you don't see teams wanting to
क्या
just
बोलते
sit
हैं?
on the site and wait.
Retakeable.
It's hard because, again, pressure can be applied from every side, and that's what we see. Fizzy striking, and then immediately there's a trade. Too many angles, and not enough players to cover them, or indeed
God.
just enough players to cover them. But that in itself is its own issue.
Yeah, an important pistol, fine track Frankfurt.
और कुछ है
And I
रिडीम
think
कर
again,
सको
though,
नहीं
it does
अभी
well
तक तो
to
कुछ
get
और
them
नहीं
the
है रे
initial read, get them the space
वही है
in towards the other side of the map, but it's maybe some slight
जो है वही है रे
overextensions and
हर्षल जो है वही है अभी
needing
तो
some
और कुछ
space to
है
fight from, and once they're able to isolate those battles again, it's Musashi that is able to bring home another round. He seems to be having fun. He hasn't let what Fizzy did to him get to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fizzy's got a taste of karma now.
creativity
He's
के लिए
having
10
that map
नंबर
with Musashi
तेरे
performance. He's being quieted down. I'm just saying, I would regret behaving the way I did a little bit earlier if I was him.
I don't know, I've met you, and I don't
Maybe
think that's
Musashi
true.
should be waving to him instead. Turn to the side. Hello down there. And then Fizzy stands up. That'd be the problem. Well, 7-6. Advantage for the underdog. And it looks like Garage is going to be a big challenge from Heretics. They're going into the judge, and well, it's not going too well. Luckily, Azuri was there to help out. Well, Fizzy, Musashi, and Jabalini were all on a sliver of health. I'm not saying this round would have been in competition, but it certainly would have been in danger. It might still be in danger, actually.
एक सेकेंड दो बंदे लो है एक
I
सेकेंड
say it in the last round.
heavy damage pro max दे सकता है
It does seem when maybe all the noise fades away and he's able to just
चैंप
focus
जाने के लिए
on
शेषू
his own
जितना है या
play.
बस प्लेऑफ
That's where
क्वालीफाई
he
करना
does some of
पड़ता
his
है
best work. Still
I
has
think
a
जीतना
smoke.
पड़ता है वो लोग को
Another about to be available as well. So he can maybe try and play with the minds of his
जितना या
opponents.
टॉप 3 आने का है ऐसा कुछ तो
30
Of
seconds
course,
left.
with Vice being dead, that wall no longer plays a part. Now, the one player who is
उसमें
healthy
दोस्त
is the
मैंने
one
बोल दिया
that's watching
सुन
him,
के शांत हो
waiting
गया
him to round this corner. The pistol up close would
That's
be
a
good,
W.
but Azuri has just been better.
Bro lead
better
में
than anyone else in
लेकिन
the server. Let's
अब
be real.
मेन
He's
राउंड अब
16,
यहाँ से TH
7,
दिखाएगा उनका
and 12
मैप
assists on
क्यों
top
है
of that as well.
क्यों है उनका मैप वो लोग
Yeah, you said it at the start.
किधर भी
And
एग्जैक्ट
the
मार
fact that
सकते
he's
हैं
able
कभी
to
भी
do this
स्लोप
in a
खेल
breach
सकते
as
हैं
well.
बड़ा मैप है अब यहाँ से TH
It's
दिखाएगा
usually something that's going to pull you
Top
down,
two
a
आने
little
का
bit,
ठीक है, ठीक
weigh
है।
you down, but well, for Azuri, it doesn't seem to have any effect.
कितना वीपी
It's one
मिलता
of
है
two
किक
things.
पे आई
It's
थिंक
either you
3000
can
वीपी रिडीम कर
frag
सकता
and
है
you're not playing
Stream
breach
देखते
properly,
Exactly.
or you're playing it
कभी ना
properly and
कभी।
you can't frag. Like I think, like for example, back in the day, Kez
ये वैलो पॉइंट्स आप देते हो
He
या
was great
किक
at
ये मैं
fragging.
दे रहा हूँ खुद के जेब से दे रहा हूँ
Teammates love the breach as well. But
They
no,
loved him carrying,
I mean,
that's
he's
for
what?
sure.
Azuri's got 16 kills, 12 assists.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair to say he's doing his job at this point in both ways. He's doing his job and then some.
His cast is going to be off the charts.
All right, mate, calm down. Eintracht Frankfurt.
ब्रो
8 on
प्रोएक्टिव
the
खेलने का
board,
सोच रहे
2-round
हैं
lead. Decent buy coming into this one. 2 Bulldogs, some pistols,
वो
and a
लोग
Judge.
दो
There's
इंसर्ट कर
potential.
दिया है
The Judge playing towards A short. Of course they're going to expect it. In and around Garage.
एक का पता है
damage
दूसरे
it
का नहीं
did
पता है
a few rounds ago. Or last round. Not a few. Just one. But although it looked like Heretics
Days,
were going
rounds.
to late play into that, it looks
I
like
think
they're
ये लोग
changing
बक्से दे करके
direction, at
बी
least
जाएंगे
wanting
सर
to feign some control.
आई थिंक बी
4
जाएंगे
players here. I think maybe they're taking it. The B
दो
side is
सेंटी
wide
है
open if they decide to go that way.
कुछ
It's
प्रेशर
only
है
the
नहीं
wall
बी वाले पे
that stands to slow them.
Well, Coach Maris
It's going to slow them.
didn't give a damn. He's the one that's tripped. He's taken the space. The rest look to try and wrap round behind.
ब्रो नसीब
I say the rest. It's only Jamalinho. They've still got that trap as well to hold for Fizzy. And even getting
Clear
into
कैसे
that
नहीं
side
किया?
whatsoever is going to be incredibly difficult. Again,
माता रानी
there's a
पड़ी।
lot of damage being done to these players. They do have to be a little bit careful. The spams eventually get the job
भाई
done.
वो
but
लोग
it's in
को
the
हर
trade
एक
for a
लाइन
lot of
पता है क्या
damage.
स्पैम का
Orion seems well aware.
Thank God, let them
Player trying
cook.
to sneak through from behind.
चैंपियंस में
It is all
वापस
about damage at
परचेज
this
नहीं कर
point,
सकता
and
नहीं चैम्प्स का
Fizzy
कुछ भी
clearly
स्किन
thought he
वापस
was a
नहीं
little
आता
bit more
किधर भी
under the radar than he was.
He waited so long with the Judge.
पता नहीं
out,
आगे
took
जाके
his ghost
शायद
out. I was
कभी
like,
रन इट
"Ooh, he
बैक
thinks
ऐसा
maybe
कुछ
the
आया तो
deep
लेकिन
window, yeah, the
मोस्टली
Judge
तो
won't
नहीं
be
आने
so
वाला
good, but the ghost pop. I think he just runs out with his knife. I don't know what happened there. But all right, fair enough. A rifle carried forward by Monster, but that's about
Mods
it.
हल्का सा skull by
it's
पे
just a
नजर
gamble
रखना
round that doesn't pay off. Like they play the extremities, they put the Judge down on A short, and you hope that, and often I guess it's true, like Garage and B are decent risks.
बंदा थोड़ा सा
It's not
बोखला
as
गया
many
है
long lane ways for you to take. There's a few little corners for the pistols to hide in, and with the flood potential of a pistol buy on the B side, it's quite hard
किक
to
पे
not
स्ट्रीम
hold
देखते हैं
on
वीपी
to
पॉइंट्स
after
मिलता
you
है
play
यस
back in game, but
सर
to get
चैनल
in there
पॉइंट्स
in
से
the
चैनल
first place
पॉइंट्स
and get enough space to get the plant down can be dangerous. So they're just hoping that space is respected. And it
Mods
won't.
get his
Heretics find themselves some free ground, and obviously in a round
कुछ
like
बात
that,
करो
it should be
इसके
easy
लिए
to hold
राइट
on to.
से
once it's
सारे
going.
प्लेयर्स के लिए और अच्छा है और उनके लिए भी नहीं वो लोग का वैसा सीन है रे जो लिमिटेड है वो लिमिटेड ही रखते हैं वो लोग
Looking to try and level.
वो लोग का ऐसा कुछ सेल्स का ऐसा लेना देना नहीं है क्योंकि वो लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं
Ultimates yet to come online for either side, but
मैं भी आगे जाके
actually
क्योंकि आगे जाके बहुत सारा
incredibly
चीज होने
close.
वाला है पिक बैंड भी आ सकता है काफी सारे एजेंट्स आने के बाद
the early feel of the map is there is
मैप का भी
no
आने वाला है पिक
competition.
बैंड
Evidently,
कुछ अलग
Eintracht Frankfurt
तरीके से
thought this was going to be more of an A play, but it's also just
कि
look at the
रोटेट वो लोग
delay.
कितने करेगा नया
They
नया
have
मैप अगर 10 मैप
so
आगे
much
कितने
vice
रोटेशन बना
utility
लेंगे
covering towards that C side of the map. They
देखते
also
हैं
then
मोस्टली
have
तभी
the global utility on the other side, and Koch Maris again, he's trying to sell a bit of a ruse,
Neon
but
band
this
भाई
is the
ये
delay.
हुआ है
So you
सोचिए
can't
नर्फ
go
नियॉन
anywhere
देख
near
रहे हैं
those
हम लोग
thorns. You definitely can't be
फिर भी हर मैप
vulnerable
में
while
दिखाई दे
you're
रहा
stood
है
at
नर्फ
them.
नियॉन
And just look at the amount of time that alone has bought. There's now a second player in the site, a third not far away, and Musashi has that ult to play with to disrupt if he needs to.
घुस गए नहीं रुक पाएंगे
Spotted Fizzy towards the back. They're going to be ready
वो
when they
अल्ट
swing that back.
सी मारा भाई
Ready for Fizzy. With Boo alone. His
Bro, are
position
you kidding me?
moments ago known, and now the steps heard. Okay,
Okay.
he does
Hey, वो अच्छा
extremely
खेल रहा
well
है
to take down Monster, but the TP will be his undoing. Musashi is waiting here with the Odin in hand.
Smart be.
The 9th locked
Chat,
in
look
now
khel
for
rahe.
Eintracht Frankfurt. Musashi on his feet again.
He made me nervous because he was 10 HP. I was like, there was a small chance that Boo was able to react. But this is just, I love watching the way that they're using this Vice Astra combo. As I was calling out at the beginning of the round, like, you have an opportunity to grab well, to smoke on 3 different chokes on the map.
माना हॉस्पिटल में गए हैं सीरियस है भाई तुम लोग ऐसे सीधा मत कूदो भाई मेरा हार्ट बीट वैसा नहीं है कमजोर दिन वाला हूँ मैं हो सकता है प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर के लिए हो गया रहेगा तुम लोग थोड़ा रुकोगे कल तक
It's starting to fade from possibility and
सीधा मैदान में
morph
कूद ही
into
जाता है
reality. Eintracht Frankfurt winning against Heretics today. Honestly, looking at this game, I predicted Frankfurt,
get
but I
well
really
soon और
looked at it as a
positive
coin
ये
flip.
दो
I
भाई
think either of these teams could dominate,
हाँ
either of
गेमिंग
these teams
कब
could get
आ
smashed,
रहे हो हॉस्पिटल के
and
लिए
we
अभी तो
could
मैं गया था
very well
कल
have a very close game. But for Team Heretics losing 2-0, that wasn't really in my mind. Like getting smashed on the map, sure, but you're telling me Woot can have a lights-out performance like he did in the start of both maps? You're telling me Rienz isn't going to enter God mode? Koshmaris on the Neon isn't going to deliver? Like, it feels impossible for them to not have that one, but Eintracht Frankfurt...
I will say the third of the 3 things you said is more likely than the other 2.
वो लोग का एक का रोटेशन फास्ट होने वाला है
One of these is not like the others.
और इसके कांटेक्ट में ब्रिज टर्न देने वाला है क्रेजी
Then you lost me.
Went a little bridge too
दे
far.
दिया
Perhaps they did there on that contact
रिकॉर्ड भी दे
play.
दिया
Kosh
कांड
deleted.
मार दिया
Benji will fall as well. Now Musashi doesn't even move. He is steadfast in his hold of long.
Oh my god, bro.
Rienz root him from position. Reveal. Okay, he'll get there in the end. But 12 seconds with the spike. He is not getting this planted.
Chat.
Oh, he's got a couple of kills. Yeah. The result's the same.
क्या?
Oh, it's a race for who can kill Rienz. And it's going to be Gemelino. The second time he's killed him with the classic. Well,
Eintracht
Frankfurt make it to double digits. They came into this tournament, as I said, they went through a play-in, I think it was of 36 teams. They went through an LCQ to be one of the remaining team that makes it to this tournament. They lose their opening match to GX, which I'll be honest with you, for me was a death sentence. The second they lost that game, I was like, they're not making that run. And if you disagree with me, GX already out, so I think that tells you everything you need to know.
Unlucky, mate. Yeah, bad gamble.
But going up against mates into Heretics, I was like, okay.
भाई तुम्हारा कौन है फेवरेट प्लेयर मेरा एक ही आजुरी
through the mates.
Bye bye. See ya. Love you मेरे जान गड़े अर्जुन भाई.
Away from doing both.
Love you मेरे जान गड़े. Just से इसके बाद FNC का मैच है.
Doing both, but doing it both in 2-0 fashion.
आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? कैम के यार मैं गलती से लात मारा भाई नीचे यार क्या छुट्टिया कैम है भाई बक लोड़ा.
No, it's necessarily possible to get, but it's Musashi's KD before being flipped off and after being flipped off.
It's going to be a very positive stat for him.
I think it is.
Motivation.
All I'm going to say is, maybe I need to happen more often. We don't necessarily need to show on camera every time, but...
And also, Fizzy stats before flipping Musashi off and after.
He was giving his power. You know?
कैसा हमेशा बहुत बड़ी मैं बढ़िया फैनेटिक में देखता हूँ अगर आ सकता हूँ तो कितने घंटे बाद है इसके बाद मान के चलो आधे घंटे में अगर 8-2-0 हुआ तो 11 बजे तक चालू हो जाएगा.
In case you couldn't determine that, GX are not in the tournament. You just said that as well. And then we showed GX.
Someone was like,
slowest I've ever seen our game. I was worried about my eyesight for a moment, and then my sanity. But we're back. We're so back. 10 rounds on the board for Eintracht Frankfurt.
Yeah. Back on the ring.
But no.
Next gun round.
I don't know. I don't play. I've never played a round of the
उसके
game.
बाद
I don't know if they have rounds.
You're a lucky man.
Either way.
No, they don't.
क्या face fear अंदर कैसे हो गए?
And Fizzy has just spammed out Rienz, dropped the spike, which they will get back.
लग गए.
Yeah, Rienz just used Nightfall as well.
That's it.
There's Rienz going, let's go in, guys. Then she's getting shot in the face, well, the body multiple times through the smoke. So,
oh,
not
shit.
a great start to the low buy. Wood at least has a backup weapon to switch to. Boo's now got Musashi. Was this all
Things are looking good.
Where's he going? He thought the TP was coming in. This is looking way more competitive than it should be for Heretics. They popped an ult, got immediately stopped. Now we're in a 3v3. But Fizzy, well, he's flipping goodness, it's a 4K from Fizzy. He's been quiet all map. But he's came through in a statement round right as they approach the finish line.
Yeah, it almost felt like an eco warrior for a second, but you know, it's...
Hey Bango, I love you so much, but as a college student, I cannot afford those memberships. But love you so much. Love you, मेरे जान गए. कोई सीन नहीं आगे देख.
But then it's again just this aftershock causing issues and just everybody
PHP planes में, अभी पहले outs में जा रहे वो लोग.
That's why. That's why.
भाई ये राउंड अगर जीत गया, तो
I'll let that guy back on the board.
बस हॉस्टल में होम सिकनेस हो रहा है. अनीम भाई मजाक सेट कर, कभी भी ऐसा होता ना कॉल कर देने का वीडियो
unneeded at times.
वीडियो कॉल करने का और चुपचाप एक दिन मैगी खाने का और टॉप 10 सेक्सी सॉन्ग सुनने का. बाकी हम लोग तो है. लौड़े का मॉड बड़वा इंसान हर्षित का बर्थडे. हर्षित भाई मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे. मेरी जान गोड़े किधर है विकास दोस्त मेंबरशिप?
Supposed to be a tier below. Right now it doesn't look like it.
It's worth mentioning as well.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ सी साइड
ज्वेल्स. The miracle run was Madrid. They had the chance to make it back to Spain. The chance to fight for the EMEA title in a different place other than Berlin.
पृथ्वीराज भाई thank you for the 100 मेरी जान गड़े. नहीं मेरा
not just because of where he is, but also because of where Boo is. This is a massive gap that has been exploited. He's now surrounded, probably confused by that, and he's walked away at the perfect moment.
Boo also shot at him, so Monster knows now there was a flank coming through. He flees immediately, but then Fizzy goes pushing.
ठीक है, Fizzy थोड़ा प्रोएक्टिव हो गया था, लेकिन ठीक है वो लोग को इन्फो है.
It could also be a ruse though, because there's 3 players here still.
Exactly, they're gonna run back into the numbers. Jamalino stunned out. Oh, pop that Boo! Didn't stand a chance. Kashmara stuns himself, and well, it is a stunning performance coming out of the defensive side. 12-7. Eintracht Frankfurt on the verge of dethroning Los Niños, sending them out in a disgraceful way. For this banner, making it to Barcelona is a necessity. But going out this far from reaching that goal, it wasn't even thought of.
The expectations on this roster have always been high after their first year.
इसको तो कुछ दिखाई भी नहीं दिया.
And for Eintracht Frankfurt, we spoke about at the beginning, a new start. And Jamalino, 16 years of age, but some players who've been around the block have been waiting for their opportunity.
वो लोग काउंटर में खड़े, क्या करेगा? ले गान लग गया उसका.
And while for Azuri, there's that breach utility. Send that one to Mini. He's going to love that. The breach showing impact once again. And for Boo, another last-ditch effort, clutch scenario. Will get him the spike. But does he want to make a move first?
Neon 16 साल का है. कौन ये? जेमिली 16 साल का है.
Okay, but the spike's still here. He's gone for the element of surprise rather than having the spike, which means he now still has to go back to the spike. So they are watching the spike. There is a gap, though. Actually, there's a pretty big gap.
There kind of has to be because there's so many angles to clear, but they've got to... Oh, Jamalino's not checking it. He's going to be executed. Somehow Boo's brain has almost won them the round, but Eintracht Frankfurt, they won't fall for this one. 13-7.
भाई कोई भी 16 साल का नहीं दिख रहा उधर.
Once again, the VCT Tier 1 is challenged by those who are below.
Yeah, this is the fact of the matter. I said it, they lost to GX early, went into that lower bracket, and I looked at Eintracht Frankfurt, seeing the run they had to make, and I said, good luck. But they are the team on the table that made that run to get here, playing to LCQ, and now stand on that main stage, and they have eliminated mates the team from France that made it to an international already. They have eliminated Heretics, a team from Spain that made it to an international already. Honestly, at this point, there is nobody that I think should be underestimating this team of players. And for Heretics, unfortunately, the dismay at the end of the year, no Barcelona, no champions. It will be.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, पढ़ाई तुम गूगल से करते हो? हाँ, गूगल में मेरा जो नेटवर्थ है उसमें कम से कम मैं 5 अंटीला ले सकता हूँ, लेकिन देखो तेरा भाई सामने यहाँ पे बैठा है, समझ रहे हो? 16 साल का एक बंदा भी तुम लोगों को 16 साल का दिख रहा है, मिनिमम वो 20 का है, मिनिमम। ऐसा अवेयरनेस, ऐसा गेम से मिनिमम 20 का है। 16 का है तो प्रोडिजी, मैं नहीं मानता, फिर तो प्रोडिजी है भाई। 16 का है तो बाहर तो प्रोडिजी है। ले तो सकते हो आप, कहां से? लाइक करो भाई। उसको ट्विटर पे लिखा है 16। मेरे जैसा रहेगा बच्चों, बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट दो, मेरे जैसा भी तो सकता।
The second win, I think we won against Heretics.
ये 16 का है।
And I don't remember the second one. Gentlemates. Yes. Yeah. And yeah, so I'm really proud of the team and I'm really happy.
Yeah, it's great to see you having such a great individual performance as well, Jamilino. But I guess I had asked Musashi this earlier today. What were your expectations coming into this event, considering that you came in through that last chance qualifier? And do you feel like you've met those expectations?
My expectation was like, I mean, we were pretty good in STQ and also in practice. So I mean, I'm sure we can go to Barcelona, honestly.
Oh really? You want to go all the way to Barcelona? Yeah. Thinking ahead of Barcelona then, if you guys do make it to those playoffs, is there a team that you've got your eye on that you want to go up against?
Probably EP, because that's like the best tier 2 right now. So yeah, I think EP.
Okay, I find that interesting that you choose another challengers team. Why do you not choose any of the tier 1 teams?
I mean, EP is like hard to beat and we never played them, you know, like in VCL or like EMEA. So I want to like try it because I don't understand why that's so good, you know.
Yeah, okay, that's great to hear. Well, hopefully you do get to do that. We'll get to see if both of you make the playoffs, because of course we've not seen if they get to do it yet. But we're going to hand it over to your teammates who are waiting on the desk.
16 साल में ऐसा गेम प्ले, गेम सेंस बात करने में अच्छा है।
Here and I'm enjoying.
हाँ, और अपने इधर मुंबई सर्वर में क्या हो रहा है? 18 होती इतनी महंगी, उस दिन याद है ना, सिर्फ कानों में सुनाई दे रहा था, सोबा सोबा, ए मर गया, सोबा बी मर गया, सोबा सी मर गया, सोबा भैया। सर में लोग आपको देखते थे, इसलिए मेरे को देखते थे ना, तो ऐसे नहीं बनते थे, समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? कभी सैफा
You see that we play
मत याद दिलाओ यार,
composition. We like to play.
साउंड याद रहा है, हेडफोन गया था। एक बार पिक सेट टिकेगा,
like giving us comfort is very nice for us. I think it pans out really well. In the first day we needed to.
किसके 2 बार प्रेडिक्शन के लग गए?
We're familiar with it.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
sky's the limit, right? We see it
आज heavy points
day
मिला
by day, play by play, round by round.
आज heavy points मिला है।
Yeah, today feels very comfortable. Not gonna lie.
What you said, the sky's the limit. What are the expectations you had coming into this play-ins?
Job life versus Fnatic now, baby.
We have our goals, right? We want to represent a region very well. We want to do obviously very well because we know that we're capable of. We have a high potential. I think Enterprise mentioned it already earlier in the desk. Our scrims are
how's your language?
And I think one of the biggest question is how do you transfer the performance that you have in scrims towards the officials, right?
What have you been doing? to translate it because it's looking very good.
You really want to know?
Yeah, I think everybody wants to know. You beat Gentlemates 2-0 and now Heretics 2-0. I think everybody wants to know.
What did we do?
TS बाहर या lower bracket लग गए, TS के लग गए.
We like the game. We have a genuine passion for this game. Players are grinding almost 24/7. And we got our head in the game. We didn't let something distract us. And the most of all is
तो ये सीन चल रहा है.
We are very good friends.
लोअर ब्रैकेट में TH है और फैनेटिक है.
We have been living now together for a long time and there are no
फैनेटिक को सबके सामने जीतेगा.
We feel very good. Yeah, and I think that's the key point.
How does the coach IGL relationship? Like I know that relationship.
Fnatic versus Job Life.
Like how do you guys work? Like
Fnatic जीतेगा. फिर यहाँ पे EP versus Fireflex आएगा. फिर बेसिकली फैनेटिक को 2 चैलेंजर टीम्स को हराने का, बराबर है ना? और ये लोग क्वालिफाई. इधर अलग है सिस्टम. इधर वाले ये ब्रैकेट पे आएंगे, लोअर ब्रैकेट पे, ऊपर वाले. तो ये लोग लड़ेंगे आई थिंक फुट के साथ.
Also with Zebra doing the anti-strat on these teams.
नहीं ना, Eternal Fire. I think EF आएगा, Foot नहीं आएगा.
What we want to do, how we want to play the game.
नहीं EF, Gamer थे. I think Foot आएगा.
Talking about ISO.
I think यहाँ पे EF
I remember you obviously back in the day as a star duelist back in 2021. You are now in IGL.
You're still in Rebels.
Yeah, to me you're still in Rebels. You're now in IGL
भाई
playing a
कितने
lot more
सारे
server
teams
stuff.
बाहर
How
चले
is that
गए bro?
transition being going from a duelist to IGL?
I mean the thing is like I've always like also on the duelist I was really vocal always. Like I'm someone who just can't stop yapping.
Giant X, Navi, Gentlemates. तीन टीम तो बाहर है.
For me also I like
अच्छी teams.
I can
Pacific का पता नहीं.
Pacific. I mean it's always hard to see get the full balance. When I'm on duelist, I don't. When I was on chamber, especially, I didn't look at the minimap to tell my teammates what to do, right? But now I have to find the balance to get both done. Like tell them where to go, micro them, and also look at my crosshair. I think on the Lotus it was kind of terrible. I couldn't hit a shot all game. But on the Haven, I figured it out.
You did clutch with the operator.
Yeah, but on the off, bro, that's my prime weapon.
No. And also on the Haven when you catch Boo with the TP and you were already waiting there. You've had your moments.
Yeah, on Haven.
EMEA नहीं खेलने का. Pacific है तो Pacific खेलना.
And also micromanaging them. So it's like for me it was a kind of good transition, I think.
Cool. We've got Giant. No, we don't have Giant X coming up.
No, we don't.
Job Life में डोमा, yes sir. मजा आएगा.
Fnatic Job Life coming up. Could you give us our predictions before we go?
डोमा बहुत प्यारा बंदा है रे.
I
मेरे से अभी भी बात होता है. Recently बात हो गया था.
But I'm going to say Job Life.
Last time जब खेल रहे थे, तभी बात हो. बहुत प्यारा बंदा है डोमा, बहुत प्यारा बंदा.
Obviously because we're in the same facility as they are.
पूरा मिलने का प्लान बना है.
Friends.
जैसे प्लान बना है वो लोग हार गए फिर मिल नहीं सकते.
I think they deserve it. Although I like how Fnatic has been playing the last match, though, I need to choose for Job Life in this case.
I think like if Fnatic plays like with Kayak Alpha, I'm full confidence. I mean,
इतने टाइम बाद बैठ के ना कुछ तो हो गया. I think
if they are not,
पेरिस से आने से ब्रेक ही नहीं लिया ना कुछ तो.
Well, congratulations today. Very convincing win. We're going to be joining. It's not China. It's Fnatic.
It's Fnatic and Job Life
right after the break.
FNS, you see this? Nice! Good job! Nice! Oh, nice! Guys, you need to win those! Nice! Let's go! Oh, this is over, old bro! Hello! Hello! Nice! Good job! Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
And the winners.
4 years of history.
VCT, EMEA, Team Liquid. That trophy has never been done before.
No team has ever lifted our trophy outside of Berlin. But that's about to change. VCT EMEA goes on its first ever roadshow. And it's coming to Barcelona. Our biggest crowd, our biggest stage, and a trophy lift under Spanish skies. We will be there. Will you?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
तुम बिन है मेरे हमदम का मैंने जीना जीना मेरा पैर ऊपर वाले नीचे आएंगे शायद लैंग्वेज भाई जगह तो है बे क्रेजी किधर है ये किधर है चैट ये
qué ornamentos qué claraboyas qué radia más
सुंदर दिख रहा है
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
बार्सिलोना ही है जिसको नहीं मालूम मेरे को मालूम था प्यारा दिख रहा है बे जगह
Estoy aquí en el paseo marítimo.
Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande, parece la última.
Goa जैसा है बे
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito.
इससे तो समझ में आ गया रहेगा बहुत खर्चा हुआ है ¿Ah?
Las Ramblas están muy vistas y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. Vamos a ver la final de EMEA.
बंद बार टाइम पास करते करते अनबैंड रिक्वेस्ट चेक कर लो और ठीक है अनबैंड रिक्वेस्ट चेक करता लेट्स ट्राई द अनबैंड रिक्वेस्ट एक आया है एक अनबैंड रिक्वेस्ट आया 20 मिनट पहले आ जाओ डिसाइड करेंगे कि अनबैन करना है कि नहीं करना है वाईटी वाले डिसाइड करेंगे वाईटी वाले चलो वाईटी वाला आर यू रेडी वाईटी वालों आर यू रेडी मेरी जान के टो वाईटी वालों ये देखो कटाकॉम्स गए थे कटाकॉम्स नहीं गया था ये देखो लाइव वाटर बैन हुआ है ठीक है पहले से हम देखेंगे पहले से चैट देखेंगे कि गांड में कीड़ा कब आया तब से देखेंगे ठीक है बहुत लंबा चैटर है बीच में से देखेंगे तो फिर ठीक है। बात कर रहा है यहाँ पे उसने इमोजी स्पैम करना है अलाउड है, किक पे फन है इमोजी, तो इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। ठीक है, एक लाइनर दो लाइनर स्पैम है, कोई सीन नहीं इमोजी स्पैम ठीक है। पॉइंट्स अलाउड है, पॉइंट्स कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। इमोजी क्यूट्स इमोजी ठीक है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं ठीक है। चलिए गार्ड में खाऊंगा तो बैन मिलेगा क्या? नहीं मिला इसको, मतलब वो बोल सकते हैं मेरे को, कोई सीन नहीं है। कैसा है लोलू? ठीक है, कोई सीन नहीं है, मेरे को गाली दिया। चले ठीक है, गेम के बारे में बात हो रही है, यहाँ तक फर्स्ट क्लास है। ये क्या है? सट्टा होता है वो। ठीक है, फिर गैम्बलिंग नहीं है, प्रेडिक्शन करते हैं हम लोग किक पे, कोई सी नहीं। फिर ठीक है, रेगन फॉर्म ठीक है, सट्टा है ठीक है, कोई गेम के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। इसको बैन मिला क्यों? बड़ा मैसेज है। आई जस्ट गेट द फीलिंग आफ्टर इंटरेक्शन विद द एल्फ गर्ल, आई डोंट नो हाउ इट फेल प्रोग्रेस बट इट्स फ्रेश एंड रिफ्रेशिंग वाचिंग इंटरेस्टिंग। मतलब हाँ ना, आई हैव इन्वाइटेड मैनी रोमांस फैंटेसी फील, कुछ तो इसका अलग खुद से जंग चल रहा है। हाँ, साटो बाय का बॉडी काउंट इसके वजह से बैन पड़ा उसको। शॉर्ट हाइट, उसके बाद उसने सॉरी माय बैड, ये सॉरी माय बैड नॉर्मल है, इसको अपन इग्नोर करेंगे। सॉरी माय बैड हर मुंबई सर में मिलता है, इसको इग्नोर करेंगे, इसका कोई मीनिंग नहीं है। बताओ, इसने ये लिखा है, बताओ चैट। इट्स वन एंड ओनली मिस्टेक वॉज, बताओ बैन या अनबैन, बैन या अनबैन ऐसे लिखो, बैन या अनबैन। तुम लोग की किस्मत में है उसका, तुम लोग की किस्मत में है, तुम लोग वो हो। बैन बैन अनबैन पोल डालते ना, पोल डालते बैन हिम यस नो, ठीक है, पोल डालते भाई, फन है ना ये।
Sure, but they then join up.
पोल डालते हैं।
Instead of just holding that space, let's actually be proactive about it. And immediately we see here, fighting out together. Nice.
ओ मैंने स्टार्ट पोल पे क्लिक नहीं किया, सॉरी।
They're just ahead of Pacific here completely. And that's all I wanted to show really was just.
अरे इतना घूमेगा पेरिस में तो घर कैसे आएगा? ना करो यार, एप्लीकेशन पढ़ो फिर अनबैन नहीं करोगे। हैं? अपील रीजन कहाँ से पढ़ूं? मेरे को नहीं मालूम, ये क्या नया फंडा है? ऐसा भी है कुछ? मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है रीजन, कहाँ से दिख रहा है तुम लोग को रीजन? ओ व्हाट द फक, डोंट टेल मी रीजन भी दिखता है मेरे को, लगा सिर्फ वो लोग क्लिक कर सकते हैं रिक्वेस्ट। कहाँ पे पढ़ सकता हूँ मैं ब्रो? मेरे को देखने का ही है, रुक जाओ। कहाँ पे है मॉडरेशन? मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा, मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा, रुको कैसे? मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा। ताकि बता ज्वेल्स मेरी जान कर रही।
That is the kind of alpha that makes you scared to go.
Yeah, I think my criticism was that if I had alpha, it would just be raised chamber, and I think I would still stick.
अनबैन रे इतना कुछ भी नहीं है, that is true, that is true.
6 games in a row, and I would.
लेकिन पोल बैन की तरफ जा रहा है।
Yesterday was an alpha look.
Basically मेरा चैट आ रहा है, मैं तो कर देता अनबैन।
And the Waylay in particular, he seemed to have an intuition for it that was surprising.
Setting mod action review unban.
Well, of course, we need to have a look at the skirmish as well, because let's not forget there's no seeding in this matchup, so we've had to have a skirmish because of that. And we have a 1v1 of Afia versus
mod action तो है नहीं, connection developer और वो सब Ben shot.
It's kind of interesting that they've been sending alpha into these recently.
It's the final boss. He needs to warm up before the game, and he's doing it on skirmishes.
Even picking that waylay once again, look at him.
तुम लोग को दिख रहा है शायद?
He's embodying the waylay coming into this series.
I think for me it's just like
Dream पे कुछ है क्या settings?
I think to me once they hit a landmine type team, like I think Drop Life are good, but I think to me this whole narrative around him on this waylay, I want to see it when they're playing against a team that they truly aren't.
Chat के नीचे जो वाला.
And I think that it doesn't.
हाँ, settings, mod action.
I think that is going to be the key for them.
I mean,
review unbanned question. Oh.
They go up against either Fireflex or.
Oh, ये रहा.
Or am I in the wrong here?
I don't want to give a definite answer when I'm not 100% right now. But yeah, here we go. Predictions are there. I have once again stuck with the challenger teams. That's my defense for this one. But I had asked you in the previous series, you know, how big of a.
Oh, bro, what the fuck? ये क्या crazy है? Oh, bro. आजा पढ़ते Yo, great merciful streamer, I come before the Supreme Court of Chat today to humbly appeal my ban after my previous generational display of negative IQ. After extensive reflection, approximately 7 minutes, I have reviewed my last action and reached a groundbreaking conclusion. Yeah, we are not running that back. That was not Aura, that was not Sigma, that was a career-ending performance. Since then, I have touched grass 7 minutes में, completed my redemption arc 7 minutes में, installed the common sense DLC, ये अच्छा, and upgraded from 0 brain cells to at least 3. I solemnly swear I will not repeat my last action. That feature has been patched, nerfed, vaulted and removed from the lore. Crash Shot era is officially over. Bro is reformed. Bro has seen the light. Bro just want to type in chat again. So please, Your Honor, consider blessing this fallen soldier with the unban. Free me from the gulag. I promise I will behave. Source, trust me, bro. Chat GPT लेकिन अच्छा है. चैट जीपीटी लेकिन अच्छा है. उसने फिर भी अपना थॉट्स चैट जीपीटी में डाल के निकाल के उसने कॉपी पेस्ट किया. मेहनत अच्छा है. हटा दो बैन. ठीक है, बख्शा दे. ठीक है, अगली बार बख्शा दे नहीं. लिफ्ट बैन. ये अच्छा था ब्रो.
Have we had a lot of freeze here in the plane? I feel like
ये crazy था भाई.
Probably wasn't here, or my memory is failing me. But you know, yeah, it's been a while. Do you know who's been a while for as well? For Fnatic. I don't think that we've seen them with this roster even play in this map. I mean, of course, I'm speaking about having Eng, having Cloud in the mix, and what they're going to do with it. So I want to see how those.
मुझे भी ban दो ना अभी. Language.
Today's maps, because at least Lotus is the first one, Mini, and I know that you love an Alpha chamber.
Yeah,
Loi is officially unbanned from Kick.
But at the same time, I thought Fnatic looked phenomenal on the Lotus last time we saw it.
लेकिन
that chamber was just walking out of rubble
जितने भी लोग एक टाइम पे तो चैट जीपीटी खत्म हो जाएगा. उसके बाद खुद का थॉट देखना पड़ेगा. स्टार्टिंग में 5-10 ठीक है. उसके बाद कहाँ से लाओगे कॉमेडी?
So they need to kind of show us why they picked this Lotus.
What are some things that you?
बस मैं 1.5 साल हो गया रे. Now bye, thank you for the 17 months for the good.
Let him just be walking around the map.
Isn't that the challenge for
I think it's
बिल्कुल मेरा अनबैन नहीं. एक दिन का सजा तो मिलेगा. कल देखेंगे अभी.
They need to find a way to shut down him just taking that map space.
Something that we didn't get a chance to touch on for Job Life was the double duelists that they've been playing.
Justice has been served from the court of Binks. Bam.
Yeah, I think something that I was saying was they have a very
Bank
mature
ready
style.
language.
The problem is Fnatic likes to play against that mature kind of not hyper aggressive style, and I think it's going to be.
सुशील ने ऐसे लीव कर दिया क्या बंक्स में? मेरे को कहाँ से मालूम?
If they're able to get into Fnatic
मस्त था वो कुछ भी. हाँ बे अच्छे बैन रिक्वेस्ट और मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना चैट इंटरेक्शन वाइज ओपी है. ये प्लेटफॉर्म ओपी है. ओपी ये वाला प्लेटफॉर्म. ये वाला ज्वेल्स वाला ओपी. ये वाला प्लेटफॉर्म है. ये वाला फ्री मी फ्रॉम गुलाग इज गॉट रहा ना. मस्त था बे.
Incredibly on point. I would say the same for Boo earlier today, but you know, sad day for that. But of course, the stakes are completely different. The pressure is going to hit different.
How would you know he isn't from Israel? Language!
Is going to go back into that state.
Yeah, Pays to me as well.
Happy
like,
Independence Day. Hello, ruko, 1 ghanta hai.
That last time they played Lotus, like he got momentum early and then was converting that into a lot of proactive plays. And I think they're going to need to keep that proactive style up. And again,
any information from on-ground players?
Don't let
जो भी
Bosa
snacks से
sit
बता
back and
सकते
play
हैं.
a chess match. Start punching them in the face while they're trying to move around the pieces.
Yeah, I agree, and like that's kind of like why I wanted to have that double Julius conversation, right?
पार्टी का मेंबरशिप कैंसिल करके फ्री पे किक देखना शुरू कर दो फिर ना करो यार कार्तिक भाई ऐसे देखो ना फ्री में ऑलरेडी 20 रुपया वाईटी ने बढ़ाया मेंबर्स मेरे कम हो गए यार मैंने तो 1-2 महीना वो भी नहीं किया था बढ़ाओ करके
He really stepped up. Even on Lotus, like all that the Pacific players could see at the beginning of the round was just space coming at them and being like, no, police and no. So yeah, they're coming in.
Few words for
Snacks. On them. We still have the challengers teams all alive, and here we did see here's the agent select. We did see Doma moving on from Vice onto the Cypher. He did have a lot of control over the shenanigans that Hubert and other people wanted to do. So I understand the vision.
So once again, Fnatic on this attack side with the Vice Chamber composition. What we saw from them last time is what I love with this composition.
जो मेरे से इतना ज़्यादा गुना बड़ा है, उसको मैं few words दूँ.
Towards A, and Alpha's just going to be using it to take jewels. Yeah. It'll be coming down, and he gets the advantage on that jewel every time. And last time they played
time आएगा स्कूल में लोग बोलेंगे ऐसे लिखना है.
I want to see what Job Life have up their sleeves to stop Alpha from taking that bubble space.
And Kayak as well. Yesterday he had a brilliant game. He had
been क्या हुआ? अच्छा ये हो गया full end
I want to see how he then is by himself.
Yes, वाले जीत के भी हार गए.
Not relying so much on just being that supportive player that Boaster was talking about.
Hey, camera गया है क्या?
More like himself.
वापस आया क्या?
The initiative. Him actually going onto those executes.
Yeah, for sure. And from Job Life's side, they obviously don't have the Viper in here mini that you would usually prefer. But I feel like around a lot of different agents, especially when we consider the shuffling that they've had to do. Because Chiba couldn't make
भाई हम लोग कश में है डोमा बाय वर्सेस Booster by Doma by genuinely दोस्त.
I think that playing the double Judas here isn't the worst idea, especially if you're an underdog.
क्या करे?
It's just going to be about Pays and Runner, essentially running at them and trying to make their life a bit more miserable. Don't let them set up.
Doma by को मैं 2 बार मिला हूँ. Booster by को मैं 3 या 4 बार मिला हूँ.
The kind of guy who, whilst they're running at them, hopefully just kind of containing things, like just living his best life, just relaxing a little bit.
I want wholesome banter today.
Fnatic support करेंगे. Fnatic support करेंगे.
I can see Doma getting into it.
Kamik's
usually quite, you know, because Kamik and Doma obviously have history of Fnatic here. I think
Job Life
more likely to, but I think some cheeky Doma flame would be nice.
कितना टाइम बाद देख रहे हैं ना डोमा को? कैम गया? सच्ची गया क्या? Oh fuck, सच्ची गया. मेरे को लगा चुतिया बता रहे थे. Sorry.
What kind of I'm sorry.
Shit, मेरे को लगा तुम लोग चुतिया बता रहे थे. सच में क्या? Sorry.
Are we okay? Everyone okay?
Yeah, we're okay. Sorry, we had a slight delay. Everybody.
Never mind. Apparently our classes
अभी लो ना technical pause जब कैमरा नहीं चल रहा है मेरा. Oh, बहनचोद मैंने हागा.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, looking forward to diving into this one, of course. For both of these teams, the year would end on a loss, but with vastly differing expectations when you consider the journeys that they've been on.
Oh my God, मैं हागा.
Talking point is the fact that Job Life had to go
क्या मिल रहा हूँ?
all of the
Oh my God, मैं दिया.
And EMEA 3 and Fnatic.
अरे ये कौन
the exact same thing. Should they want to go to champs? It's a long journey, and yes, we are on the backup HUD. The full HUD will be back very shortly.
हक दिया मैंने.
Heard you got a thing for this little HUD, so brought that along with you. But absolutely, as you say, we've already cut loose one of the historic heavy hitters from the competition. But where Heretics have the luxury of points, Fnatic
Oh fuck, मेरा ये से बंद हो गया.
Could very well be the last time we see them take to the server.
अरे
Against some familiar faces on the other side as well, of course. 7 wins, that's the headline. And with their first in the lower bracket already under their belt, you can see on the attack side of Lotus here, Job Life's pick to remind you all at home, taking some of that early A control.
Yeah, I think Mini was talking about it, how Job Life haven't been punished playing against the Viper. Pacific struggling to do so.
this time Fnatic doing
Full
well
HD
to
will
try
be
to
back
steal
soon.
the
सब
point.
जगह
And
technical
Job Life, though,
difficulties हो रही है
giving
बे.
absolutely nothing away, and well, you're allowing Fnatic to have free roam of the map.
Yeah, something that came up in the coach confession the other week was how Unfake likes to adjust his calling
Last
style.
का 3 second ही
depending on
दिखा
who he's
दो
up
ना.
against, and already this is looking very
3
different
second.
from Job Life in
HD
terms
गया.
of how
वो भी आ
passive
रहा है.
they are on A. Fnatic with that constant threat of the chamber allowed to walk out, and now this regroup set up for a C
Fast
side
round
which is
खत्म होते थे.
completely open, and with that knowledge in mind, just looking like
क्या
Job
बोला
Life
था 30
preparing
सेकंड
for a retake here.
30 seconds
Let's
push.
need Paranoia and Prowler used. Doma, the one to collect information. Keep an eye on Althea through B main should he get his opportunity. Fnatic have sight into post, but what utility is really low?
Doma.
For just a second, it's into Doma's domain that they head. Crashy's the one leading that charge, and now a reroute of the Fnatic players. Late
Bro,
position
बहुत
of
लेट आया है बे.
very soon, as you say, but
लेकिन और कौन लेट आ रहा है?
involved and finds another.
और कौन लेट आ रहा है? हाँ, और कौन लेट आ रहा है? और कौन लेट आ रहा है?
Crashies and both are combining on site, and C looking under wraps unless Kamek can find another clutch.
थोड़ा जल्दी आया है वो शायद.
It's been good for them so far in the play-ins. In fact, better than anyone else. But on this
Hey,
pistol,
Naba.
Managing to hold on towards that C.
Naba.
Back for round number 2. But yeah, I think it all comes through the Viper's position and the fact that Crashes is able to keep himself alive.
और वैसे स्नैक्स ने अपने वॉच पार्टी में बोला था Binks is the only one who congratulated for watch party is one who failed happy for us. ये सुन के मेरी छाती गर्व से फूल गई. Love you too यार मेरे जान
Look,
छोटा.
I'm just saying, I know who One was rooting for.
कैम चल रहा है चुता मत बनाओ.
In that final, that's all I'm gonna say. But
Q2 है स्नैक्स. कभी-कभी भावुक हो जाता है.
It is a long road for them back.
Yes.
Oh bro, वो लोग भी मेरे कैम जैसे अटक गए.
Shanghai.
On a
medium clear without in German, of course.
Yes, of course, yes.
Today, a great day to learn German, as is any other. And
खजाक वजह वकाज कहाँ गया?
said that the HUD was back before we even got a chance to look at it. Of course, it seems.
Ads की spelling गलत है by the way. तुम लोगों को feeling समझा ना?
I think it is.
जल्दी में एक D add हुआ है.
We're just very quickly getting back in, and good to go once again. Yeah, I mean, for Fnatic, I think that's the big thing, and it's a good talking point to come into this one, that they have to find any way to keep the mood up, to keep them believing in this run, because
भाई डोमो भाई तो young दिख रहा है dude.
To be honest, 6 matches in a row now, they've already been able to do 1 out of 7 against a out of form GX, it's fair to say. But
तुम लोग को पता है ना कि Job Life
I think look GX
नाम क्यों है वो लोग का?
easily find them in the bottom 2 of the
मेरे को मालूम है it will be very hard to guess. लेकिन थोड़ा दिमाग लगाओ.
Just come off the back of a win against, and with that in mind, into the second round, it's a very pacey play out of C. Fnatic showing some respect in the end after Kayak the sole casualty right now.
Yeah, but it was just a Marshall loss realistically, not the worst.
I've जब लोग do 10 gifted white your kick और नहीं kick पे कर दो और मत करो kick.
And Fnatic
You decide, but if Fnatic wins, you will do 10 gift. मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता वरुण भाई. हल्का सा नंगा हो गया हूँ मैं अभी minimum 5-6 महीना तो मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
Yeah, just out of these first couple of rounds, I think we can expect a
क्योंकि
very
redeem कभी भी हो सकता है.
slow-paced chess match
उसके लिए मेरे को ध्यान रखने का है और लगे पड़े.
For Fnatic has been figuring out how to exist in a meta which doesn't
मतलब
suit
कि पे चैट में बताओ language ऊपर से या नीचे से क्या
chamber here, of course, not part of that double duelist which we've seen a
हल्की सी
couple of
शॉपिंग
times
ज्यादा होगी.
As Fnatic contact their
बहुत
way
ज्यादा
towards
होगी.
an A site which has already started to be cleared by Crashies. You can see Job Life gathering in Blue Room and making themselves known in the process. Pays picking up yet another. Dropped out in the courtyard. Boaster trying to help reclaim this one. Some of the weaponry has been recovered. Alfia with the Marshall, but as you say, time is in the red zone now.
Bro, what?
Doma's right there for it as well. It's a 3v1 for Crashies, and he can't reach
Bro,
the
Doma
with back on even terms.
Just as the vibes start.
I will do 10k gift if Job Life wins. Dance in Mumbai. Dance in, that's a deal. ये सब deals मेरे को पसंद है. That's a deal. Thank you for the $10
actually distracted the main body of the push. This is the kill that basically wins the round, and from there on in, it's easy for Job Life to protect that spike. It's rounds like this that are going to cost Fnatic.
What's up now?
Hello?
They certainly know. And I got to agree with you, man. I feel like this Job Life team, they've been good.
Bro, मेरे को मिलेगा क्या slot?
We saw it in the Pacific match as well. They got so
हाँ,
many
मेरा भी Job Life है और
players,
मुझे भी
one of them.
कच्चा पसंद है.
Yeah, they can just change around in a moment. It is also in that same micro, though, where I think their biggest weaknesses currently sit on a fundamental level.
उधर भी कच्चा ब्रो ये EMEA की T69 है ये.
A week or two long.
It's a new team.
Yeah, that's
chill खेलते chill करते करते खेल के जीत के
been there long standing since this roster.
अभी दूसरे लोग को परेशान कर रहे हो लोग.
But for Job Life, they feel as if they've been building from the ground up in Kayak, looking to destroy some of those early foundations. Nice headshot.
Sound to a good path here, Fnatic, and it's only Runner to try and ward away the
This
C-push, which is starting to regroup up. Alfie is the one with the rifle in this situation, and so respect shown by the defense, and a rotation called. Pays now arriving.
Fnatic, though, 5 bodies strong, and Alfie does have a rifle. As they try to get in, trying to overwhelm the numbers on site, but not being successful. Both duels doing well here. As the lesser 5 of Fnatic start to fall, Alfie's rifle out making them pay. He has to find 2 more targets. It should be an easy task for Alfie of all people.
Yeah, Unfake doesn't want to give us life
Eco
up here,
में damage दिया Fnatic ने, लेकिन
steps forward, Alfie doesn't consider the Unfake with
bro
disrespect.
actually इतना utils के सामने
Yeah,
वैसा play करना bro actually neon OP खेला.
Fnatic still posing a threat in that round. It is one ultimately for the defense.
एक बार scuba कर दो ना कैम में देख के पागल हो गए.
Great utility as a counter just popped into the choke. It was a nade from Runner initially to just cut off Kayak from the rest.
Let's go, guys.
And a reactive stun right behind it.
Just pick it, trust me.
Another big talking point, of course, is the confidence that this team has built up and referenced there by Pays coming into the gun round.
यही होता है भाई. हाँ, pick बोला pick मारा तो हमारा इंच गेम है.
The TP from Alfie just commanding that from them, but he is forced to take it early.
So that A space lost for the moment. Alfie just noting that, and it's a very quick pivot towards.
वो लोग fast ही क्यों जा रहे हैं मालूम है? क्योंकि वो लोग बहुत सारे A थे. Booster ने trip तोड़ दिया. उसको पता है कि rotations A से चालू तो नहीं हुआ है. अभी C पे late rotations आएगा उसको
He has
मालूम.
repositioned here onto the off angle. So Fnatic, if they look to try and clear him, could be in for trouble. He's on the Phantom, ADS'd in. Can't deal the damage on a jumping Kayak, and with that, Fnatic have their opener.
That's a few rounds I've seen Doma do that, but Alpha looking to contend
आप मेरे ऊपर
with
नीचे
this
साढ़े
push
4 पड़ रहे हो, मैं
TP
बढ़ता 4
is
मिनट
into
से
the box
परेशान
just
हूँ. पड़ा
behind him.
बंदा
Not too
वापस.
much safety about this for Alpha. Does get out of dodge for just a moment. 7 bullets left in the mag, and yeah, Job Life have snuffed it out. Spam of the positioning, back to a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Boaster low as well, just to note. But not a whole load of utility on Fnatic. In fact, the C's already used.
Good util just to buy a little bit more time. Breathing room here for Fnatic. Looking to hold it down, rifle in hand. Only gets 1. Even standing yet
Bro,
again.
damage heavy क्या?
Continues to creep. Job Life have that pressure applied to them. Unfake
Bro
wrapping
क्या
back
late
around
आया
from
भाई.
has alleviated a lot of it though. A pressure valve point released. And with that, it's only Cloud remaining. He's looking to line them up one at a time. He only gets past the first, and there's just enough left for this defuse to come in.
Job Life, big retake, and I have to say, good calls from Unfake, starting to have a different approach on these retakes, having a big pack. I mean, we saw it on the Thrifty when Pays was able to come through steals. This time, Unfake plays his time into perfection through Waterfall. Here is the kill that allows them back in, and then the second one onto the player on Pillar. Yeah, beautiful stuff.
I think something that Fnatic are going to have to start expecting from Job Life, though, because when they have been proactive on the extremities, they've looked to try and leverage that. It's the A control which they were able to take possession of in the previous. Alfia taken out of play by the Horn. He won't be this time. Still hunting that opening jewel and just can't find the shots. Cloud is low, though. He was fighting his own spam battle on the back line.
कैमरा कुर्क मांग रहा है मतलब जेल मतलब Job Life.
Win the A fight, this chamber becomes invaluable. That's the whole point of the composition. Sure, we can, if you're Fnatic, come back out on towards it. So once again, a slow scale this time from Fnatic, and they're trying to find the trip of the Cypher.
actually see that Unfake's been recalled towards A because of this constant cycling of the wall from
इस lobby में खेलोगे तो पूरा match 2 मारोगे. Language.
So deep that Fnatic are right now, buying precious time in the bank for them, this maneuver.
Ooh, that's not good.
Joblife have done all of the detective work that they needed to. I think they're not still sold that this is going to be a C finish.
As usual, इतना slow खेलते हैं वो लोग का idea नहीं है.
No, it's not. Joblife know that
वो लोग
Fnatic like to play the map.
पता है वो
and do
लोग को
not want to
पता है
move from
fake हो
position.
रहा है. What
They're
the
waiting for
fuck?
clear
इतना
contact
करने के बाद भी
through
एक
bodies.
बंदा rotate नहीं किया है.
I mean, Fnatic's done that. Kaya takes out Kamek, so
Fata,
Doma
fata,
tries to
fata,
step
fata.
forward, bring numbers back into Joblife's favour, but Fnatic look to slice and dice, run out at the same time. He's brought this into a winnable position. An unbelievable nade will put Joblife up to 4, and Fnatic, the small details betraying them.
I mean, that's just a ridiculous conclusion to a round which otherwise felt well executed enough by Fnatic in the final moments. Joblife were considering the gamble towards C. Didn't look like they fully committed to it, but had the right idea about what Fnatic were trying to do on the map. That applied A pressure not fallen for. And it's just a single nade in the end that wins it for them. Great spray from Runner.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
Remote लेने बोल रहा है.
yeah, no points for guessing what he was saying there.
I think it was that Fox song we were talking about last time.
No? Which one?
What did the Fox say?
Oh.
Chat.
I'm not sure.
No way, chat.
Fair enough. Probably they don't know. They don't know.
Please,
we won't bring that up.
No,
I
please.
know. You don't like it.
Yeah,
but here are the results from both of these teams in their play-ins campaign so far. Joblife getting off to a strong start with that win, but then the Eternal Fire game, I think, for me, raising more questions than it ended up answering for us.
Yeah, and I feel as if though we think that Eternal
10
Fire
लोग खेल के
game
भारी पड़ा है, normal है वो लोग के लिए.
overtime on map number 2. Was it maybe a little
ये
bit more
normal है.
front-loaded in that
तुम लोग
base
क्या
of
first time
3?
देख रहे
Is
हो?
there a conversation to be had there? I think overall
कभी-कभी तो इससे ज़्यादा भारी पड़ता है कि plant ही नहीं होता है.
For sure.
At least अभी tap का आवाज़ तो है.
Really gets to see where the cut of the mustard is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a barometer of strength for both, with Fnatic coming out the back of they're only finding their first win in the lower bracket. And so, as play resumes,
Chat runner भी तो कोई तो टीम में था ना, Unfake भी था, लेकिन runner भी तो कोई तो टीम में था ना पहले.
Again, A control taken, but a few more bodies brought to the brawl this time around. Kamek looking to try and shut them down at the first port of call though. With in support.
लोड़े लग गए रे.
In this endeavor, the fight is taken all the way to the doorstep of A lobby in the end, and Alfia does find one back, but still Fnatic trail. And look at Doma.
Yeah, right on the flank. Joblife have used 2 ultimates, the Showstopper and the Overdrive, to get this.
I mean, they're putting the squeeze on them at every single front. Doma finds the 2 kills on the C push in the end. Unfake continuing to constrict through B main, and with that, it's a 4-round cushion now for Joblife. Fnatic beaten to the
Vitality.
walls in that round.
Oh, हाँ,
they
Vitality,
are, but
Vitality.
it's an equal round at Sheriffs. It's not the biggest of rounds. I'm very surprised that Joblife got so overeager here.
वो लोग ने तो सब कुछ डाल दिया बे. लास्ट गेम मान के एकदम रैंक गेम जिससे वो लोग ने सब कुछ डाल दिया.
He's getting better, you know. He's getting better with the trash talk.
He's
step by step, man. Look, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't teach it how to drink. Let's see what it is, though, that's being said in the comms on the Fnatic side.
1, go.
लग गए. Neon के लोड़े लग गए.
He's at...
Just face. Keep facing. Don't give them respect.
Face your...
Follow. Alpha is not out I think he's gonna block Hobbit.
God, be Alpha.
I'm holding.
But I can't hold Hobbit right now. Guys, okay? I have someone on me.
Okay, so we know that Cypher's probably left the C with his camera, boys. We should go back to C and rush C.
That's fine.
You come back.
Yeah.
I hold your...
You want me to open?
We have wall up.
Wall?
Yeah.
Wall up.
That's the kill.
I'm gonna fake. Stay there.
They should push A now.
Oh, one more on B. He's still there.
They found my trap.
Raise on A, only raise.
Back somewhere.
There's magnets together. I think C will be empty, boys. But you can go on to A if you want. It'll probably go to Hobbit. He might be holding the cross still, but if he is,
I'm gonna pick on him. Give me the pick.
a good guess about a player holding
Oh,
Hobbit.
W,
Alpha, the one to
yeah,
challenge it. Runner just edging away from it, but still Alpha winning that 2v1 for Fnatic, and this is their best chance.
भाई बोला लेकिन
Yeah, Alpha can get active on any of these lines.
बोला मोस्टर ने सी खाली रहेगा अगर कोई भी यहाँ पे क्रॉसिंग देख रहा रहेगा तो ऑबिट पे रहेगा करके.
So Karmic reprises his role, a smoke to enter the site, and has diced this up. Alpha doesn't even know. Karmic now 1 versus 1. Crashes. Having to win
लेकिन उसको मालूम भी नहीं रहेगा कि वो
thinks this is tree.
यहाँ पे.
Tries to clear out, does so should know it is main. Top of the spike. Trying to get a peek in his favour. Doesn't get it, but finally knows exactly where the Viper is. Still tapping away, looking for a half. Finally gets it. Waits for the last peek, but Crashes has done so
Last chance है अभी.
Time now working
Oh
against
my god! हो गया! Clutch हो गया! Oh my god!
Time he has! Job Life up to
Bro!
6!
And as always, Kamek is right on time for Job Life. The most clutch player in play-ins right now. And that makes it double digits for him so far in this run for Job Life. Started off with Pays going so deep. Fnatic just lacking the information on a few of these players. And that's the same way that wins the clutch.
God.
A gap opens up. Left uncovered by Crashies. And the former sub from 2023 lets him know.
2v1 में भी वो लोग साथ में निकले.
Since this run began, Job Life have lost this map, what, 1-2 times? It just goes to show how confident they are.
ये मेरी Fnatic नहीं है. Job Life भाई job वाले लोग time pass में खेल के.
Probably the toughest opponent on a map like Lotus, considering all they've done on it.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the
ये लोग ऑलरेडी जॉब कर रहे करके जॉब लाइफ है या ये लोग को वैलो में जॉब चाहिए करके जॉब लाइफ है या ये लोग को किसको जॉब देने का और ये लोग हायर कर रहे करके जॉब लाइफ है. हाँ एचआर सोचने वाली बात है. सोचने वाली बात है.
Unfake left out on a whim in B main though. That's the first to hit the dag.
Too many options.
Big loss, considering the impact that we've seen Unfake have. And this looks like a straight up B
ये में एक टाइम पर जॉब वाले लोग स्टेज जीते थे.
Somewhat good pace trying to capitalize from
so messy.
एक वो था ना टीम जॉब वाला बॉन्कर्स. बॉन्कर्स था ना शायद.
Nobody quite capitalizing other than Fnatic.
Oh, time running out though, and Fnatic could be leading Lambs to the slaughter here. It's Crashies at the front, but they're into the A setup with the traps. A B pivot would be a welcome change here. And it looks like that's where they're going to end up.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate from Karmic is, brings them
Nasib
closer
free
to that
side
B
mila.
site at the very least. And Kayak the one to grab it.
5 seconds बचा plant में.
Money not the greatest in this position, and damage at least from Job Life could put them into a more winnable one on the next. 12 HP for Poster and still
custom sexy मारा बे.
zone flawless for Fnatic to bounce
Come back, come on boys, come on boys.
Gone round as well for the finances here to try and salvage something at what becomes the back end of the first half. To build on the point that you were teeing up at the start here,
ये EMEA का no salary peak लग रहा है.
Fantastic map for Fnatic. It's this change up in comp though, the Hail Mary if you will, which we're still seeing take progress, take shape.
Go boys, come on, let's go.
We're certainly impressed with the Enterprise result, how dominant that one ended up looking, 13-3. However, first map nerves maybe for the Challengers team, hard to assess. We need to see consistency. Pays has been very consistent in the first blood department.
भाई कुछ भी बोलो ये अच्छा खेल रहा है बे.
हाँ?
Pretty team ने सबका play style analyze कर दिया और other 81 teams बहुत new होगा. ऐसे टीम्स के साथ खेलना रिकॉर्ड मैचेस नहीं है इसलिए शायद what do you think Binks कुछ ने grind कर रहे हैं और लोग जीत रहे हैं. उनको लगता है tier 2 टीम्स एनालाइज करके जो ऐसे जॉब लाइफ चल रहे हैं वो लोग का.
It's pretty easy slam dunk. Runner not being allowed the same mistakes as last time to punish. And Pays close by.
See बहुत strong लग रहा है लेकिन.
So good at finding value. And he's just swung out through his runner. His wall. How has he managed that? He's still on 1 HP and still confident.
Watch him get a kill here as well.
Yeah, well, Dome has been played in as well. Fnatic not considering it. The spam not working. Pays nearly with an ace in the end. Brings it within 3.
I said watch him get 1, not 2. Oh, that's a crazy transfer from Pays.
Yeah, he's a very important player for this team. For those who don't know, who may have just tuned in and are Fnatic fans, Pays has rejoined this roster as Shiwa was unfortunately not able to join us in Berlin.
Nice, boys! Come on!
A substitute.
On!
भाई कौन है वो चियो भाई
There was actually an interview recently with Unfake where he's
जिससे आपसे खेल रहा है ना
talking about the difference of job life from that
जॉब लाइफ के
last
देख में
chance
स्लॉट
qualifier
लाइफ
run
करना
into
पड़ेगा लग
just
रहा है
now.
स्लॉट गया
He says like the difference is now we have a neon
सब
player.
ऐसा मार रहे हैं
And
भेंसोट
the other aspect to that is like he's also
Huh?
a very positive person, someone who's G'ing everybody up, and the fact that like during the match he's telling everybody to stay in shape, stay together, and I think that's a very important part to have in job life.
क्या
Absolutely,
बंदा है
and then you have
भाई
to flip back to the opposite side and Kayak, what he brings to the table for Fnatic, the ultimately replacement for Durka, someone with as much caliber as him on the international stage, comes with big boots to fill. He did that and then some in the previous year. Player of the year.
भाई सारे कच्चे में मेरे को एक का पैंट नहीं दिख रहा है सारे लोगों की टांगे दिखे सारे के सारे कच्चे में जॉब वाले
improvement, and we have done. It's both of those players at the top of the score sheets right now.
ये जीरो तो ना
What
करो
would be the
ना
follow-up gun round, if not for a broken bye on the job life
लाइक
side?
करो भाई इस वीडियो को लाइक करो एक क्लोज टू के लाइक्स
To try and play
किक
around
वाला
here,
वाइट भी
and
जाके
yeah,
लाइक
it's
करो
Pays' overdrive
रॉफिस
that
आना
gets you most interested.
Maybe it's the lesser buys that add value to job life. Basically, the reason why they have 6, it all started from the anti-eco round where they were
ये क्या
the
देख रहे
eco.
पता नहीं तो टांग के देख रहा है दैट्स अ
Lots
गुड
of
क्वेश्चन
respect shown by Fnatic.
I
दैट्स अ
think they
गुड
just call
क्वेश्चन
that an eco.
Cheers, mate.
कितना राउंड है हाफ तो जिंक है
Anti-eco round from
6 राउंड
Fnatic was the point. That has a
No problem.
क्या बना लंदन आके मिलना नहीं आए यार
In what is
माफ करो राज भाई
here,
इसलिए बोलते
when you look at
काश
the
बस
weapons,
मेंबरशिप लो
couple of
बाहर
rogue
किधर भी
rifles in
रहते
the
हो
mix for job life.
डायरेक्ट
Just
बातें होती
wondering how
उधर
they can cause problems for
आप
Fnatic.
पेरिस
It's been
गए
slow
थे
on the attack side
या
in terms of how
नेपाल
they look to try and play it.
वेंसोट
And when the defense can
वेंसोट क्या
overload
है
you late,
अरे वो
that's when
थोड़ा
those
क्यूट
issues
गाली है
start to
वो
crop up. Doma's trap already
उसे बुरा नहीं
revealing
लगता
one prowler. Does get broken, but I don't think he's realised how far Kayak has
पेरिस
encroached
से
from
पहले ही
Ben.
बोल रहा था
With
कैम
that,
गया
it's a slight
अरे
lapse, and no,
वेंसोट
the bandit catches. Big kill right between the eyes. He wants more.
Hello, hello,
Gets
hello,
it.
hello.
Doma still going. And with a little bit of reprieve, the
मैं
rotation
सिर्फ
comes in. The
आवाज
spike's
कर
on the
रहा था
ground. Yes,
मेरी बात
Bosa can
सुनो
pick it
मैं
back up
सिर्फ
with the ult. But Job Life are steps ahead of this.
Yeah, they are already on it. Boaster still wanting to commit towards E, but Fnatic are left scrambling.
I mean, Job Life have pairs of players towards both limits of the
मैं
map,
देखा
so they
नहीं, मैंने
decide, you
देखा
know
नहीं।
what? Let's group back up.
मैंने देखा नहीं
Ashes has held the rotation.
But, I mean, even with Boaster picking up the spike here, yeah, he's got a full stick, actually, to have enough security for a plant. Crashy's the one playing bodyguard as he finds the first of the targets making their way back upstream in Waterfall. But Doma's still going, and with the Vandal still in his hands, this is the biggest threat in front of them right now.
Yeah, Brashies to combine once again. And the pit being down with a Motley already used. Job Life are here.
Boaster's over the top of his own smoke, though, and with that, they're nearly back on terms. Fnatic trailing by just a player, and Crashies is healthy inside of this pit right now. Pays trying to shine the light back through, lead the way for the rest of Job Life into the retake. He's going to catch Boaster, but Crashies left behind in his wake, finds the first of the targets and gets out of dodge. Drops down to the lower level, the spike still not worked on. Time playing into his hands all the while as Crashies is still going. Unfake pulled out into the open
bro
and buried in the
costly
ground.
round bro
I mean, as it was the first round, it's a Red Bull
लेकिन
clutch
फेड
from
थोड़ा वो हो
Crashies
गया
up
बे
4K to bring Fnatic up
रोटेट
to
इसलिए
4.
क्या कि ओमेन अल्टा वो लोग को लगा नहीं था वो लोग आएगा लेकिन फिर भी फेड तो ज्यादा ही ओपन में गया ब्रो शॉट्स वेट ओवन ने क्रेजी मारे सो मैं देखो 19 months
That's how Job Life brought it close.
भाई क्रैशेस ने बच्चा लिया है राउंड
Still in the clear so far for Fnatic, but they can't keep letting bodies drop like this.
No, that was against the half buy. It's important to reiterate that Job Life still in control in the first half in
क्या
my
लगता है
eyes.
एक और राउंड जीतेगा हाँ
But this
Actually,
the
control
final
में था
opportunity to really hammer home that
टेक्निकली
advantage
7-3
into
था
the
जिस
second
हिसाब से वो
half.
लोग खेले टेक्निकली
4 players early presence on A to stop Fnatic from
राउंड
getting
टेक बट
out
अपना
into that
कैंप पे क्या हो
space.
पता नहीं भाई
But it's towards the left-hand
मैंने
side
just free
where
में
they've
message
tended
पढ़ा था
to
अंत में
run.
देखो 18
This
months
one being a late reclear, which we have not seen in a while.
No, we have not. As Peas tries to slide out and Alpha capitalizes. Runner, though, identified through the prowler.
Sends a boombot back in the opposite direction. Joblife just signposting
Starting
their
में तो
authority
push ही नहीं
here.
कर सकते भाई
Fnatic crossed the minute
देखते
mark and
Fnatic
they've
इतना
not
slow
got too
खेलता
much
है
map material, but B is still looking fairly
बंदा
exposed.
कैसा है
with only
ऐसा
Unfake.
बड़ा
Kamek, though, identified and Runner managing to get a kill off the back of the prowler used. Crashes left for dust, and look at this B play.
Yeah, you've seen the reposition here from Unfake. He's gone to blue room now and has support. A double stack which Fnatic are walking straight into.
Yeah, I mean, spawn these kills. Kamek
Oh,
once
shot,
again holding on to this site, but Doma
reveal
unsuccessful.
हुआ क्या?
Cypher utility offline, and Boaster's the one who's gone hunting. A low Kamek would be an easy kill for the IGL and is. So it's up to Runner.
Off guard
One
पकड़ा जा
kill,
रहा है बे
Showstopper. The Rocket, the one that you're probably putting your hope in if it comes online, especially up against
blind
two.
है सब कुछ है
But that Spike, not in the best positions for a swing back round.
Yeah, and I mean, the insurance policy is there for Fnatic. Seize and Paranoia on first tap.
Buys you a bit of time. Runner now known that he has made his way on towards Spike Fnatic.
अगर पहले बुलेट में ऐसा कुछ हेडशॉट पड़ता तो कुछ कर सकता था
swing there
अल्टा
on the elevation, and there's just
आज
absolutely
वापस पास में होगा पता नहीं रात का क्या सीन है
nothing
देखता
done in
हूँ
that situation. First time that we
हो गया
really
कमबैक तो
see
कर दिया बे
Albion make
Fnatic
the most of this chamber, I
इसने
think,
क्रेजी
with
मारा था लेकिन ये लोग
shutting
बहुत
down
बार
Hayes
ऑफ
and
गार्ड
then
मर
making
रहे हैं
himself
बहुत
untradable in the
बार ये
process.
तीसरी बार है कि रोटेशन में ऐसा
This is
मर
taken
रहा
back.
है
I feel it. I feel it.
In several of these rounds. but keep
मशीन पार्टी
finding
डाउनलोड
ways
कर
to
लो भाई कर
retaliate,
लेंगे
and with
देखते
that
रात
being
का क्या
four
सीन
on
है
the
रात को
trot,
देखेंगे अभी लाइक
this
तो
is
करो
Joblife's
वाइट पे
last
2 लिखते हुए
opportunity to keep themselves in front outside the opening 12.
Well, because it's the showstopper into the next one, and Joblife now starting to control that mound space.
I mean, look at the layers to this C-hold now. 2 sets of traps, bodies brought early in case of a fast pop.
रोमा को एक मारना था
those players get
पूरा सेटअप पे था
reallocated.
किक होगा
Hayes
किक
come
दोपहर
down
से हो
on
रहा है मेरी
rotation
जान
time, of course, with the high gear, and that's most important because the A site is the one which looks under immediate threat.
7 to 5 half would be
Info dodge कर दिया है
Joblife. Pays looking to jiggle peek this one, and Boaster, should he walk out, would be an easy kill, but Fnatic wait for the wall to go up. And well, even invest the Nightfall of their own. Still taking their time. Pays once again looking to disrespect, and he has been dealt damage and finally killed by the Molly.
From Alfia's position in B main,
Cannot
they
go,
could very easily pivot to this other site. Still thinking about that rocket in the retake though, and the fuse is lit.
There it is, but no kill just yet. Finally Alpha seen, and he still has his TP towards main and finally uses it. And Runner unfortunately runs out of time. Now has Kayak identified onto his position, and Joblife need to get a move on in this retake.
CT players so slow on this one.
Yeah, they need to get a move on. Finally doing, finally get the kills. Joblife out of nowhere. A 7 to 5 pack was set to be important, and they will get it. An advantage of 2 rounds onto Fnatic's defense.
Great adjustment there in the retake. A little bit more time bought by Runner, and Unfake calls the rest of his team in through Waterfall to secure that 2-round cushion. Much needed one in the end for them.
Bang! Those team advance in 3-4 days. कोई सीन नहीं रोज ये टाइम पे लाइव रहूँगा मेरी जान को डे.
Before the game, we had the chance to talk with Pace.
Thank you so much for joining me, Pays. I feel like you had an incredible series against Pacific. So in your opinion, what happened in the first 2 games that you played, and do you feel like you've warmed up to the stage now?
दोनों बंदे बहुत प्रेशर भी दिया इन्फो भी दिया वो लोग ने देखा ना वो रेस को ब्लाइंड करके कैसे आइसोलेट कर दिया साइड
because it's stupid excuses, but definitely I wasn't comfortable playing on the stage because I said in a very specific way. On the stage there was no like room for me to play, so I had to adapt at home, and against Eternal Fire I was very sick, like I could barely even play, like barely even scream, so we were like losing the energy that we had. So coming into Pacific, I was done with the excuses. I was like, no way, I'm gonna play my game, I'm gonna put it on my terms, and doing pretty well, I would say myself.
Yeah.
क्या job करता है वो पूछो.
And speaking of like, you know, having to play in the kind of uncomfortable environments and things that are new, you're also new to this roster for this stage at least. So how has it been kind of merging with the guys and getting that synergy on point coming into play-ins?
I had a similar
इतने साल से रोज लाइव है Binks बिना ब्रेक के कैसे कर लेते हो मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है.
The synergy between me and Runner specifically.
language.
We're like the double duelist, so it's very important.
5 मिनट स्ट्रीम देखो 10 पॉइंट मिलेगा फिर ये प्रेडिक्शन देगा उसमें पॉइंट्स प्रेडिक्शन में लगा और जीता तो ऑड्स के बाद देगा प्रॉफिट मिलेगा और उतना कम पॉइंट्स ठीक है ठीक है मतलब तू इकट्ठा कर रहा है सब लोग को ब्रिगेड मारने के लिए. हाँ
very good and I'm
very
quick to like I wouldn't say I adapted to them. I would say we adapted to each other because they were like new to play this comp compared to like me in Focus. We were like always playing these comps and had a lot of like experience. So I would say we adapted to each other really well.
Okay, well, I'm really glad that you already covered the double duelist because I feel like that is very much the story of this series today. Best of luck, FaZe.
Thank you so much.
FaZe नहीं है वो, FaZe है वो.
Of course, bringing in a new player and trying to integrate them to the team. Plenty of moving parts with an event like Stage 2 Finals in Barcelona.
भाई कोई जाने वाला है बार्सिलोना में?
Of that.
Chat में कोई है बार्सिलोना वाला?
We'll see you there, but. To just build on what we were hearing there in the interview, yeah, absolutely. I think if this is a compromise maybe between the two, it looks like they've created something new in the process. And right now, it's a roster which is leading Fnatic onto the attack
nice
side.
Love from me. Love me.
Come under some scrutiny in the past. I think we've seen the improvements so far in the play-in stage.
सब लोग तुम बार्सिलोना के हो.
It's a question of if they can now deliver that in what is the most important game so far.
बस भाई लूट क्यों मचा रखे इतनी महंगे मेंबरशिप 20 रुपए बड़ा है. 6 साल स्ट्रीम के बाद 20 रुपए का इन्फ्लेशन आया है वो भी वाईटी वालों ने कूद किया है यार. क्या बग बाय बर्गर किंग्स मैं 1300 लोना से हूँ बहुत गंदा था.
The rest of Job Life arriving to this, but Alfia
हाँ कर दे डगर डाला थैंक यू भी नहीं बोल रहा उसका ऑडियंस बढ़ने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ ताकि उसका घर बने. लव यू यार नैन भाई एक मार के 2 शॉट और मारा बे उसने.
Same time though, this was always going to be a B pivot with Doma and B main, so space in which to try and fill out here, and Fnatic have Poster on the case.
Job Life need the extra space though, some map material to get them going, and it's FaZe again, the instigator.
Yeah, they need that kill as well.
Playing from Plat, but nothing found as of right now.
20 in this Fnatic economy.
Just steadying the troops, getting ready for this retake.
ये economy बाप लगेगा तुमको.
And top side. Whereas it's Crashy's attached in this late flank, trying to buy a little bit of space and time. But Job Life have already done enough to dissuade at least this initial wave. Some utility coming out, C's traded, tethered to the feet of Unfake. He can't get any extra room there for himself. But the rest of Job Life are rallied behind him. He simply holds the torch. And everyone follows along. Pistol in the back. And the advantage.
A brilliant pistol run from Job Life, playing from a disadvantage. FaZe managing to get the information without being punished. And then there's a decent bit of damage in the meantime, but it's how Job Life swing off of each other. The importance of taking your timings. And unfortunately, Crash missed.
You had Alfia monitoring A, but still a very passive position from him with the rendezvous to return to the B side instead. Joined up with Kayak this time in a 2-1-2. Otherwise, Job Life taking those 3 rifles and being very direct about their approach.
That they are. Okay. And pays every time when he goes for these slides.
And
Will has got the kill. Easy enough in the end for Job Life getting this post.
Cheater, bye!
FaZe just breezing past these Fnatic players, sweeping them into the shadows, and if this kind of form can continue into the following rounds, and all
33 साल में Clockit ने पूछा करो language.
Still
23.
Still in the hands of Alfia here.
Yeah, pistol in the hand of Runner and a rifle on Paze's hands. Overall, nicely done by Job Life. A gap of 4. And that's when we get Fnatic's rifle rounds.
अभी मैं अगर Job Life होना ये राउंड slowest round ever मैं खेलूँगा slowest. भले प्लान ना हो जाए मतलब उनके दिमाग में एकदम घुस जाए कि ये लोग भी slow खेल सकते हैं तो लोग और बीटी पे जाएगा.
building from the ground up in this situation.
हल्का सा A खेलेंगे, हल्का सा हल्का हाथ रखेंगे सब
The
जगह.
weaker of the two on
फिर
this
end में
map,
जो
and,
हुआ
I
वो,
mean, against
हाँ?
Pace and Runner, they've been lights out so far.
हल्का हाथ रखो. 3-1-1 W है, W है हल्का हाथ रखने के लिए chat. Chat action में W है.
As we have a look into the Job Life comms right now.
Coming back, you guys are only me.
Yeah, only me as well.
And me, okay.
I'm gonna open door. They're playing offside.
Can we do technical?
I'm pressuring.
One sec. Technical.
Guys, I think we can finish B split now. Max, can you smoke in front of us? I'm gonna prowler you blind of it and we finish C split.
Yes.
Inside.
You can, he's close. One HP.
There is a trap on us, Max.
Yeah, it's fine.
Think of side, fight side.
Can we still do it? Can we still do it?
Take the bomb. And Satchel Hobbit.
You ready? I'll paranoia Hobbit for
I
you.
need to.
Go.
Engage when we go. Come, Max.
Yeah.
Heaven.
Dead.
Deads.
Bro, Hobbit sandwich कहाँ पे आ रखे हैं अबे? Seize blind के साथ Satchel मार के घुस गया वो.
Yeah. Connect Heaven after. I'm holding on main smoke. Prowler it. I'm flanking. Can you ult him to buy time?
Yeah.
Joblife putting himself into a post plant here, but Fnatic still with rifles to bring to the table. Runner, showstopper, already active.
Bro,
but Kamek is the one that finds
clean
the next kill.
comms
And
बे.
that all but seals it.
Alt
Alfie
मार
has
के
so much
time
work
by
left to be
करके
done
bait
here.
करके मार रहा है.
Not in range of his TP just yet, but that escape route being watched by Doma, as you can see.
तो अभी लोग क्या
waiting in the
अपना जॉब
wings.
छोड़ेंगे?
And from cover to cover, an impressive round from Joblife here.
That it is. Job Life knowing what routes they can take. Job Life knowing how to punish on a bonus round. Double digits found after the first 3 in the second half.
Chat पैसे नहीं है chat.
Yeah, I suppose that's probably the best way to
Chat
describe
पैसे
their
नहीं है
stage
लाडले.
so far, their year, even as the absence from an international continues to creep. It could very well end with their first
ये इसने
ever
क्या लिखा है
champions,
पता
so
नहीं.
we don't
कौन
see
है?
them hit that stage in Shanghai. But yeah, to come back to the comms and again and this continued point of what the calling is looking like on the
Nord
Joblife
इस पे नजर रखना
side.
इसने क्या लिखा
I
है
think
पता
where we
नहीं.
really saw them struggle
ओ
was
अले.
against Eternal Fire, where that initial
गोडू भाई पे
chaos
नजर
was
रखो
being created, where they struggled to open rounds. Here, they've not had too much issue. Fnatic looking to pose a double-pronged threat on A here with Alpha, but it's only Kamek to arrive, and he has TPs to get to safety.
Should he need it? Need onto his position.
Just tanks it.
Yeah.
Comfortable.
And that's the thing, is Fnatic now have a red herring. I mean, Alpha the one to watch, really. He has the TP away, but Kamek now calling for support. And this could very easily overwhelm just the chamber. And that A site is
Bro,
so
वो लोग को लग रहा है
Yeah,
C हो रहा है.
Fnatic, a complete misread of the situation, just assuming that this was continued pressure.
ताकत 12 बात मेरी जान गड़े.
Behind the smoke as it plumed and now fades, leaving only Alpha yet behind. TP
इजराइल का
to
फर्स्ट
play from,
ऑफिशियल मैच है क्या? और
to
नहीं
go
तो क्या?
wide.
टाइम पास करते करते आ गए एकदम चिल मारते मारते पेल रहे
needs
सब.
at least one. If he can get out with one kill and put themselves in an advantage for the next retake on that A site, it would be huge, but it's not the case. And now it's a foot race towards that site. But Alpha's there first. In fact, denied the space. He's taken damage. And he knows that he can't let up.
Spot किया उसने बे.
He's further back. And now we're into post.
I mean, yeah, Pei is just so proactive here, but still showing signs of discipline. He's forced that defensive line all the way back, and you can see Kamek as that second layer continuing to just tow them. As Runner finds the one
करेंगे क्या लेके?
Alpha
जर का राउंड हो सकता है.
on that front.
Side push तो कर दिया वो लोग
starting
ने.
to drop into Joblife site now, as you can
अभी
see.
timing
Ready
क्या
to
खेल
duel
है?
this a little bit more front-footed. 1 versus 1 out in the green as Unfake is able to pick off one, but Alfia comes
Alpha
crashing
Jer के
back through.
थे.
And it's all on Doma all of a
Alpha
sudden.
Jer के थे boys.
Fnatic able to
Alpha Jer
restore
के
order.
थे.
And with just enough time
Cam
to
है
get
ना
the
चालू
defuse
है.
in.
Yeah, that is. I mean,
बस
the fact
shadow
that
हम प्ले में देखो 21 बात मेरी जान गड़े.
Fnatic allowed space to try and work back from.
टाइमआउट कितने ले लिया ना वो लोग ने.
Kill onto the chamber. It would have been unbelievable.
उधर वो वन वे डिसरिस्पेक्ट करके जो आया ना उधर ही जीत गया.
Panicked in that post plant, could you say?
Yeah.
Boys, let's
it
go!
certainly
Show some energy. Let's go!
feels like they're trying to set the
Lovin कर रहा
tone
है.
in a lot of
Fnatic
these
को भी.
rounds, but it's a sword that they either live or die by.
ऐसे अपने टीचर भी चल जाए टाइम पास करते करते लव यू यार बहुत मिस किया बहुत बड़े को आप लंदन पेरिस जाके आए एक न्यू कैंप नहीं लिया पैसे नहीं थे
just decapitates Kayak, not even allowed the chance to peek out and get a bullet off.
All of the options at the table. Job Life wanting this fast hit though. Or at least feigning for it. Some utility bailed in and baited out. On the Fnatic side, the orb from Crashies goes up. No Molly now behind it. And a free B site. And it's a solo Cloud here in heaven.
Yeah, and he's playing disciplined enough right now.
Quick
early pick would have given him the nightfall, but doesn't want to give it away. Fnatic trying to work this round, trying to find angles in which to approach this post plant. Different avenues, like the trying to contact into these players in main through the door. Doesn't quite come through yet. Job Life allowing Fnatic this space at this moment in time as they start to encroach on the site, encroach on the site. A good kill from Alpha, make it two. Fnatic are back into this one, and still the defuse goes on, but unfaking Kamek. Do it again! It's down to a 1 versus 1 against Pace, who's been unbelievable! And once again will deny Alpha his ace! Job Life find 11!
Alpha again, the protagonist in these retakes, but 4 kills will still fall short. Pace outdoing him in that endeavor. As it was a clinical opening and you were just worried about the possibility of Fnatic getting overwhelmed towards CT side there. It's a crossfire setup from Blue Room and Main though, which was navigated really well by those retaking players, but then all of a sudden kind of falls apart, just like Runner's headphones there.
अभी है पैसे बचे हैं क्या करेंगे डायमंड लेके?
I think this is an important time out for Fnatic in the state of this map. You can hear Cloud in their own previous when they hit.
Bro, हम लोग क्या देख रहे हैं boys? Fuck, मैं ये miss करने वाला था planes.
For players to get energy.
Can't planes में ज़्यादा मजा आ रहा है बे.
It feels as if I think that's a big component of this Fnatic roster, the energy around it.
I mean, Fnatic.
पहला TH का match वैसा, अभी ये match ऐसा.
And I think shouldn't really require much motivation to
ये
get
मैं
yourself up for the possibility of what would be a ridiculous run if they were to pull it off. At the same time, I think
सिर्फ EMEA में planes अच्छा वो मेरे को मालूम है मैं देखा उस दिन VLR देख के बैठा था सबसे ज़्यादा casual शायद Pacific का ये है
as it feels. Owner Pixel added to that list of motivations.
ओ हाँ उन्हीं आ रहा ना chance में
Come back to him.
हाँ
Later
मजा आएगा
because Fnatic need his support.
उन्हीं आ रहा भाई chance में goal
nearly full flush of ultimates for Job Life, but also Fnatic have the same qualities in that Nightfall and the Tour de Force. And Alpha not buying up shows you that at least the Chamber ulti will be
T2 better than T1 team कुछ main क्या मान में T2 का main दो advantage क्या है एक तो वो लोग freely खेल सकते हैं nothing to lose freely जैसा मर्जी बिना कुछ सोच के बिंदास दूसरा वो लोग को रीड भी नहीं कर सकते तो ये दो एडवांटेज है डिसएडवांटेज ये है कि प्रेशर हैंडल करना स्टेज ये सब अगर थोड़ा भी लेफ्ट राइट हो गया तो वो लोग पूरा क्रम्बल कर जाते हैं Only Pixel, हाँ, Only Pixel are so champs.
And maybe some toxins left over. It's not going to do too much to stop them here. Full respect shown. And
9 out of 9.
Enough. Hayes just cutting through them as if they weren't there. Alpha's owner on the other side, melted before his very eyes. Fnatic fading away here at the end of Lotus, and while the buy wasn't anything to get too excited about, it was their final opportunity.
Love you, fight, Daniel Preference, stand going!
A semblance of resistance, and it did not come through. This just seems to be the stage to upset, to prepare us for 2027. As once again, Job Life look to do damage to another big name.
भाई पैस लेकिन मजा आ गया भाई
These attack-sided rounds have been set up.
पैस को देख के मजा आ गया
The desk of the previous series, of course, the post-match.
जल्लत कॉन्फिडेंस का घुस भी रहा है मार भी रहा है बे
that bond is between your IGL and your coaching staff.
गजब नहीं चल रहा कोई नहीं चल रहा है
Begun this journey with Larson and Skaz on Zerons many years ago, and you're kind of seeing it here as well. Just the fast pace of the round.
It's just not wrong. Meta isn't favoring Fnatic calling style.
And then this
Meta का छोड़ो. कुछ shots और कुछ plays देखो बे लोग का.
Unrivaled.
देखो ऐसा करके.
Settled in.
लेकिन MM शायद ना आए हाँ. नए दोस्त बनने पड़ेंगे उन्हीं भाई को.
Job life, feel at home, like they should have always been here. And considering their luck in tier 2, yeah, you could say that this one was overdue, has it? It's now Fnatic try with the last buy to give us something, and Kayak has Alpha though caught out. Doma versus him. Kayak looking to step forward once again. Big information played through. Still the trade game, keeping things even.
Yeah, Fnatic getting caught up in these brawls. Doma, when the wall drops, it's awkward, and Crashes has managed to find himself a rifle.
Try to get that
now that they can look to work with Fnatic into the latter stages of this round. Just wondering.
Please complete 6.58 by Dr. Channel vibe with an official. ऐसा नहीं कर सकते राहुल भाई. मेरे इधर खुद fire it करने हो रहा.
Smoke has got the attention of the EA.
लेकिन मजाक से हटकर राहुल भाई अगर वो मेहनत कर रही है उसको करने दो. ये सब रेड वेट करके ना उसके मेहनत पे पानी मत फिराओ. मालूम है एज अ फाफा आपको लगता है बहुत कुछ करना चाहिए लेकिन और वो खुद से कर रही है तो करने दो. है क्या नहीं?
Knows there's a player trying to fight him. This is 2 1-on-1. Should he get it? Cloud can't give anything away. The pressure of the round on the individuals now.
On Boaster.
Yeah. He's let go of the spike, and he's even stepped back. This is a big position in which to work, but Kamek has a smoke to play around. Attack, Boaster interested, and Kamek now with a chance, but Cloud there swings out and denies the round.
क्या swing करके मारा है उसने?
Painstakingly close. The best closer.
Opponent के भी नहीं होगा आपके हरकतों से. चुप लौड़े.
From sealing it there. 13-6. The Fnatic stay alive, and as I was setting up,
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? वापस 100 के पे एक और प्ले बटन मिल सकता है. कुछ ऐसा सेटिंग.
Everyone, please believe.
चलो चलो.
It's interesting to see again that Cloud as that second caller is the one trying to inspire something here.
Positive है.
Trying to
भाई ये लोग ने लेकिन कुछ ज़्यादा ही सीजनल पे डैमेज का इतना नहीं खाना चाहिए. तो मूवमेंट लेफ्ट राइट क्या वो लोग ने?
They've only just got started.
Yeah, and very quickly they could be finished.
कैम गया? अरे इधर भाई पूरा टीम गया है भेदसौट.
Thrown into the mixer, and Fnatic have capitalized.
Boaster reconfirming player presence on Rubble as well. Wall about to drop, but Alpha still fighting in the open air here. Walks away with a leaves only Doma behind. Good memories for him, of course, in a Fnatic jersey, but it's an in-zone flawless for the other side right now. And just a 4-round gap that separate the teams.
Yeah, and I think at this point in time, maybe in timeout territory for Joblade. They don't want to let this slip. Don't want to let Fnatic with the confidence. We've seen what happens when they're allowed back into maps. Mind goes back to Paris, of course.
Yeah, I mean, as it does many other events, but the question is, looking at some of the ults coming up here as well, are they going to have enough to get it over the line? Especially looking from the job life perspective. Runner with this showstopper available, and heading into Alfia's neck of the woods, he has to be clean. First engagement, Phantom in hand.
Next round का डर लग रहा है
मेरे को. Take a target instantly always.
भाई लेकिन देखो blind wind भी कितना प्यारा
too much of an issue. B-push still just trickling its way in, but Fnatic all over this one. So it's looking like that gap will go down by yet another round.
Yeah.
And Job Life are back to the drawing board.
Not much of a.
ये round crucial क्योंकि result है. वो लोग straight up C exec मार सकते हैं.
I think that's the thing, though, right?
Straight up C exec खेल post plant.
Alpha pulls down. I mean, you know what I mean? It's actually the spray that works out. Anyway, point I want to get to, right?
भाई मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है ये राउंड में भी अगर गन रहता तो नियॉन के पास वो मार देता था। जिस हिसाब से वो लोग 1-2 करके स्लाइड के बीच में जो ब्लाइंड वेंट सब किया है परफेक्शन। हाँ रोजी रोटी है ये, कैम ले लो, बड़ा पाव बाद में ले लेना। कैम बराबर ही थे वायर गए सर। अब बाय राउंड है, अभी बाय राउंड प्लस वो है रिजल्ट। व्हेन प्लेइंग वैलो, तूने दोपहर को देखा मेरा किक स्ट्रीम जब मैं मार रहा था?
I think something which JobLife have struggled with on their attack sides as well, for where they have found some success. A proficient op user, and yeah, we're not getting that from Alpha, but the play style almost enables him to take these aggressive fights anyway. As good as he is with a rifle, he has been with an op, you know? Yeah. He can hit those.
What do you think about latest cloud model, Lick or GET?
What utility do they have to clear him off some of these?
ये loy water वापस खाएगा लग रहा है।
Investing prowlers, for example.
यही है ना जो अभी अनबैन हुआ था, ये वापस खाने वाला लग रहा है मेरे को।
It's not always been enough.
Cloud का मालूम नहीं, इसके Cloud जरूर वापस लग सकता है।
As many times as he does win it.
Just इसका इतना बड़ा मैसेज देख के वो खाया था।
About to go up. Fnatic still with a gap of 3 rounds to try and close. Opportunities for JobLife to win their map pick. But again, Alpha, first point of contact, checked out by the cam. I think JobLife have done a pretty good job at finding him early with this utility at low cost.
Alpha
have to TP away. He could play in both, so it's not been too bad, but Alpha misses out. There's thoughts about this as they spam the box, and Poster caught out as well. There's even a showstopper, and Kayak manages to capitalise on a little bit of mistakes. He's looking for. Still an advantage for JobLife.
I mean, Crashy simply had to stay alive there. He's got a pit into a potential retake, and more than anything else, they need to get the JobLife with a deep plant, so they're not looking to try and play for main. It's all bodies on the line to defend this last stand for 13.
Price to
Close
उसके मारा भाई।
Back on lane, which could be a very important piece of utility to get back. And Kayak steps in front, very aggressive. A satchel to try and set himself up, but I mean the players are playing keep away.
Disconnected
once again, but Kayak and crashes out of nowhere. It's a 2-on-2, and Fnatic within a winning position. Doma knows that though, and has to win the next duel cleanly. Both players keeping away, and now Crashies just trying to
time नहीं है, निकल के मारेगा वो। Time नहीं है।
Crashies has got it. So close. Oh, it's within seconds. Point 11. And we're within 2.
Crashies coming up huge on the C site again, and Doma just can't buy those precious milliseconds to scrape the rounds.
0.11.
Brilliant retake. This nade from Kayak and then Crashies to capitalize. Flush in the corner, and it's so close.
Oh my goodness!
Moments like that, though, which are always going to get you reinvested. They know it's not done just yet.
It's certainly not.
Bro, वो बस
this project keeps going for Fnatic.
अलग एंगल में कूदता तो जीत जाते हैं उन लोग राउंड।
Round by round.
Oh bro, बेट हो गया bro, खजक बेट हो गया रिवील की वजह से। भाई पाइस है बे, लेकिन पाइस भैंसोट, पाइस बहुत क्रेजी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर है bro।
No man's
bro,
land.
Bro, fuck. Why BT दे दिया भाई पाइस ने?
Spike and Doma on the other side of the world.
वो लोग का ब्लाइंड और प्रेशर भी कितना क्रेजी था, देखा?
Big kill. It's bought a little bit of time. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Doma here. He's actually got it spot on.
Oh, this is perfect. Alpha doesn't even consider it. So the kill back in JobLife's favour. And Lotus looks to go the French side, but a big kill from Poster once again. We did get the neural theft off, so the information on player's position could be massive. Unfake, looking to play off runner, but not considered. Poster with a big kill. The players need to get the defuse, the tap, the spam. Unfake trying to deny, but can't. Fnatic are going to be within 1. Oh my God! An unbelievable round from Fnatic.
Dead in this one already, but Fnatic still showing signs of life. And as Crashies combines again with another one of his teammates, They've brought it within one. Final round of regulation to play for. Boaster hitting shots on players he can't even see. And it's a stick with seconds to spare this time, which has stopped Job Life from the all-important round.
Yes, 2v4!
I don't know if Cloud even himself believed in this one.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Going, but it's not over. Still one more to play. And Job Life again on another direct hit. Blind commitment.
Blind commitment into Crashes of all players. And Boaster. Kayak there. And Pace still continuing to be this relief for Job Life. To be the one to try and win the map, and does so again. Puts himself in a brilliant spot. Slide back up. Only 3 bullets on Crashes. Is Job Life trying to infest the site and do so successfully? Pace still not found. Still looking to be an issue. And it's back to a one-on-one. Overtime or map point.
And it's Kamek up against the player he stood in for the last time he was on a VCT stage in a Fnatic jersey. Plant goes in and a reposition towards Tree.
It's Kamek to step forward and fight Alpha here. This is just map 1. And the drama continues. Kamek might have just got the jump on Alpha here. Finally peeks out.
Oh my God!
Job done, and we'll win the.
Bro, what?
Fnatic slow to start there on the opposite side, but eventually giving us reason to believe that this wasn't going to be a whitewash today. Job Life get the map over the line, though, and there's been anything but guarantees in terms of performance from the Black and Orange so far this stage. Certainly a series which has started to deliver. As much as they were banging their heads against the wall, there is a breakthrough for Job Life in the end here.
प्राइज है
Victory which they had to graft for in the end.
प्राइज है ब्रो
सबने
अच्छा खेला सबने अच्छा खेला बे सबने अच्छा खेला
finally able to close that one out, Runner, but there was a lot of advantages that you guys lost in the kind of final rounds of that map. How are you going to fix that going into the second one?
Just play with confidence, basically. Feel like we were just giving them too much space and they were taking it. Also, we were unlucky in a lot of situations. But yeah, like just play as a team, play confident, don't let them have the space, just pick them.
भाई बंदा तो मत जाओ अब ज़रा जिम कर रहे हो मेरे जैसे.
See it on the next map. As for you guys at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick break.
लेकिन जॉब लाइफ अब तुमको पता चलेगा esports लाइफ. ठीक है, याद रखना. मार्क माय वर्ड्स बॉयज. 12 बज गए. हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे बॉयज, हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे. चैट 80th है क्या? 80th है. हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे बॉयज. जॉब लाइफ भी लाइक ले लैंग्वेज बकचोदी नहीं चैट. यही उनका नाम अगर अलग रहता तो तुम लोग को लगता भाई बहुत क्लोज गए. नाम पे मत जाओ. अच्छा खेला दोनों ने अच्छा खेला. फेनेटिक थोड़ा सा भाई, लेकिन अर्ली में ना लो फील किया. हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे बॉयज. आज तो धुरंधर के वॉच पार्टी करो बंगला किक पे करे. हाँ, रात को धुरंधर 2 मैंने सच्ची नहीं देखा रे अभी तक. चल कैसा है धुरंधर 2? कैसा है? मैंने अभी तक नहीं देखा, पता है, अभी तक नहीं देखा. कर सकते, मजा आएगा. 4 घंटे लगेंगे, डरते हैं. आजादी दिवस पर उसकी यादें आजाद कर दो सब. रिसेंट ब्रेकअप हो गया भाई का, जाने देते हैं. रिसेंट बेचारा रिसेंट वो हो गया. प्रोपोगेंडा मूवी देखो, कामचोर, ये सब चीज मेरा कुछ दिमाग नहीं चलता, मैं मूवी को है ना मूवी की तरह देखता हूँ। मूवी खत्म होने के बाद घर आके मैं बात नहीं करता हूँ भाई, ओ माय गॉड ये ऐसा हो सकता है क्या, ओ माय गॉड अपने इधर भी ऐसा हो रहा है क्या, ओ माय गॉड ये बात सच है क्या, ओ माय गॉड ये ऐसा। ब्रो अपने पास ये वाला मिसाइल वाला टैंक, मैं इसमें फ्यूल इतना ही था क्या जितना मूवी में दिखा, मैं ये नहीं करता। मैं मूवी को एकदम मस्त मूवी की तरह एकदम पॉपकॉर्न, 400 रुपए का पॉपकॉर्न दिमाग लगाने के लिए नहीं ना, खाने के लिए चुपचाप मूवी को मूवी की तरह देखता हूँ। मेरे को तो धुरंधर देख के मजा आया था, कुछ भी बोलो, मस्त मूवी था और नहीं था। एक बार देख सकते हैं धुरंधर, लेट मी थिंक अबाउट, लेट मी थिंक अबाउट। थैंक यू 29। ए 10 की गिफ्टेड 12 धक्का मारो उसको, चैट आगे कौन था वो पीछे से 10 गिफ्टेड कर रहा था, किक पे 12 आगे धक्का दो उसको, आगे धक्का दो, आगे धक्का दो उसको। मास्टर्स इस बार बार्सिलोना में है क्या? यस सर। ये लोग का नहीं, ये लोग का नहीं रे, मास्टर्स ये भाई नहीं रे, मास्टर्स बार्सिलोना है क्या? मास्टर्स बार्सिलोना नहीं है, बार्सिलोना है क्या? हो सकता है, आइडिया नहीं है, बहुत कर लिया मैंने वॉच पार्टी। चैम्प्स किधर है मेरे को मालूम है। स्ट्रीम कैसे हो रहा है? नेटफ्लिक्स ब्लैक स्क्रीन जाएगा सिर्फ, आई गेस स्ट्रीम नहीं होता, आई थिंक डिस्प्ले कैप्चर। क्या ब्लैक स्क्रीन जाएगा मेरे को नहीं मालूम। नहीं रे, वो तो बकचोदी कर रहा था। प्लेऑफ है बार्सिलोना में, मास्टर्स कहाँ पे? विश में हैप्पी बर्थडे बल्बा, हैप्पी बर्थडे मेरी जान के डे एंड हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे मेरी जान के डे। सुपर पावर तो हम है अभी। गोटी के दे।
You destroyed the prize on Lotus when they picked it against you. What went wrong here?
I think we got into a lot of decent winnable spots like postments and stuff where we just didn't convert. Like we lost anti-eco, we lost like first buy round, and it kind of just snowballed a bit from there. So we didn't get quite as many attack rounds as we would have wanted. And I think on defense we just messed up a little bit. Some rounds we had some like crazy unwinnable rounds. Honestly, the game shouldn't even have been this close. But you win some, you lose some, and we just have to do better for the next one.
An important win on Lotus. What makes you feel confident to pick this map against Fnatic? I mean, we are way better. I knew it. Like it's one of our best maps since the beginning of the year. We have an insane win rate on it. We are feeling confident. Like no matter what the comp that we are playing, we can adapt. We show like during the EMEA 3 that we can switch to double duelies, we can switch to Vice, to Cypher, we can do many things, and we are still good. So this is why we were like, we know how to play this map. Why should we be afraid to face Fnatic on this map? That's why.
A map that ended up feeling very close towards the end. Guys, I don't know about you, but when we heard Cloud saying, you have to believe, I really did start to believe when those rounds started to mount up. But of course, as it just got to that 12-11, Job Life finally being able to close it out. But I think the standout performer initially, Pays, having an incredible attack half.
Especially on that second half, I was so impressed that he's been able to keep this up. Things got very close, especially rounds 22 and 23 with the 2v4s and crashes and poses. And then I was like, how is this not going to be an overtime? But honestly, I think if we especially take a look at that first half, Job Life deserved the win here on Lotus.
Yeah, 100%. Let's chat about some of the moments that we saw from Fnatic, because obviously Desmond were very self-aware about some of the things that were going wrong, but I feel like it all kind of kick-started from when they lost this one.
Yeah, so here we see Eco round, we see Job Life getting the 4v5 early, and then time is quite low, and they're being quite proactive and just winning out. Like again, we see the time going extremely low. After that 4v5, it's a bit too slow from Fnatic, and should be closing out Eco even if they beat in a 4v5. Here we saw again time running extremely low, and then a single nade is winning the round. That's like that's 3 rounds lost essentially after the Eco. Yeah, we got that one in there.
But what about this one?
Hey, रात को क्या था वो? क्या game था वो chat?
The Viper and still having this
Machine
party.
party.
Pace spots everyone, and everyone from Job Life starts eating the map. We see the push from B, the push
Spider-Man,
from C. And it gets into this
Spider-Man, chat
situation
stuck
where
हो गई,
Fnatic
stuck
cannot
तो मेरी गाफ हो गई है
assume
दोस्त.
that they've lost so much space. We were actually listening into this comms, and actually the comms supposed were great. Like he was spotting how things were going, but honestly, Job Life was just a better team in controlling the map.
Yeah, honestly, so many different variations and mistakes from Fnatic here. Like, I kind of crashed out last week about Fnatic, I think, and I just don't have the energy to do it right now, honestly.
I mean,
that
what if
game
I
was
tell
crazy.
you? What if I tell you? Yeah. What if I tell you it's your last chance to crash out on Fnatic in history? Would you take it?
I'm just disappointed.
Oh no, don't hit them with the I'm not angry, I'm just
सा जो
disappointed.
vlog बनाया
Do you
है
remember at the beginning of the day when
वो
you were
कब तक
telling me that I called you evil? Do you remember when I
Ozzy
told
भी
you
रैक
that
घुसड़े
the
के
reason I called
90
you evil
फाइल
is
लिया
because you
तूने
were my coach and I saw the disappointed face on you, I would not be able to play. And now you're saying this.
90 फाइल में
I mean, it was just bad, wasn't it? Like, you can't be losing those.
10 मिनट का भी vlog में बन रहा है.
Comps, we could do all that nonsense, but at the end of the day, fundamental mistakes, anti-ecos, losing on time.
जो मैच एक कैजुअल बोलता है थर्ड मैप ओटी जाता है जस्ट सेइंग.
You know?
We could be optimistic about Breeze, surely.
Yeah, we don't know what.
एक बार ऐसा नीचे देखो, ठीक है? कसम है तुम्हारी लुल्लियों के. आज कौन से एक दोनों टीम में बोल रहा हूं, दोनों टीम फ्यूरिया और C9 जीतने वाला है. हाँ, फ्यूरिया और C9 जीतने वाला है. दोनों टीम में से कोई भी टीम हारा, मैं सारा का सारा प्लेन्स वॉच पार्टी करूंगा. भले मैं आंखों में नींद आ रहेगा तो भी ऐसा टेप डाल के ऐसे यूं आंखें खोल के.
On Fnatic right now to
Mark
perform
my
and
words.
show off with this composition. Also for Kayak, I think
they qualified for champs or they need to qualify in playoff. Playoff अच्छा करना पड़ेगा. कहाँ से qualify for
Fnatic's
champs?
year could end right here, right now, unless they decide that they manage
Prediction
to
दो,
push it
दे
to
रहा
that third map. Will the challengers teams continue to prevail?
ओ भाई आज points की बारिश हो रही है भाई, मानो या ना मानो.
Well, I mean, Larson said
Points की आज बारिश हो रही है.
Win rate on this map has it. I'm surprised that Fnatic have let it through because since Job Life debuted it in the play-in stage, we've not seen
मत कर भाई, एल का कसम मत दे.
When you look at both of these teams, to be honest,
99% कल पोस्ट वर्किंग ऑन इट. हाँ, मेरे को हल्का सा पहले बता दे. पता तो पोस्ट डाला मेरे लोड़े लग गए.
Have quality on for sure, and Fnatic, plenty of questions raised about their performance.
वाइपर किधर है? वाइपर आज सिंपल कर रहे हैं.
But the GX result just the other day, perhaps building some of that confidence back. And again, it's one step at a time, really. You can only beat the opponent in front of you.
सुरेंद्र 2 की वॉच पार्टी करो ना, मजा आएगा. देख मजा आएगा, लेकिन मैं अभी ऑलरेडी वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर करके लोग बोल रहे हैं. मूवी देख लिया ना, उसके बाद मेरे को आइडिया है कि क्या क्या बोल सकते हैं. समझ रहे हो? मैं वो रिस्क नहीं ले सकता. हाँ, पता चला हर मूवी रिलीज में मेरे को बुला रहे हैं वहाँ पे रेड कारपेट में. आ जाओ रिव्यू इट करके.
But once again, stack of players towards mid. Is Job Life look to play off one another again? And there's 2 bodies to find, Cloud and Boaster.
Actually showing a little bit of proactivity. There, the next one's to instigate. And it might be clean all across the board in the end. Boaster's the only one remaining. He's got a couple bits of utility to try and play off, but Kamek will finish it off post-haste. There you go. In-zone flawless to kick things off, and Job Life get themselves another pistol.
Yeah, I mean, something that was impressive the last time we saw this was Runner and how quick he was to
That अब मजाक सेट कर बुरा लग रहा
his
है.
operating skills.
पहला मैप चलो बक्सुदी में मजा आया, लेकिन अब हल्का सा बुरा लग रहा है.
It was what, something like 7-8 rounds on A.
Yeah, I mean, just exploiting a weakness that they saw more than anything else and taking that to the nth degree. On the opposite side, just want to be thinking about this Fnatic double duelist again as they continue to lose out in the first blood department.
Fnatic lose till they have win. Mark in header.
And the reprisal is no better. Crashy's gone.
Flawless
Another in zone flawless.
Back
to what I was saying about this double duelist though.
Map में no glitch है.
Map में no glitch.
Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day, bro.
Not having those results.
Game score wrong. Glitch.
Suits their historic style, Boasters Collins style.
For sure.
That's something he's had to adjust to. And,
absolutely. I think that's the thing, right? It's the conversation of Alfia as well. This commitment to double duelist means that he's been wanting to play these aggressive roles for so long, whereas it's that conflict maybe between the team's needs at the same time that puts you in this awkward situation.
Line them up and stack them up for runner. Same time, we're going to have a look at Fnatic's comms as they hit this A site.
Heavy split, eh?
I'm not with you.
He's running me. Running into me, boys. I'm going to
Bro, bait हो गया. Oh my god. Bait हो गया. Bro, क्या sexy kill है, bro. What the fuck?
Holding my stairs, boys.
I know where they are. I'm just holding double passive.
I don't think I come from it.
Coved breach, planting.
I'll call plant. I'll call.
Not planting.
Planting it. They're pushing me, low.
Guys, can you group up on mid or something?
Planting.
Don't play 1v1s. It's bonus.
I'll go mid.
I'm a planted.
Group up with pace.
I'll come aim in. I'll smoke this for you guys.
And Doma, you clear close angles for him. You have Spectre and pace. You bait him a little bit and you refract with the op, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Then we went to smoke.
You can smoke now.
I'm walking.
Close left.
Oh, bro, sexy मारा पे runner ने पट से trade.
Yeah. I'll jump shot. I'm pick.
I'm walking slowly, bro.
10 seconds.
Change the gun, runner and start running.
Right, maybe.
Running, bro.
You have to.
Yes. Let's go. Nice, Captain.
Job life.
Bonus में जीत गए.
Round like they did in that second half, like they did on the first half technically after the pistol round loss. Job life consistently finding ways to get that momentum on side.
By
just keeping
play.
themselves competitive all the way through this round. Entirely
वो लोग को लगा भी नहीं रहेगा कि 3 है मैंने. वो लोग को लगा भी नहीं रहेगा, bro. वो लोग का split इतना बाप था, लेकिन उधर जो bait किया ना drone करके आगे गया और वो मर गया और आलू में नहीं पड़ा वहाँ पे एक और है, bro insane था वो.
And again, it was a blind commitment straight from the barrier rim.
हाँ?
And seeing here,
कैसा है करण अलूजा भाई? अजुला भाई, औजा भाई.
Trying to be
straight into the Viper.
Yeah. Fnatic stalled out by just the molly. You're hoping that Alfia's Guardian can find you something, but Fnatic stalled out here, and Job Life have an idea mostly about this map. Look at the positions of the defensive players. I
mean, runners just enabling this all of the while.
अच्छी गांड.
Doma spam does catch Cloud on the way in. It was one of the last players forward, so it's going to take a little extra time for the spike to get picked up and
उसका रिप्लाई यहाँ मिलेगा ऑफर तो लैंग बैड नैन.
It does. And they're without a second smoker to alleviate some of that pressure. Orb going up towards the CT side. Certainly going to help out for just a moment. Fnatic drifting into the danger zone here, and with Kayak finding one at the very least, he's got himself an upgrade to the rifle, but runner there to checkmate him. Twice the numbers available for the defense into this retake effort now, while Crashies will catch the first cleanly. The follow-up's even better. Alpha brings it back on side, and now it's a 1v1 for Unfake. Time not in the best of positions, and
oh my god!
But the slide is telegraphed, and there's plenty of time to take this one home.
Close gaya, close gaya, लेकिन क्या मारा उसने?
And it's rounds like that. If they go against you, it can feel as if the world is against you. But they are proving that they are good for it when they get into these post plants, and those ideas, they're not static. It's unfortunate for Alpha, for Unfake once again proving his worth.
Who are you picking, bro?
Problem is, because Alfia started that slide so far back from the pillar, he doesn't actually get much distance on Unfake in the end, so it's a easy enough correction for the captain. And what, with this being Job Life's defender's side as well, Fnatic still with their own yet to come for all of its issues.
Bro, sexy by Paize, मेरे को नहीं मालूम तो ऐसा कैसे खेल रहा है.
You know, a little kind, if we're being honest.
वो लोग घुस भी नहीं
already Kayak lost to Paze, who's still going in main. In the meantime, Kamek there to support on site. Fnatic just not doing anything to this defense right now. Crashies makes the first incision, but that's the only kill they get.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically nearly 3 in-zone flawless rounds.
भाई मजाक सेट कर.
The biggest
ये पीक क्या है ये?
Fnatic was in fact the eco round in the last round.
Bro, तुम लोगों को आइडिया भी नहीं है, मतलब वो लोग इतना फ्रीली खेल रहे हैं. इतना फ्रीली खेल रहे हो लोग. घंटा वहां से वापस कोई पीक क्यों करेगा वन वे स्मोक में?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it here so far, Doma against his former team, influencing the play more so through his utility so far in this one. And
I
think the biggest conversation to be had about him is the flexing that he's been doing. You look at the agent pool, yeah, another added to the list. It was the Cypher that we saw the other day coming
First blood 79%!
From his comments in the post-match as well, sounding more than anything like, you know, he's happy to play whatever the team needs, and that's been getting Paze in, of course, without having a Sentinel previous. Chiwa not making it here, of course, and yeah, such a big part to play in this one.
I think so. I think filling in that role with obviously Paze's addition and things having to be shuffled around.
वाला
the one to step up, the most flexible of them all.
उसके पहले बेचारा Fnatic में था, किसको याद ही नहीं.
Oh, okay. I thought for a minute he wasn't going to buy Heavy Shield or Panic.
Okay, yeah. He needs it. Smart. Yeah, they all have money.
No, I don't. But
almost had a flawless round every single round.
Yeah,
so
no,
far.
but it was the fact that Paze was just sitting for no shield for the longest time.
Well, he's not going to sit still for long.
No, he's not.
Straight into a main. And again, if you're Job Life, you put high priority on this area of the map because you know that that orb should be filtering its way through Kayak's hands. Of course, on this round, he has to run it back already. In fact, Fnatic closing in on multiple ults here for their gun round.
Oh, I like this proactivity once again.
Dad, Viper stream कर रहा है या Viper stream कर रहा है या किधर किधर कर रहा है?
No, not aware of this at all.
Yeah, I mean, finally identifies it and calls for support. Good paranoia to
3-man blind दिया bro.
Just pushing that perimeter back, but actually Kayak spotting the gap. Using his own ult now to create a little bit more space.
लो वापस bait हो गया. वो देख वो भी bait हो गया. Feeling भी मारा.
Holding the line, Paze.
नहीं रे वहाँ पे हो. Sorry, ult में था मैं देखा नहीं.
Yeah, the limits.
Reposition देखो ना, ban shot.
Kayak. Looks like there's a stack here, and Paze just being drawn to any attention. Goes for the peek and will gets the information.
Oh, Paze taken out. Play, it's the only one there on 8. Had to pop out his chest and try to get something done against the Horde. Now into the 3 versus 4.
Yeah.
Not the highest of expectations here for Job Life, but
Same
Runner
angle
out the weaponry, and it's this close clear which he needs to make it feasible. Not gonna happen.
I like this from Fnatic, the way that they've changed up the pacing of the rounds.
नहीं लेकिन मिड में मारा ना वो प्रॉब्लम हो गया वो लोग ने लेकिन एक्चुअल में मेरे को जॉब लाइफ का ये राउंड बहुत अच्छा लगा वो लोग मिड पुश करके बकचोदी करके मिड वालों को पीछे भागेंगे एक फाइट वो लोग ने क्लीन लिया उसके बाद मिड में जो गया है ना वो थोड़ा ओपन में थोड़ा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया
So 1 versus 1 against Kayak on towards the spike doesn't consider the villain behind him and it will be Fnatic's first
डैमेज भी दिया बे
Kayak playing that one intelligently, knows that Crashies wasn't in a position to close it himself, so
XKEELI आपके कंपनी में एक रेफर कर दो XKEELI को क्या टारगेट कर रहा है कहाँ पे काले काले चैट प्लीज गाली दो इस भड़वे के शहर में आया और एक गांडू किसी क्यूटीज के साथ बीच में जाके फोटोज पे स्टोरीज अपलोड कर रहा है और ये मिलने नहीं आया हाँ मैंने कम से कम 5 और का मैं जर्सी उसके लिए लाया था 5 और का कम से कम
the one to initiate things so many bodies on the other side and Paze now creates a question mark that Fnatic need to clear out. They do so. But at the same time, Job Life now start to investigate mid.
मैं आया काली को गाली देके. W priorities language.
Active line though, so they have ultimately conceded this.
And Job Life using this wall against him. Oh, Pace once again looking to be the protagonist. Alpha here at the same time has his own overdrive.
Bro, Alpha ने कोई से मारा है.
Does end up on a 3-on-3.
Job Life trying to fight back in this situation, and they have full control of the flank as well, but it's all from CT side.
Oh, and that's a big loss on Alpha here. A good ulti from Bosch.
Oh my bro, what?
And Cloud now left to try and clutch up.
What?
3 gets the first pretty clean, to be honest, but Runner right-clicks his way to victory.
What?
Defense.
भाई क्या देख रहे हैं?
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, that feels like the bare
Exams था, exams beach पे.
Fnatic just not offering.
अभी आजा पूरे UK घुमाऊंगा. देख सोच कि तूने मेरे को पूरा UK घुमा दिया है और कम से कम 40,000 pounds की खर्चा. UK में कौन सा खर्चा हुआ है? जीपे कर दे please.
It's not your thing. Nah, I'm not a copycat. That's Uli's thing. Oh, apparently we're getting it anyway.
भाई क्या खेल रहा है bro?
But
bro क्या खेल रहा है? $1,000 jails मेरे जान डॉलर वो यही मैं बोल रहा था डॉलर.
Was them panicking a little bit and Fnatic taking advantage. I think it's fair to say. Otherwise, there's not been too much for them here. Pace has adjusted already. Oh, Boaster's a very
चलेगा
lucky
थोड़ा
boy.
मस्ती चलेगा.
Crashies
चलेगा.
swinging into support him,
थोड़ा
as
मस्ती
the old
चलेगा.
story always goes.
Yeah, and Bill's
काली डोमा वापस आ गया बे. काली तू भी आ सकता है. पड़ा हो रहा है क्या?
Try and unlock.
Alpha leading the charge, waits to regroup with Kayak now, sliding forwards. High tide.
40,000 pounds अंधा करके मस्त गाड़ी से घूमेंगे. अच्छा आधा करके.
But Kamek in the meantime has found an interruption. Alpha caught on the wide peak, and Runner has decided not to clear. A headshot taken to the dome, but from range, Crashies can't quite find it through the wall. It's continuous chip damage from the Fnatic side though, as Cloud claimed yet another, and Kayak's pistol
God bless
has
me.
kept things going. So at what point do you try and make a retreat? It doesn't look like that's an option for them, as Dome is going to go
6-2 come back कर रहा है. ये राउंड हारते तो गांड लगती थी ब्रो. इको जाते थे सीधा 8-1 होता था.
And I think a lot of the players just get caught
Blast you language.
to make, right? Fnatic moving.
तो किक इंस्टॉल कर लेगा बिंक्स के लिए इतना नहीं कर सकता. बात तो है. क्या कर रहे हैं? किससे तो बोल रहे हो? खुश हो अभी नहीं आने वाला है इंडिया गेमिंग में. इंडिपेंडेंस डे के दिन ये बोल रहे कि कुछ और इंडिया नहीं आना चाहता. याद रखना चैट. याद रखना ये कभी भी आया डायरेक्ट एयरपोर्ट पे पकड़ो इसको. डायरेक्ट रिटर्न फ्लाइट बुक करके सीधा भगाओ इसको. याद रखना गाइस. शॉट भाई.
Good punish.
याद
But the
रखिए.
next steps for Job Life. What do they do next? Pay's looking to investigate E-main, and you know that Fnatic are starting to
पकड़ा गया. हाँ
well, that web
गेमिंग
could
के
just
लिए
be a site at this
इंडिया आना ही है
point in
वैसे
time as
1
they
साल
start to
बाद. अच्छा
scale
गेमिंग
pretty effectively in Job Life.
गेमिंग के लिए
Look
तो
towards middle.
Always feeling like a fundamentally sound team, and the reaction is to concede.
वैसे मैं मजाक सेट कर काली गेमिंग का सीन है ना इंडिया में बहुत अच्छा है. अगले साल से बहुत और अच्छा होने वाला है. प्रॉब्लम है कि गेमिंग एंड पार्टी इसका जो कॉम्बो है ना पार्टी सीन का ये कलेश कराता है.
Start to take the time. 30 seconds left. Pace still here though, trying to provide an issue for Job Life.
I mean, look, he's bridged the gap from middle, so it's just a question of Job Life digging out this lurk. But Crashies has managed to navigate those troubled
गेमिंग
waters.
अच्छा चल रहा था. पार्टी जाने के बाद
now hearing the steps, making that cross through middle.
भाई अल्फा जहर तो जहर पीटी दे रहे बे.
Looking to buy him some of that, and has done so successfully.
अल्फा जहर ने क्रैशेस है.
Crashies gets the kill he was looking for.
ए देख वाला 1000 जो मेरे जान कटे. चट फुल कमबैक आ गया बे. फुल
feet grinder.
Full comeback आ गया बे.
In position to wrap this one up and make it 3 from 4, and it's Crashies again.
Bro, mid
who is
छोड़
keeping
दो.
them in these rounds.
Mid छोड़ दो. Crashes रुला दिया
I've
भाई.
noticed that the only time that he ever activates is truly when we actually see the side push come in, the retake start.
3 बंदे तो पीछे से मार खाए लोग.
For Fnatic,
भाई Crashes ने बेटी दे दिया.
get within
3 महीना हुआ
rounds
एक
and
सिप
as they
नहीं
look
कुछ नहीं
towards
गंदी
the
चीजों का.
other half on
Influence
Lotus when
healthy
it was the
life
exact
now.
same
W बे.
circumstances. It was pretty much more of the same from what we're seeing so far, and effectiveness of timeouts.
Come on, boys. Come on, we got this.
आ रहा है chat.
Fnatic getting back into things.
Full comeback मारा बे. वो 6-2 राउंड बहुत
motivator at the
क्रूशियल था.
moment for me.
बहुत क्रूशियल था.
And part of a crucial
8-1 होता तो लौड़े ही लग
is
जाते.
the reason why
वो वाला
the
बहुत
label
crazy
of
था.
a Hail Mary has been attached to this Fnatic team as they're looking to try and make the impossible run happen. You look at the difference between groups.
और एक ये जो अभी भी स्ट्रीम पे पी रहा है. चाय पी रहा हूँ मैं.
To anchor, that is where he has found himself. And
कैसा था पेरिस?
with that in
गांड
mind,
लग गई रे.
it's, you know, brought
भाई
Cloud
मेरे
into
को
play a lot more.
भाई genuinely इतना प्यारा शहर है. ठीक है. एक बीटी ये था कि रात के 10 बजे सुबह थी. समझ रहे हो? तो मेरा दिमाग बोल रहा था रात है, लेकिन मेरा पेट बोल रहा था कि दिन है. और ऐसा कंफ्यूजन का स्ट्रेस की वजह से मेरे को पानी पीना पड़ रहा था. समझ रहे हो? गर्मी ठीक है, मतलब 2-3 टाइम पे बहुत ज्यादा थी, लेकिन इतना बीटी नहीं दिया गर्मी ने. खर्चे ने गांड मारी भाई. खर्चे ने तो गांड मारी. लेकिन कुछ भी खाओ, एक नॉर्मल मील पे खाओ 3000 रुपया. कैब से किधर भी जाओ 3000 रुपया. करे तो करे क्या?
This time, this A site a lot more stacked, and Fnatic once again just slow to start. Happy to let Joblife be the
I thought
ones to
jail
start
is
the round.
jobless.
That is the key change-up coming out of those first 5 rounds.
Job life है वो.
Joblife checking back in with their own coaching staff, and this is the position now where momentum has started to go against them. We saw how that looked towards the back end of Lotus, and already you're starting to see it a little bit here. Just pistols for the time being, so not all too much to catch your attention, but Joblife have been good for rounds like these. It's the explosive nature of these individuals, gate-kept from the top tier, that are looking for any opportunity to prove themselves. And with the pack grouped up 3 strong in main, Cloud's drone looks to be respected. Just the one shown right now.
Trying to put a wall on the A site to move the players forward, and as successful as Cloud is now massively under pressure. Pays managing to deliver a rifle, but in towards Runner and in towards Doma as well as the players send it their way. And the pistols once again starting to make an issue of this one. Runner is just continuously hitting headshots as well as Doma. This is a brilliant round from Joblife, and a Moda Thrifty once again, and Fnatic fall flat in their face.
And that is why you should have been worried coming into this one. All of the little moments, but they're manufactured moments by Joblife. Main control, the highest priority on both sides of the map. The fight set up for the ult.
कन्वर्जन में पहले 2 महीने गाँव फट गई थी, बट इधर कमाने के बाद नॉर्मल लग गया. लेकिन उतना सेविंग्स नहीं हो पाता ना रे. मतलब वहाँ पे वैसे कमाते हैं लोग, खर्चा भी वैसे ही है.
And so just like that, advantage Joblife, but it could be short-lived. Fnatic are right back into this one.
लेकिन सेविंग्स करने के लिए मतलब तड़प के जीना पड़ेगा, वैसा सीन.
On the line, no, that's time. The player's still trying to scale up here, and Runner's still missing out. Fnatic given an opportunity, and well, they'll capitalise this time. Yeah, that is a post plant on B.
7-5, not bad.
Surgical attempt of the B scale here from Fnatic, with the numbers,
the
extra util to get them over the line. Not out of the woods just yet, though. Into post plant. Pace has been heard very early here.
There he has. I mean, he's usually the one to try and open rounds. Can't quite get the second. And I think this one is all but done. The players do know about Alpha's position. He can change up. And Joblife given a chance at opening.
2v3. Cover going out. And Kamika's a couple of smokes here to get into the site.
Yeah, done so successfully. Cloud Managing to put an info dart into this, but they're onto the spike, and that's the worrying part. Fnatic, though, still able to make this one winnable, maybe not. Kamek in a clutchable spot. Oh, he just misses out on half and the kill. What is that?
Yeah, I mean, it was very nearly the perfect storm for him there. But as you say, had to commit to the half with time so low, and couldn't find the kill. Cut incredibly fine though. And I mean, this one here from Pace just felt silly when he found it. But Kamek always giving you that hope.
Fight जीत जाता तो खत्म था round.
Of course, but Fnatic still feeling the same way on this uphill struggle. And into the final round of the half, it's back to the A duel again.
Heavy ult है.
Fnatic being made to swing Pace.
Doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, looking to play a little bit more disciplined this time round, but there is a cam, and Kayak has managed to leave Crashes to death, and Pace maybe
Bro,
just a bit
actual
too
में W
aggressive.
try.
Hunter's Fury
Holy
off the back
fuck.
of this. Gets another
Holy
kill. It's just
fuck. Holy
Sensational
fuck.
layers to this. Unfake so ready to invest off that initial contact, and even the way that Pace dices up the fights.
Bro,
Just
पैसे.
lets Kayak take that extra bit of space because he knows he can keep holding the one way for a second longer.
Ooh.
Bro, sexy खेला bro.
Doma only
Sexy.
has a stinger, and he's left
Full
that
use
B-side to
किया
play
बे
the
one
numbers.
way.
But that gives
Phoenix ult में
Fnatic an
पीछे जाने की
opening, a
जगह
gap
पे
in which to work.
उसको
It's
साइड
not
से आगे आने दिया,
thrown,
पीछे
but
वाले
it's
को मारा,
it
फिर
all
दे
comes
जिगल
down to
करके
how
उसको
Doma takes
मारा
this first
और
contact. If he gets
टन
that
में
info,
उसको लगा शायद
his
क्लोज
life.
वाला स्टन हो गया.
And the
प्रॉपर
rest
वो
of Job
टन
Life
और
have
अल्ट
open
एक साथ
invitation
आया
to
था
this
वो.
B retake. In fact, if he can start
तो
to pry away
अगर
some of that
पैसे
elbow space here,
नहीं भी मरता तो भी लग गए थे, मरता तो भी लग गए थे.
it's almost set up for a checkmate. Here we go. Alpha just can't wrangle the spray in time, so it's supposed to 1v4.
Yeah, I was just seeing it looks as if Job Life starting to move in towards mid. And as you see, Boaster 1v4. Needs to give us something to believe in. Needs to show us the goods, and does so in the first kill, but not the second. Runner, that different angle. And Job Life managing to close this one out. The half 8-4.
I mean, look, from that timeout on the Job Life side of things, they have really taken the ball back by the horns after starting to drift out of contention. Fnatic's own timeout bringing them into play, but this from Pace just showing why he should be feared at this level. This is a Job Life team, a scary Job Life team, which now threaten elimination for Fnatic. They're
Doma
only
तो
a
Alpha
few
Zer के
rounds
पीछे
away
पड़ा है.
into the second half. But before that, an interview with Alpha yet.
Thank you so much for joining me, Alpha. I wanted to speak to you about the Waylay. We've not seen it since, I think, stage 1. And I know that Desmo had mentioned that he wants to allow you to have a bit more freedom with things like the chamber.
Waylay actually अच्छा है. Waylay क्यों नहीं खेलते हैं? वो तो playable है.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it right now because normally I will play only Sentinel and maybe some maps Duelist, but I always wanted to be like Duelist Merchant. So I'm happy that I can have it now. So I'm enjoying the game at least right now, so it's good.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the game at least. Something that Boaster had mentioned with us the other day, I wanted to bring to you was, he had said that you had said that you don't want to play it game by game. You're a champs player.
Yeah, I mean...
Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, we had a mentality like, whenever I say I want to qualify champs, and they were always telling me that, but you have to play this first and play this first. And I said, boys, shut up. Like, I'm not going to play one like game by game. I'm just going to, I want a qualifier, or I'm just going to do whatever it needs to be, you know? So.
Do you worry that that might be like taken across as...
किक 2-4 सेकंड फास्ट है YouTube से. मैं अभी तो टिस किया.
Okay. Come try to shoot me if you can.
क्वालिफायर की चारों टीम अभी भी प्लेन्स में.
Going into these games, how do you really think
this was last year, right? पता नहीं. उसके ऊपर है रे. जब मर्जी जितना टाइम खेले.
Yeah, I mean we used to this pressure before. So like I think every year we are just coming from lower and stuff, except 2023. So we are experienced enough to feel this pressure now. But our enemies, like our opponents, doesn't feel them. I mean, they're probably feeling more pressure than all the time than us. So we're using them against is good.
Okay, well, best of luck.
Yeah, अभी ने बताना था.
Thank you.
Yeah, अभी ने बताना था being short.
Trying to keep the dream alive. That's exactly what Fnatic have to do in this second half.
dreams of Barcelona. That's what they'll be thinking.
क्या हो गया मेरे Fnatic को पता नहीं यार. Guys, don't get a chance to talk to you. ऐसा कुछ नहीं यार. WhatsApp करो ना. WhatsApp पे टैग करके कुछ भी लिखो. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. कुछ भी लिखो. मैं पूरा टाइम रहता हूँ एक्टिव. आज से कम 100 मैचेस लिखे थे.
If it carries on this way, Cairo, because we have to be brutally honest.
मेरे पास जाएगा उधर 2 months मेरे जान गड़े.
Now a far-fetched one at that. Job life have been good for the Pistols. The conversions that follow them up after.
Need to win pistol, must win. Pistol must मतलब must.
Playing a very slow start.
Must मतलब must win.
Attack side.
It's like a chess game. Just
Fnatic आ रहा तो बाहर.
to move the big pieces just
Fnatic
yet.
आ रहा तो बाहर.
Fnatic have a trap of their own set up from middle. Boaster keeping himself cornered in this new box. And in terms of utility, it's just the push wall. But stuns, flashes, mollies, all kinds of things very quickly ready to activate on this B site once the cam takes contact from Crash.
Double F को support करके हरा दो please.
French opening on the B site.
प्रॉब्लम है कि जिस हिसाब से खेल रहे ना वो लोग.
Here finally activation, but it's all utility used and nothing in terms of kills. As Fnatic try to find space in which to walk Alpha Scene.
मरा. Open reload है.
And it continues on this way. As Jobless finally get an answer back. It's all through unfake. As you can see, there's a player trying to escape through the middle. That's Stoma. Keep an eye on it as he's going to strike and strike hard. As Joblife once again will win a pistol round. They've won all but one. And that was the start of the series. One round away from double digits.
And the team from Challengers continues to grow in stature in the face of
Open
an old
reload
king, a long way away from its throne. Unfake couple
वो डब्बे पे spam भी तो पड़ता है.
As I called back to the push wall, it was the high tide to try and flood Fnatic back in control of the site. Just a disconnect in terms of how the jewels were taken.
Jewels? अच्छा duels मेरे को सब जगह
Buys up
duels
the
सुन
Guardian into what is otherwise feeling
Jules
like a
boys.
lost cause, and he's the first one to receive a bullet delivered straight to the dome from Runner.
Has been recollected though. Crash is the one to pick that one up. Joblife still waiting.
Bro ये लोग जिधर भी जॉब कर रहे हैं वो लोग देख के बोलते रहेंगे ना अभी ये बैच कल नहीं आने वाला ऑफिस.
Try and get this double duelist working. Runner back on
Short
the board, which we've not
crashes.
seen from him for 2 years, but still looking efficient in the way it's working. A casualty taken in the mid duel as it.
But that's मेरा homeland भाई मैंने happy returns of the day.
Only the Marshal though. A concession willing to be made by Joblife, but that spike.
Oh yeah, this feels a little rash. Unfake is walking the tightrope here in every sense, but Cloud just not in a position to take the time. Fnatic without the weapons, Boaster, the best shot, Guardian in his hands. Still just allowing the B site to be taken.
30 seconds left.
Joblife will clear every corner before they
No
plant this
Fnatic
on.
की chance हारा तो नहीं है ना शायद. हो सकता है क्या नहीं ना
As
शायद.
mid where you'll see
Fnatic हारा तो no chance
their
ना.
approach, and even Viper utility should they need it, but I don't think it's
I
going to be in
think
that
यही
position.
साल
It's a death match now, and
वो लोग के लिए
Joblife
सबसे
will
बुरा
take-
था शायद.
Yeah, more than anything else, it was Kamek here in the back halls. The Joker placed face down.
हारा
as
तो
he
बाहर no
activates.
chance.
That was the best chance that Fnatic had in Boaster removed. Guardian
भाई सोचो
grip
बे
loosened.
चाइना में हो रहा है चैम्प्स. चाइना में बहुत क्रेजी चैम्प्स होने वाला है ब्रो.
Looking to not give any further ults away
Crazy.
in terms of ults to try and play towards. Most realistic here is probably Unfake.
उधर
On
कितने
that Hunter's
ड्रोन
Fury,
उड़ेंगे
if we're
पता नहीं.
talking
बैंड शॉट.
meaningful impact, of course. Kamek one closer with his From the Shadows. And in fairness, it has found itself
ऐसे
to be
जगह में
pretty
जहाँ पे
useful
साला
in his
क्वालिफाई
hands
होने के
so
लिए भी
far.
मजा आएगा.
But this is Joblife now up to double digits, and if Fnatic are going to offer any resistance, to me, it has
हार
to
तो
come
रहा है
into the
ऑब्वियस
next
नहीं.
round.
कुछ टीम हार के भी चैम्प्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो
That's
चुका है
the
ना.
rifle round, the bye.
PRX तो शायद 1.5 साल पहले क्वालिफाई हो
Should
गया
you
था.
lose that, it's pots and pans to deny map and series point.
I mean, look,
भाई
this
दो
is
बंदे नहीं
the
चल रहे
most
बे.
experienced of
बूस्टर
the
भी नहीं चल रहा है.
Challengers
क्लाउड
teams.
भी
When you
नहीं
look at
चल
the
रहा है.
heads that we count across the roster here on the Joblife side, they have that notability accrued through time playing on rosters. such as Fnatic, for example.
लेकिन सिर्फ हार्बर खेलना बहुत टफ है. आई फील ये मैप में ना हार्बर वाइपर थोड़ा इजियर और ज्यादा पोजीज मिलता है तुम लोगों को खेलने का. तो तुम लोग किधर भी खेल सकते हो अगर डबल कंट्रोलर हो. एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करेंगे.
I didn't really fire. I didn't really kill. I dropped one trap. Guys, I'm going front. I'm going front. Backside. Fight. And elbow. Pin a disco. That's it.
Bro, कुछ तो गलत मारा है. अल्फा ने भैंस. Bro, अल्फा ने कुछ तो कर दिया है भाई.
JobLife very much feeling the effects. I wish just tune into the vertical feed. No, do not.
Oh, ये दो फ्री था. ये वाला सेक्सी था भाई. ये वाला सेक्सी था. ब्लाइंड वाले को छोड़ के दूसरे वाले को मार के ब्लाइंड वाले को मारा.
Cheers mate, thank you. I've just bumped myself.
वो तो सेक्सी शॉट था.
Fnatic. Straight back into the mix. So does JobLife look to do the JobLife thing of just hit the A site?
Spike बहुत दूर है
very
यार.
quickly on site here are Fnatic, ready to show some resistance.
Kamek looking trying to get in behind though. Flashing players
तो देख
revealed
किधर है?
up. But it's just the one that
जिंदा
he gets
क्यों
for
है
now.
ये?
And that chip damage continuing to pile on through. Alpha the next. Kamek still known of here. But Doma, it's the real surprise element, the X factor that's slowly making his way through. Needs to offer a little bit of reprieve and has done. Bought a little bit more space now for JobLife to correct themselves, and you can actually see they're looking for an escape route, a way back, but it's straight into the crosshairs of Crashies on the cross. Catches him. Kamek has the ult, forced to bail from this situation, still with the from the shadows, and will do so. Not without Doma going down.
Random headshot लगा उसको. Random headshot लगा. Bro, ये पोजी सेक्सी है.
Kamek, and has Crashies even considered this kind of position right now? Kamek right, boosted up on top of the bricks. And even with the cage there, a chance to maybe peer over the top. The reveal will surely scan him now, though. And Cloud with that key piece of utility keeps Fnatic going.
Yeah, keeps them
नीचे था ना, पीछे crouch करके बैठता तो dodge था
शायद. Within it, and Fnatic starting to relax a little bit.
Huh?
Starting to eat into that daylight that JobLife had created from that first half.
Bro, crowd का kill मार कसम bro last bullet लगा भाई. ये देख.
A moment's respite making all the difference for both.
Possible है.
Again, it just feels like on the Fnatic side, any one of those players trying
Bro, मजाक सेट कर. वहाँ पे crowd रहता था ना, Fnatic fans. ये लोग सीधा comeback करते थे. मैंने मेरे आँखों से देखा है crowd क्या करता है. हाँ. Insane था bro, वो मैं लाइफ में नहीं भूल सकता. माँ की
आँख. Can't be said of JobLife, but they bring numbers to the table, and with that, there's always the prospect. Trying to bait the engagement, does so. Good kills.
Yeah, and Kamek running for the hills with the space because he knows he needs to try and get out of there. But once again, JobLife looking to play on the front foot.
They have to. Give a little bit more space back to their teammate. Kamek's got to go the long way round, and he's finally arriving from main. Alfia had half a chance there, but he's missed it.
He's not. He's got the kill, and Crashies on the back line, and he gets one as well. 1 versus 3 for Kamek.
And he's already managed to dig the first of them out. It's Alfia dropped. Boaster and Crashies still yet to get past. Timing looking good here.
No way वो लोग सोचेंगे घूम के आए. No way. Holy fuck.
At this point in time, Boaster only now the penny.
Oh my god.
Claim the kill. It's Crashies on the other side that he's got to find, and the Guardian's been good for it so far. Crashies has the timing right though, and again counters Kamek in the clutch. A 7th to save Fnatic and close up that gap yet again.
Runs like these, as I said in the first half, that if they go their way, you can feel as if the world's against you. And if you win runs like that,
goatee of steel, bro. What?
Once again, back to showing us their best.
उसने ऑपर को क्या मारा बे वो, और उसके बाद इतना फास्ट उसने रिपोजिशन किया.
I mean, Kamek once again, he's been so good at
ये मैं यार बराबर Crashies is so hot. Excuse me. ये वीक बाय था.
When rounds are being won by Fnatic, it feels like relief more than anything.
Absolutely. As long as they continue to trail. Doesn't feel like they've led this series at any point.
That's because they really haven't. Apart
Yeah,
from
I mean, I was going to say, in fact, I'd be willing to say the last time that they led on a map was round 2 of Lotus.
Info deny करने के लिए वॉल पर स्मोक दिया देखो.
So, as of right now, you're looking at a big ult cycle coming up here. Joblife have all of the tools and they've shown in the past that the set pieces
main
tend
ये
to
है
stick.
कि साइफर को जब भी ये एग्जैक्ट होएगा ना, उसको रिस्क लेके उसको ये लाइन में स्पैम करना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि बैक साइड पे रिकॉन और अल्ट आएगा तो कितना अल्फा जेर कर पाएगा मालूम नहीं. एक तो मार देगा.
operator shot doesn't even
उसके
deal
बाद
any
प्रॉब्लम
damage
है.
from what I can see, and still trying to find his way into a position to get a kill, trying to be ever elusive. Pays the first one and can't quite flick onto him. Oh, and Pays once again. The entry's starting to come true. Player tagged and Doma going to catch the rotation of Kaya, but not get a kill from it. Poster up close and personal, but not going to get the kill. 2 on 3.
Bro, Paisa, hello!
Yeah, look at the health. Yeah, both players trying to play with each other, but you're not going to play against for the young Danish.
Yeah!
Danish duelist. Yes, it is, and it's no contest.
एक मिस शॉट ब्रो, एक मिस शॉट. इसके साथ तो नियॉन हो गया. ये बहुत क्रेजी था.
They really stack up in the round. You see the layers to it. Hunter's Fury through.
My first ace.
And so he announces himself.
Yeah.
Bro, paise.
As he always seems to do in these matches.
Game game इधर.
Stage.
है ना क्या?
Games prior. But this
मतलब अभी 2 मिनट बाद जाएगा शायद.
An opponent that we did not expect for him to control and demand attention.
Not as easily.
मजाक सेट कर बिलीव नहीं हो रहा है भाई. 2-0 हारने वाले क्या
Fnatic on what is not the best of buys either.
नहीं ना, comeback possible है ना चाहे.
And that could change the direction of this round.
For sure. The biggest thing for me right now is
possible
just how standoffish the starts of these rounds have been. Fnatic, the adaptation.
Doublet deserved the win, bro. ऐसा खेलेगा तो obviously deserved है.
Cypher back over towards the B site.
लेकिन दिल में कड्डा हो रहा है ना.
Crashy's the one monitoring things.
Right, Doma के लिए कुछ लेकिन Doma क्यूट है.
Joblife scaling a full contact, shift walking up through middle, but this is where Fnatic have a vice grip.
Oh, and this is really overdrive. Will finally be used, but only for one, and it's Cloud who got the kill. Still, Fnatic trying to find a way in which to win this round, flinging everything but the kitchen sink at it. And Doma still trying to make his way out of double doors. Finally does, and gets Kaya.
Bro, दोनों को मारेगा क्या? नहीं.
1 versus 2 now for the ex-Fnatic man. Can't quite find Cloud, even though he is one shot. And Cloud is looking for support. That spike so far away, and so does feel the round. Doma might have just played his last card in this one, as Fnatic put the lead back to within 3. And Joblife missed their opportunity.
Yeah, Fnatic.
Close fight,
but not silenced in this one just yet.
VLT Doma clutch time भाई सब भूल गए वो Fnatic में था पहले.
Even with the best of weaponry, Pays. Okay, so he's just got his first ace, and then the replay team very quickly teach him the next lesson that you'll learn in EMEA. You don't get to whiff for free. Everybody sees it.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it?
मैंने था.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that Alpha was able to get the off in such close proximity himself.
VLT Doma winning here, but lost in VCT.
And an early
teammates में दोस्त है उसका लग रहा है.
Blindly into A main has bagged
तू था क्या वेवर?
Precious advantage.
That's the boss of entry so far for Joblife.
मैं सुना था उसने कीबोर्ड या चेयर कुछ तो तोड़ा था इधर.
Consistently impressed in the early stages of rounds.
That's for sure.
सोचो ऐसा बोलते ही कमबैक मार दिया अभी Fnatic ने.
Feels like every round is another statement made.
मस्त खेल रहे हैं बे
about
लेकिन
pace,
fuck
but it's
bro
runner
ये
that's
क्या
got
है
to fill in
बे
the shoes here, and
walk in
in
करके
actual
मार
fact,
दिया
he's
bench
done it with absolutely no trouble. This
कोई
a
देख
mixed
ही नहीं
bag
रहा है
coming in for
ये
Job
देख
Life.
free
It
kill
might just be the one which
नहीं
takes
था
them to
लेकिन
12. Series point and a chance to eliminate the old guard.
क्या है ये बे
Kamek picking up yet another one with the Vandal now in his hands. And while it won't be the most stylish
रिवर तो था गॉड्स रेंज में
looks like Boaster is on borrowed
इसलिए
time,
अभी
as
गॉड्स
has
रेंज
been the
नहीं
feeling
है
about
हाँ
this Fnatic side all
5 लाख
stage
सैलरी
long.
चाहिए था विवर को
He's going to walk away with 100
तेरे
credits to
वजह
his
से
name and a
तेरे वजह से
Guardian for a
गोलू
rainy
के
day.
लोलू लगे पड़े
But it's
तेरे
been
वजह से
a
विवर
constant downpour so far, and Fnatic not seeing that light just yet.
4 opportunities to close out the
भाई
map.
वॉक इन करके मार के
4
गया बे
opportunities
ये तो होना ही
to
नहीं
put
चाहिए
Fnatic to bed, and we will not see them until
कोई देख भी नहीं रहा
2027.
था
In
बे
fact, this
कुछ
might
भी
be the
बे
last time that we see all 5 players together.
In fact, I'd almost be
ये
willing
तो
to
उन लोगों
bet
माइक्रो
that
का
it
लेफ्ट
is,
राइट था ब्रो
especially with all of the shake-ups this year.
उधर ऑटम
Absolutely no
और यार
idea what
डोमा
the
अबे
future
वो
holds
भी
for
तो
them.
ना
And for all of the
वो भी
times
तो
that you've
क्रेजी
seen
खेल
them
रहा
come
है
back,
चैट अपने पैसिफिक
series
में
after series,
जो यहाँ से गया है वो
on the
खेल रहा है ना
biggest of
क्रेजी
stages.
नाम भूल गया मैं
For the first time in their history, it's finally starting to feel like champs will be won without Fnatic, and
बहुत
you can
बाप
almost
खेल रहा
say
है
that
ऐसे
with
नहीं डॉस
certainty.
नाइन
4 rounds
डॉस
now for them to
डॉस
try and turn
नाइन
this
भी
around.
कंसिस्टेंट खेला
And then the decider beyond it.
बहुत ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट खेला ब्रो बहुत ज्यादा
It's Fnatic who have called it, obviously. But of course, Larson, the one to give commands to his team as well.
एक दिन लिस्ट बनाऊंगा यहाँ से जितने लोग भी गए ना सारे लोगों का देखना
and to be
जर्नी
relaxed about it. The approach so far has been one that has paid dividends. They have played 8
हम लोग का
rounds, 8
और का
rounds
नाम होना
that
चाहिए
one
था
half
जॉब
of
लाइफ
it.
मतलब जी का
When we look towards the rifle round, that's where things get a little bit more.
ये
towards the
नाम आई
Fnatic.
थिंक जी को
6
कॉपीराइट
plays,
करना चाहिए उनको दे
2
दो
only
जी
won by Job Life.
और जी ले ले जॉब
At this point in
लाइफ
time,
मेरे हिसाब से
you only need
क्या
one.
बोलता है
Yeah. You have many chances to convert from there.
टाइम्स विदाउट फेनेटिक
Interesting to
ना
note,
करो
Eng, the one leading the
यार
time out there, where often it would have been Desmo. When he came into the team, of course, saying that he was just looking to supplement the ideas, not step on any toes. But right now,
वॉल्यू भाई तो
if
आजकल वो
any
ढूंढ रहे
kind
सीएस
of
टीम
answer or solution that can be provided for
उसका हो
Fnatic,
गया
you are
वैल्यू से
looking for it, searching frantically almost. As Job Life
वॉल्यू भाई लाइक ऑफ
gearing
पे
up
चला ना सीएस में
for
चला
what might be the final round up against this storied team
जर्विन शुड बीन जी तू पहला सो जा
in the region.
Fnatic have to try and defend the B side. And they have plenty of utility to try and support. Pays has gone searching. He's gone awry. He's not found what he's
तो
looking
का
for.
मैप
His
4
job
बार
life
घूम
having
लिया वो
invested this
गांडू
side. Finally, they get the 2 iron
Bro.
kills. Crash is now identified and Pays has
ब्रो
found him.
पूरा मैप 4 बार घूम लिया और वो मरा नहीं अभी भी तरीके मारा उसने
Kayak with just a sheriff, but he's going to try and deny
Yeah,
this
अच्छा मारा
one.
बेटा जब
1 versus 2
Bro,
now, and it looks
bro,
somewhat
2-0?
doable with Hell coming back on side.
And again, another one of those old kings, pistol in his hands, but feeling like Odysseus, far from the throne. Vandal back now, but time is against him.
Job Life, play
Bro,
keep away. They
bro,
don't want to give ones.
what?
Unfake just hit check and the spike and finally sees the Phoenix and
There
will
it is.
kill him. It's another
What?
God
Shot.
gone. It's another skull for the challenger's throne. It's another team to drop out of play-in.
घूमा भाई ना मान रहे
March on.
Not only that, it is the ghosts of the past coming back to bury Fnatic this time around. Job Life add the final nail to a coffin.
डोमा भी मजे के लिए खेल रहा है वो रिच है यार वो
Weeks. We expected this moment. We thought about it,
मैसेज
fantasized
करने
of
दो डोमा
it,
को
but never truly believed that it would
डोमा भाई को
happen
मैसेज करने
until
दो
it did. But Fnatic have breathed their last
डोमा
breath in
बाय
this era of partnerships. There will be no fairy tale this time around, as Job Life are the ones on the run.
The only Hail Mary said is the one in the last rites of Fnatic's 2026 season. Not a line I thought I would say at this point in time. Not a line I thought I would say at stage 1 groups at 5-0. But Fnatic whatever happens next year, thank you for the memories and GG.
That OP Domalico, मैं उसको दिखा था photo. OP Domalico boys.
Really get started on scratching the surface of the issues that have plagued this
White
team.
kick दोनों जगह पे लिख दो.
Changes outside of their control, of course, important to mention. The meta this year, probably the weakest that Boasters tried to call into without that support of the double initiator, which he so often loved to try and work around. And yeah, look, as you say, it's a deserved result for Job Life. They've come in here and made a statement and a half. We theorized the possibility of them doing this, but to see it happen in actual fact and with how convincing it was, a couple lucky rounds as described by
दो फोटो करके क्यों आया? मैंने सेल्फी भी लिया क्या? बहन क्या सेंड कर दिया मैंने? बहन चुत मैंने कुछ तो सेंड कर दिया पता नहीं क्या? मैंने कुछ तो सेंड कर दिया दो फोटो दिखाई दे रहा है. मैंने कुछ तो सेंड किया है. भाई मजाक बकचोदी करके हाँ बकचोदी करके भाई लेकिन भाई प्रैक्टिस लगा तो रहेगा भाई. देयर इज नो वे वो लोग इतना सिंक में इतना अच्छा खेले ब्रो. हाँ Hey, excuse me? Camera off karo!
You just mentioned it yourself there, your first ace. Yeah, I mean, it's just been incredible watching you guys persevere through this lower bracket. But first of all, I want to start off with you, Pace. I spoke to you before the match today, and I didn't get a chance to ask you, how do you feel as though you handled
जिधर देखो ex fanatic लोग दिखाई दे रहे. उधर डोमा, इधर मिनी.
Quite easy, actually.
I mean, sometimes I just turn on my ranked mode and I just do like, if I feel it, I feel it. Like, I'm going to go forward. I'm going to disrespect them. Because as soon as I disrespect them, I feel like they don't know what to do. And then they start being passive, the time is running out, then they do the Fnatic thing with 10 seconds, and then kind of...
Language!
About today. Like on the desk, I was saying, Fnatic really don't like it when people are aggressive in the face. And, you and Runner together, maybe that could be something you tap into. Was that part of the game plan?
I mean, to be honest, no.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was just playing my game.
Vic, from your perspective, what was the game plan coming into today?
I mean, the game plan was simple. Larson spent like entire night with Skaz to anti-strat Fnatic. Like, we knew the maps.
Coach
I knew the maps yesterday. Like, we like Lotus, they like Lotus. We knew it's gonna be...
gifted देता हूँ.
Either they will pick it or we're gonna pick it.
Kick already live है.
Like, actually, like, I really like to play...
Kick already live है. Kick already है वरुण भाई. बहन चो 2-0 जीते हुए.
Like,
भाई क्या बकचोदी भाई chat.
City side. Like, I knew it's gonna be easy. Like, I knew Lotus will be ours. And Breeze, like...
Are you surprised by the Breeze coming in from Fnatic?
Like, yeah, actually we were surprised. Like, we were thinking that they're gonna pick like Lotus, and we were aiming to pick Breeze against them, but we just changed. Like, we swapped our picks. So I was a little bit surprised. Like, I was surprised by their comp. We didn't have like any anti-strat because we didn't know they're gonna play this comp. I just asked Larson before the map started what people do usually with this comp, because he watches a lot of VODs. Like, he told me in general, like, I think how Leviathan, I'm not sure if Leviathan played it, but he told me like how other teams played this comp, and we just adjusted quickly, and yeah, like, it was okay.
And it's not quick.
100 Thieves. I think team that started that comp. I think a lot of Americans play it.
Yeah.
Was there
quick तो मेरा chat में लोगों का breakup हो गया था.
That's a big team. How does that feel?
Did
it feel like beating Fnatic? Because they obviously at times it was.
कुछ बकचोदी वाला गेम है क्या फिर वैलो खेलेगा? मेरे को पता नहीं आजकल वैलो खेलने में बहुत मजा आ रहा है ब्रो. मेरे को आइडिया नहीं.
Just the same as any other day.
कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे. मेरे पास और 2 से 3 घंटा स्ट्रीम करने का एनर्जी. फास्मो देखते क्या सीन है.
It's good feeling to get the result. Like, yeah, it's nice to win them. Like, it's great orc, it's a big orc. Like, I'm happy to win them.
कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे.
I feel a bit sad because, like, I'm an Onipixel enjoyer, and I know Onipixel loves Fnatic, so Onipixel, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You'll have to just take the mantle now. Like, you'll have to go on the run. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, no, it felt nice beating Fnatic. It's like, I don't want to, like, trash talk, but like playing Navi and Pacific, I didn't feel the same pressure as I did at Fnatic, because even when I went into the game, I could just I had to take some deep breaths. I need to like calm myself down, and as soon as I got like 2-3 kills, I was like, yeah, doesn't matter, and I just kept running it down. Basically what I do.
Something in general for you, like obviously like the team's quite experienced despite being a challengers team. You're obviously quite new to this level of play. Did anyone help you with anything, or did you just kind of get how do I explain it? Like, did they just kind of trust you, or are they kind of helping you to kind of mold into this team?
I think they just believe in me. I can feel it. I really think they believe in me. Those like I would probably had a bit more pressure. Like I say, I have a lot of pressure, but I'm kind of just coping to myself. Maybe I'm not sure if I have pressure really. But having no fans in the audience is kind of sad, but at the same time, it's kind of helping me. So already like playing with no fans, like it's helping me.
Right, it's easy to just win 5 more in a row, yeah? They will have
a good chance,
have their fans, yeah. Don't worry.
That's my dream, bro.
Actually, maybe in Barcelona there will be fans, I'm not sure. So maybe not 5 in a row, maybe like...
I want the big stage,
I don't know, 4.
I want champ stage, bro. I'm looking for that chance.
Is that a realistic expectation? When you were coming into play-ins, you were thinking immediately, screw VCT teams, screw Barcelona, I want champs.
I mean, I had an interview already and I already said it, like, no one cares if you're in tier 1. Like, everyone cares what you have achieved beyond that. Like, have you gone to Masters? Have you gone to champs? Like, there's no Danish player going to champs. I want to be the first Danish player. I have the chance. So, of course, I want to win it. But for me, it's like, I just want to be like a big stage. I want to be with a lot of fans. Like, a lot. Like, yeah. That's basically it. I want to go to Shanghai.
I like it. I think it seems like you're very reflective. It's kind of nice to see and nice to hear. Like, even if sometimes you're like in the moment, like, am I chatting crap here? I don't know. I quite like it. Talking about comms though, I keep praising your comms. I think your comms sound very good, very relaxed. And Unfake in particular, it seems like your IGNing style, like you have a plan, but then it feels like you kind of trust the boys to take over. Is that kind of your style? That you just kind of you have a decisive plan, and then if they want to change things, they can change things? Or have I got the read?
I mean, like I will talk about one example. Like I called something on Lotus to... I called the round, and for example, Kamek told me, yeah, but can I do this instead of this on A? And I was like, yeah. And at the start I said no, because I had like planned for the round, but he told me, yeah, but I have a feeling, trust me. I was like, yeah, go for it. And then he went A alone. I don't know what he did. I didn't watch, but he got me a kill. Then he tipped it to us on C. Then I said, okay, we are 5 here. Let's exec C. So I have like a general idea about the round, but obviously like it's FPS game. It's Valorant. You have like a lot of utility, a lot of abilities. So everyone can adapt. Of my call, they can add on top. I don't mind. I think if you want to be the best team, like everyone needs to add something. Like I think it's impossible to call like for 5 people everything and what util they need to use. Like if they are playing Samaria on default and he knows better than me what he should do, like I believe that he should always do his thing.
Even when he tells me like, yeah, sometimes like to tell me like, yo, Pace, come down, come back. If I want to go for it, like, them telling me to come back, I'm not gonna like. For me, I'm gonna like.
भाई लुलन टॉस ने अभी गेम चालू किया है, तो अपन एक वैलो खेलेंगे. अगर वो नहीं रुक सकता तो फिर वो एक ही गेम है. वैसे भी अपन वैलो कंटिन्यू करेंगे. अगर सिंगापुर सर्वर फिक्स हो गया तो सिंगापुर खेलेंगे, वरना वैलो खेलेंगे. ठीक है, तो वाईटी वालों को बोल दो बाय बाय. वाईटी वालों को बोल दो बाय बाय. ओ ब्रो, ओ भाई एक्टिव चैटर्स भी दिखता है किक पे. ये जो 100 है मेरे को कल तक 1000 चाहिए. कल तक 1000 चाहिए. अगर कल तक ये 1000 नहीं हुए तो कोई सीन नहीं. देखो, दिल बड़ा है तुम्हारा, पूरा साल अच्छा जाएगा. पूरा साल दिल बड़ा है मेरा, दिल बड़ा है, पूरा साल अच्छा जाएगा. टेंशन ना लो. डॉक्टर बीच गेमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड. वाइटी वालों रुक जाओ, वाइटी वालों को बाय बाय बोलने दो. वाइटी वालों बाय 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 बाय. एक्सक्लेमेटरी मार्क किक, लिंक आ जाएगा, किक पे आ जाओ. किक कंटिन्यू होने वाला है, ऑलरेडी लाइव है, किक पे चल रहा है सब कुछ. बाय बाय वाइटी वालों, बाय 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 वाइटी वालों, बाय 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 वाइटी वालों, बाय.